Hello, am I audible? Chat, am I audible? Chat, hello, आवाज आ रहा है, आवाज आ रहा है. मैं रुक जाऊँ. Quote him, guys, quote him, रुक जाओ. और मैं थोड़ा सा करता हूँ. Quote chat, hello. ऑफिशियल इंटरव्यू स्ट्रीम गाइस. मैं बहुत ज्यादा एक्साइटेड हूँ आज के स्ट्रीम के लिए. मतलब क्यों नहीं होगा. चैट 2 मिनट देना 2 मिनट 2 मिनट. हाँ, तो मैं बोल रहा था वेलकम टू माय स्ट्रीम गाइस. आई गॉट द privilege to be an official co-streamer of EWC का official co-streamer हूँ मैं. Wow. If you can guys, if you can see guys, बहुत बहुत एक्साइटेड हूँ. देखते हैं कैसा क्या होता है. वैलोरेंट का मैच मेरा आवाज आ रहा है ना. स्ट्रीमिंग नाउ कर लिया चालू स्ट्रीम. थोड़ा सा कॉर्नर में लगा देता हूँ. तो ठीक है ना. क्या इसको थोड़ा सा क्या छोटा कर दूंगा. इसको क्रॉप कट नहीं क्या ठीक है. इतना भी अजीब नहीं दिख रहा है. थोड़ा सा खुल गया. ओके. मैं मैच लगाता हूँ परफॉर्मेंस में. सॉरी. It's MIBR versus
their gun round
GE.
after the upset on the eco.
I love to see the vibes from MIBR, knowing that they're just kind of playing their game.
दो मिनट देना
until
chat.
they're
2 मिनट
taking a
देना.
lot of these peaks. I mean, Mazzino just re-walking up instantly. You can tell that's just a sign of confidence in this game when they're able to just take those fights, kind of
Let's go,
really
chat.
feeling the pressure of losing.
Ella
these 1v1s.
dictated.
Obviously, a little bit punished, but it's okay because
What?
now
Sure.
Ospas online with
Let's
the
go.
operator that we were talking about so much so on this first gun round for GE.
Yeah, it is the Cypher as well as the Omen towards C Mound though, and that is exactly where GE are starting
भाई
to
साहब
challenge.
क्या
Can
ही
they still
क्या ही
out there
एंट्री थे.
towards C to try to confirm
Fountain का
that
face
this
ही
is
नहीं दिख
actually
रहा.
going to be a commitment as we head a little bit deeper into this round.
Okay, wait.
Picked up by Patman. I think
Maybe
they're just gonna take that on
I
and
need
run
to
with it
थोड़ा
as
सा
the
set up my
pressure
camera.
Prowler go in. Still 2 players on the site here. Burno pushed away as he TPs into spawn, and Texas hung around a little bit too far on Waterfall there.
Now post plant for GE, trying not to overextend because they have numbers, but look at how fast these players have gotten over here from the side of MIBR, using that Nightfall on both sides. Not really pushing or moving forward based off of it, but the spike finally getting planted. Seconds in,
Yeah, smash.
Batman and Udo getting those picks.
The second, okay.
To shut it down, and Bruno now left in a 1v4. The nades coming in, and it's gonna make a 4K for Udo.
Yeah, he's got his showstopper online
Hey,
now.
what the-
That's
wait.
a big round to win.
Zekken इसमें कब आया?
Restore a little bit of confidence, and they are starting
अच्छा हाँ
to
Zekken है.
hammer home the point
नहीं
that
है.
the C site is a
Zekken
problem
इसमें
for
नहीं है.
MIBR. Rolled over it both on the pistol and then in their opening gun round here. Despite who's playing there, Global Esports are not having too many problems cracking that.
Yeah, looks like MIBR, the flood retake just wasn't there. Zekken was all out onto site using both satchels and no one was there to follow up. The util wasn't really there either, but now a little change of pace here for MIBR, using a heavy stack towards the same main to get control.
Yeah, Outlaw out on the line. Bottom looking for the pick, dodging that paranoia. Crystal's got him backed decently, and despite the fact that MIBR do secure control of Rebel, they've lost 2 players on the control of this round.
Grouping towards this C here. They're not worried about it. They've come here before. Bruno playing close with that
अभी
man.
भी
Not going to be able to get one, but as I say that, he gets 2. Zabi getting a trade onto
Okay, निकाला इन लोग ने.
kill from a Mazzino, and all of a sudden
चांस है अभी भी निकल सकता है राउंड.
Very winnable.
आसपास चेक कर रहा है. बैक साइड पे कोई है क्या?
Given the fact that
दोनों साथ में आएंगे.
down on a sheriff this round. Prowler going forward.
बैक साइड क्लियर नहीं इन लोग का.
The fade on the other side of things, looking to slow this one down. Both of them MIBR creeping up on Waterfall side. Patman just playing the off angle. Does spot out Aspas and loses a little bit of the trade, but that doesn't give him pause for thought. He just continues challenging
Nice.
this off angle. Crystal has got the cross. Pass into a very difficult
Ay,
1-on-2.
Aspas
Able to
magaling
punish
naman.
Patman for the peak on the back of the Prowler there. Spike ticking a little bit faster as pressure is being applied by Crystal, and he's going to peek out, but Aspas able to spray him through
Wala
the
na,
wall.
Aspas ke
Pick up
pass.
that massive 1-on-2 for MIBR. This is just such a tense game.
I questioned a little bit the Aspas waylay, but his movement there, the way that he uses util was really nice to see. MIBR, they keep going for these aggressive peaks, trying to get that line. Tex also answering on the other side when they lose a number, trying to retake some sort of space towards C. It looked really rough, but for GE, this right here, Verno getting these two was so important. Punishing those players for just not making sure that they're trading, and the way that they're pathing into sight was a really good one.
Really rough. You left in a 2-on-1 against Aspas and took him all
Ay,
the way
look
down
at timeout
to
का time में अपने को जरा एक दो
HP.
चीजें करनी है जो मैंने नहीं की.
You can see just how much damage this has done to both teams' economy now. This is going to be a reset round for both of them in round number 6. Quick moves here on towards the C side of the map from MIBR, really pushing it.
Crystal को पता चल गया कि उसने ये किया है.
Firstly, on the other side of things, GE have taken A control, but are looking to re-clear the middle of the map here.
Slow group towards this C
C पे
side.
कोई नहीं है, C पे rotate करना चालू कर दिया.
Literally nothing on
ये
this
अपना
side. Two players
क्या कहते
rotating
हैं?
over towards spawn, make that 3. They have an inkling that they're trying to end towards this C
What?
right here, and the Prowler comes out. The execute, that's going to be so much
गलती से उन लोगों
noise,
का
but
उन
they're
लोगों को
positioned
switch
really
हुआ.
well here for MIBR to have a really fast flood.
There's big ults for both of these teams. GE very tentative on getting the spike down. They don't want to kind of...
Crystal ult लेके ready था.
They know that MIBR are ready for this flood. In goes the showstopper and the conversion pass. The rocket not really converting on anything. And we're still in a 5-on-5. Aspas finally breaking through for the time being. Still tentative, waiting for that rocket to elapse on the side of GE, who are all playing inside of the site. Auto up close, able to convert on it too, but out of ammo. A couple of trades come through, and it's all down to Patman. In a 1-on-2, this is what he does best. Rookie of the year last year, but not good enough this time. Verno will put him down, and it's another successful C retake for MIBR.
That's crazy from MIBR. That whole round, they were constantly moving in the spawn, constantly rotating, trying to find out where the lines were. It was a little bit weird that they were moving towards that A site where Tex had set up all his Cypher trips, but they learned right away. They heard that there was no noise, no pressure. They instantly rotated over. Still a little bit scary. That was a little bit sloppy of a retake, getting picked off when they're running through the smokes like that, making sure they're not in trading positions, lining up a little bit. So it was a little bit scary, but again, MIBR winning out with the power of their frags. And now on this round, we're going to have a full thrifty here for GE. Sheriffs almost across the board, but knives on the side of
Big round
for MIBR to be winning. Need to try to capitalize off the back of that. Once again, you're getting this refract walk through from Aspas straight into Autumn, but that's a difficult shot to be converting on the plates.
Aspas no can be
that was really scary. Autumn with those knives are not something to be messed with. But GE continuing to take it a little bit slow, just trying to find their pick, find their one, trying to get that number advantage so they could pick where they want to go, looking like they want to end towards this A. A little Prowler.
Guys, please pick Matira.
Aspas getting the peek, drops Autumn, and all of a sudden, that's a lot of information for them because Mizzino has Olive Tree and 3 players now on this A site, ready to keep it, fight for it, make sure they don't get on.
Yeah, Verno on that.
That's
a cracker of an entry from Harvey though, but Aspas still getting in the mix with the Outlaw, able to dash out of the site now, but there's a lot of pressure here for GE. Oma TP does come in, but unfortunately they haven't checked Tex yet. That's a spike drop. Neural Theft is invested there, and Patman caught on the cross. Crystal was potentially a little bit of a contingency plan here for GE to pivot over to, but when he doesn't have the spike, there's not much to be done, and Aspas will end it outright. That's 3 in a row now for MIBR.
This has been a really big step up for Aspas on this waylay. I feel like his movement has just become so much cleaner than what it used to be on the waylay. Felt a little bit clunky, felt a little bit like they didn't have a plan. But now, this in particular made me gasp because it was just so scary. But then also when he's on that site, able to just get away from the fight after taking his pick, his timings on this has been really good. And of course, the rotations from MIBR, it's been so good all game so far. Feels like they're almost that step ahead. They're just there every single time when they know that GE is putting down the pressure. And now for GE, they're probably wondering, what do they need to do? So far, far they've had that success on getting onto C. They've had success on getting the spike down, but it's that fast flood all of a sudden that they can't cope with.
Yeah, I think a lot of these rounds are just getting quite messy and drawn out, unfortunately. Neither one of these teams really getting the clean execution.
Innova Legion, उसका monitor level पे
ahead in those situations. So
या फिर इन लोग का अलग specific Legion रहेगा, बस brand रहेगा, मतलब कुछ भी हो सकता है गेम में। पर अपना तो उसका कल्याण करना है।
Spacing is off a little bit, maybe our comms are off, maybe we need to make better plans.
Hello Sid भाई, क्या हाल?
But we'll see what the approach is going to be, whether it is going to be those micro adjustments or whether they're going to come in with a clear plan into round 8. We're trying to break this dry spell. Got the pistol. We're able to come through with a gun round in round 4, but
really imagine लोग के साथ
really starting to pull ahead now.
ठीक है,
another operator online for Ospas this time. Bought to him by Verno, and they're gonna do another seize nade towards this Rebel, trying to punish any A main. The dash comes in, he might get caught by those nades, and Zakin gets that pick onto Autumn with those paint shells. Mazzino just pushing up, his aim is so crisp. Udo getting caught off, just trying to jump up towards that half wall, and now all of a sudden, GE's plan is just falling apart. They can't get this A lobby. They have no presence anywhere else on this map. And MIBR, they just have the full line, getting the orb. This is just a chill day for them.
Yeah, this is nightmare fuel for GE. Post timeout, they immediately get caught by the Seize nade. Both duelists hit the deck. Now Patman trying to pick up the pieces. Prowler going forward. Aspas on a pretty
नहीं
expected, but what is a cracker of a shot from Crystal.
God damn भाई.
GE might have a little bit of a chance in here. IBR well aware of exactly where GE are. The question is, how many more duels are they going to be given?
Mazzino alone on this A site, but text to join him. The baby door being held 2 here by Zakin.
Nice
and
one.
Crystal getting another one. He's the main reason why this team has come back into this round. Walking up here, looking like they're trying to end towards A. Text with a beautiful flank, and Verno getting that final pick onto Patman.
Yeah, that's Tex's best position.
True, right?
Two rounds for MIBR from that exact same spot. Perfect timing. Always just valuing his life and waiting in the wings, knowing that his Cypher utility is doing a lot of work on the map, and then when he's needed, comes out from the woodwork and gets it done. The round that did not start well. Credit to Crystal since his transition over to the Sentinel role.
आराम से खेल लो.
Maybe having some weaker performances individually.
जी वालों आराम से खेल लो थोड़ा.
But that still wasn't quite enough to dig GE out of a bit.
आराम से निकाल सकते हो 6-6 वापस ला सकते हो तुम लोग.
Get another kind of weaker buy.
Ospas setting up with the
They look like
C, so it is a little bit weaker, but they're sitting here trying to get any information. The Odin spam towards tree. Texas here just spamming full setup towards B, which hasn't really been contested yet. Haven't tried breaking any of those Cypher trips on the side of GE. So Texas just having a field day, having those really good rotations as much as he can. And now information gathered from Mazzino. They're going to know that there's players towards the A site.
There goes Harvey. No more smokes on the attacking side. Those are usually important, as far as I'm aware, Athena. We've lost Udatan as well. Autumn swinging through the smoke hand in hand with Patman. It's an immediate paranoia straight from Verno over on the B side, and that is giving GE pause. But shut down. This has been a landslide of rounds capped off by a flawless from MIBR.
This is almost a landslide here for MIBR. They're getting away with so much. They're so good at getting these early fights, or at least forcing GE to take them. They're fighting at this point both sides of the map just because they can. Fighting that A, fighting that C, setting Ospas up with an op anywhere that he wants to go. And just being really annoying. It feels like they're not even forcing it that hard. They're just allowing GE to take the bait on a lot of these fights. And now switching it up. This setup five. We said that they never really challenged it, and somehow MIBR knew because two players
पे अकेला है, B पे 2-3 है.
Third warning there. Down to 4 HP, and Aspas might go back for.
अगर जेट ने आवाज करके इन लोग C पे गए, या C पे आवाज करके C होल्ड करके रख दिया. मैं C पे होल्ड करेगा तो इन लोग सब होल्ड कर लेंगे. पर A पे रहेगा बंदा.
Keep cycling the dark covers. Once again, GE given a rubble control because MIBR, honestly, at this point, do not care if they have it. Every single time GE actually use it to springboard into A, they get absolutely rolled.
And now, finally, Texas is going to see some action, ending towards that Cypher site for the first time this game. They're going to see that trip, and they're going to know something's up. Hopefully, they're thinking for themselves that this might be the weaker site, but we still need to be careful because there's 3 players here towards the side of MIBR. The Nightfall comes out. stops that execute from ever happening for GE, and they walk away because they're just a little bit scared.
Verno not overcooking that one, but at least GE have pushed him off the info line. Autumn.
ठीक है अगर पहला मैच तुम लोग को लग रहा है कि बंदे के बारे में जानना है
Opportunity here,
तो
but
देख लो
jam up. There's absolutely no reason for MIBR to peek. Tex, they've seen
और उसको लोग मैप पे क्या करेंगे वो तुम लोग को आइडिया नहीं है ना
Spamming away, they'll be well aware that he's in there. Inside of tree is Zekin. The trip gets hit, but no one
check
really
check please check please
Patman's dead inside of the door. And Zekin not really tested enough inside a tree. Crossfire coming through from Tex with only 10 seconds on the clock. This is falling apart for GE. 10 HP on Uditan, and that is an easy 3K for Zekin. How many rounds have they just walked up into an absolute nightmare situation?
It's insane. Like, whether Tex is there alone on weak side, he's able to hold. Whether the team is literally not on site, they're able to rotate in time. And every single time, they're just punishing GE using the C's nade combo at the best of times from MIBR. It feels like they've really got a definite good read on how GE is playing, how they're going to be adapting. They're 1 or 2 steps ahead at this point, I feel like. And now we're going to be looking at this round. 2 players from MIBR here towards this C mound, but it's 2 different players. It's Bruno and Tex this time, as opposed to Zekin and Ospas.
Nice one.
Tex getting 2 picks. He's been a star player so far this game, but the trades are coming in. Bobby and Patman both good for 1, and all of a sudden the Nightfall comes in. This execute is gonna be turned into a spike plan. I see that, but Zekin's already into sight. He's flooded in. Udo getting a pick, but it's not enough. Ospas, Patman, what is going on? Ospas in the smoke with the shorty.
Oh man, I mean, again, GE, they do a pretty good job of cracking on into that seaside, but the flood is a little bit too fast for them to deal with. Zekin diving in with the rocket and Aspas just light speeding in with the shorty. Able to end that round before GE can really get the comfortable and put their feet up inside of the seaside. 9-2. This is very rough going for GE. This Lotus pick is looking pretty excellent on the side of MIBR. They might even hit double digits before we end this first half of regulation here.
Yeah, definitely scary.
Okay, don't laugh
I'm
like
sorry.
that. That's too much.
Just, you know, reminding you that America's is going to be on top. But anyway, 3 of these players from MIBR, they're set up towards A. Again, knowing that there's something going on here. Zekin using the nades with the Waylay combo. That was insane. And another punish for Autumn. And GE, they're opting to just run towards this site. But Verno hears that TP. Javi sticking that insane. And now all these trips are going to slow down the rest of the execute. Text punishing Udo. But the trade with that rocket.
बहुत आगे पीछे हो रहा है Then is it because of Frost is not in the team by बहुत गंदा हो रहा है
Just absolute domination here on Lotus defense.
I feel like a player that we haven't talked about enough is Tex, and he's on the top of the scoreboard here for MIBR. He's been playing so well, and I feel like this player has consistently been a raw
Players on the C push and the
Guys, just
always good for his playing that center.
हरिओम हरिओम
क्या मार रहे हैं भाई आसपास वाले लोग
Other than
me as a
on
coach,
paper
'cause I
team
was a
इतनी
terrible
अच्छी
hype
है
man,
भाई
I would be like, come on guys, we could do this.
If you said that to me and I was 10-2 down, I would be
exactly.
like, it's okay, guys, let's just go next.
You could say let's just go next. I might try and just make people laugh.
Yeah?
बहुत aggressive team
That's
है
valid.
वो
I mean,
लोग
this is a struggle of a map for
Just,
G.
guys, we're not playing
They
MIBR.
बहुत ज़्यादा है
We're
इससे।
playing next team that we always dominate. New half.
एक के
Let's just
पीछे एक के
pretend,
पीछे
okay? A little bit of role play, guys, please.
Yeah, and then
Time out,
Ospas
Shiva,
is in
that's
your
it.
face, refracting back,
आप
getting
जाएगी
space,
global
Zekin's
esports
throwing
का
nades at you
idea
consistently at the
सामने
perfect
तो
time.
ये तो नहीं सकता
Yeah.
I understand. They're good. They're playing well.
निकाल पाएगी
Playing well.
But it is MIBR's pick.
वो वो
But
लोग
just
का
be
बहुत
like, hey guys,
ज्यादा
listen,
फास्ट
it's
है
MIBR's
आसपास
pick,
देख
don't
रहा है ना
worry.
भाई कितना
They're gonna win this
अग्रेसिव
one.
जाता
We
है
go
ऑफ
into
लेके
ours. We're prepped.
आउटलो
We know
लेके
what we're doing in the next
भाई
game. We got this
आउटलॉ
one
लेके
wrong.
वो
I mean, it's a
शॉर्टी
big
लेके भी
test
भाग रहा है भाई उस
because,
लोग
as
पे
mentioned
तो कह रहा
before,
फिर
हूँ
बोल रहा है
do
पकड़
have
पकड़
a
साले को
new
पकड़
head
पकड़
coach
पकड़
in the
दूसरी
coaching
कोई
booth,
टीम में
someone
मैंने
that
नहीं
has been
देखा कि
very
बंदा भाई
intimately involved
ऑपरेटर
with the
लेके
roster
इतना
in all of
अग्रेसिव
their runs
जाता है
recently,
ये
though.
चला जाता है भाई
Platoon
एकदम
has definitely got to
मुंह के
step up
बाजू
as
में
a
जाके
little
ऑफ
bit of a
मार के
leader
आता
here
है
for Global Esports, and I do
मेरा
imagine that
थंबनेल
Harvey
देखना
and Patman
ये
will
हर्ष
have
खेल रहा है और मैंने
less words to
साथ में
say to
देखा
the boys.
और वो बोलता है कि
Wanting to keep
हर्ष बोला मेरे
things
को
a
कि
little bit
बना ले
more
बता
focused.
बता मेरे को बना के कैसा है
Smiles on the
कौन
face of
हर्ष
Autumn.
खेल रहे
Just one of
हाँ
those games that happens
हाँ
sometimes.
बातचीत
Yep.
करते हो भाई तुम लोग
But a
उसके
pistol
नहीं
in
चला
a
है
couple of
ये
rounds can
तगड़ा अच्छा
really,
लग रहा है ना थंबनेल
change a man's perception.
देखा नहीं हमने
ये क्या ये देख मेरे
डायरेक्टली
स्क्रीन पे बाजू में
Starting
दिखा रहा हूँ
into this pistol now. Kind of a must win for
हाँ
GE
भाई
if they want to kind of give themselves some sort of rounds to work
ऑफिशियल
with and
वॉच
not
पार्टी
allowing MIBR to run
ऑफिशियल
away
को
with it.
स्ट्रीमर भाई
MIBR though, starting towards 3B. The mound info is going to be taken by GE. That Prowler's going to push them all the way back, and that pressure's going to pull, rotate. Osmos already into the B site, refracting back. Zekin trying to get that pick.
Smoke
Onto
दे
Javi, but it's not going to work out. Javi just being so good at not giving
भाई ये
up
स्मोक ही
one.
नहीं दे रहा
But late now,
Discord
Zekin gets
पे
that
stream तो
pick. The
कर।
door is tapped. Autumn punishing Osmos for standing out in the open. And now all of a sudden, they're pushing towards the spawn here, wrapping towards C.
Yeah, it's a little bit disjointed for MIBR, so they need to make sure
Second
that
half
they're not
चालू भी हो
putting a
गया
toe
इतना
out of
फटाफट
line on an individual
ये
basis.
क्या 10-2 की
Scene to
लीड
be
पे
set for GE though. Just one
देखा मैं
player
अभी
on
तक
this A side by himself. Crystal has got a lot of work to do and he's completely surrounded. Sheer wall at least keeping a main in check as he slips into tree. In the meantime, Autumn is clearing out all of attackers' spawn, but with MIBR
See
making
this
their way to
hero?
the A site, boots can be heard on the ground here. Crystal around the corner with the frenzy has got a lot of work to do. 4 bullets left and at least
ओए
he's able to take
4 बुलेट से
two.
बंदे निकाले
Now
Batman.
it's in a 2v3 here. The nades coming out,
Look, yeah.
preventing that spike from being put down. Zekin trying to get aggressive, take that heaven
30
space back,
seconds
trying to get one.
दोनों साइड में
Inferno just waiting. Tapping that spike once again, trying to get it down, and two of these players walking up towards this A main. So much noise from Verno, but they know that that heaven is clear because of the space that Zekin's taking. The smoke going down. He's going to try playing into that. And all players are up on this front side.
Hiya.
Zekin getting the pick onto Autumn, and now all of a sudden a 2v2. The paranoia going out, but Udon, he's already wrapped towards the back of the site. 2v1, the spike is half. Scary, Patman, he has no HP. Zekin, could this be an ace to win this round? The nades waiting for that tap being thrown. Patman walking away from it. So low, oh my god, the seat going out, the haunt. Nothing yet.
Patman tapping the spike. Just gonna stick it, but it's the ace for Zekin, and that is just insult to injury for Global
Fight
Esports.
के रहना
11
था।
and 2 here. They desperately needed a
क्या?
pistol here on Lotus in the second half,
Stick
but
कर
it's not
देता
going
तो
to
हो
be coming
जाता।
together. That
वही
is just
तो।
perfection from yet
बट
another one
भाई
of
वो लोग का
MIBR
अलग ही
stars.
चलता है भाई अपना लॉबी थोड़ी है
Really good job for MIP.
अरे क्या?
Trying to get towards B. They
थोड़ा
started
तो
pushing towards C. They
दिमाग
heard that door open and they were like, never mind, I think they're stacked and wrapping towards that A. But for
ठीक है भाई मेरा हेल्थ कम है तेरा हेल्थ फुल है तो फिर फेंकना आधा किया तो दूसरा बढ़ जाता दूसरा थोड़ा पिक दे दे के थोड़ा ये कर देता
उल्टा उडोटान को पीक नहीं करना था उडोटान को स्टिक ही करना था उडोटान ने हाफ करके उसको दिया उडोटान का एचपी ज्यादा था वो मोमेंट में
बट
ठीक है अगर उसने सोचा भी कि अगर मैं लो हूँ तो मैं डिफ्यूज करता हूँ तो फाइट लो तो डिफ्यूज करने का ना फाइट में क्यों कर रहा था
From the hip, doing a little bit of damage here that Harvey
But
would be
they
at least
know
able to
already
follow up on
about
for a
it.
moment, but Aspas with a quick reply, Unitime on the off angle. The Stinger is not the gun for the job there. And MLBR at least able to settle for a moment. Flanks coming in for Patman.
Aspas को पता है
Aspas being very sneaky, but I think Patman is well aware. Spike's gone down on the A
Ah,
side.
nice
At
one.
least the waylay has been dealt with over on Rubble.
3 here. This post plan looking a little bit hard.
3v2 ही है भाई
The
like
door's going to get tapped. That pressure is going to be good. Tex is going to fall off of that tree positioning, and now all these players from RIBR are playing backside. The fast flood coming in now, tapping that spike, trying to get any of these solo peeks. Patman getting the pick onto Tex. Beautiful shot, and Verno trading instantly, getting two, and now all of a sudden a 1v1, but it's second. He's won that pistol, and he's gonna win this round as well.
ये क्या कर रहे हैं
Really good try by GE here, punishing so many of those angles and being fast on that flank, but it just doesn't work out when MIBR, they're just shooting back.
I mean, that's just traumatic. 2 rounds in a row. Zekin denying Global Esports around on that A site. And, yeah, it's not looking like they have long left here on Lotus, unfortunately. A lot of these rounds getting down into
ये सीड पहले अगर ऐसे 12 वालों ने कैंपा का जर्सी दिया ऐसे 12 वाला तो लेगा
ले
लेगा भाई फ्री में जो भी मिले भाई
सब उठा लेंगे भाई
हाँ भाई बैग
हाँ ये दे दो वो दे दो
बोल भाई थैली वैली लेके जाने का क्या बड़ा वाला
डिमांड वाला थैली लेके आ
सब लेके चलते हैं जो मिलेगा सब उठा के लाएंगे
That's actually insane. The peak right there from Tex. This is what I was talking about in terms of lyrics, and now so much information has gone, but they're gonna try to re-clear towards the sea. A really nice trap here. The blind, the paranoia going in, but the trades are just so good from MIB. Getting that pick. Everyone's just following up with each other, and all of a sudden 1v4 to win this map.
Yeah, Unitard has got his work cut out for him here. Will have to announce his presence by opening up the door, and MIB are already set up nicely. Hex sitting in the corner here. Low on HP, doesn't want to overcook this one. Unitard really going looking for someone, and somehow in the player cam, he's playing
someone and somehow.
Of course, that's Harvey.
कैसे शांति से छुप के बैठा है
बोला मैंने
playing his time in the door, and Tex will get it done. It was
अगर अपन लोग रहते तो अबे एक एचपी था भाई वो उसको तो मार
भाई को खेलने नहीं आता है क्या भाई क्या आ जाते हो उठ उठ के कुछ भी खेलने
हाँ एक एचपी था वो एक एचपी उसको एक गोली मारनी थी
कॉल ये अपने कॉल तो यही सब होते भाई क्या उठ उठ के आ जाते हो गेम खेलने
making sure they're aggressively playing, taking that map control, because quite frankly they feel like they're gonna win those fights, and they did. Really well played by MIBR. GE, they really tried to climb back into it.
सेकंड कब आया MIBR में
कब का यही साल से तो आया है
अच्छा हाँ सॉरी
When one team wins all of the clutches, all of the post plants, they usually
बराबर ऐसा ये आसपास और सेकंड का ये था ना बराबर
Would you see more than 3 round wins for global? Somewhere there is a very frosty smile out there as there's
frosty smile
in terms of where we want to go as a squad. Honestly, is this a problem with a new roster, or is this a problem with just a bad map for them? How has it been in Pacific for them historically?
I mean, you were kind of already having your questions here.
Yeah.
This is yet another comp change. 4 times in a row the last 3 months they've played Lotus. They've tried to change their comp, and this one didn't really look like it was much better for them. As opposed on the side of MIBR, you leave Lotus in the pool. They looked fantastic on it, and unfortunately that was the end of Global Esports for the first match.
So on the coaching topic, do we credit MIBR for doing the scouting and knowing that your opponent has never won on Lotus?
I feel like for me, when I'm looking at MIBR, they changed from Neon and Raze to Waylay and Raze. So I think they've actually just worked a lot on their comp, worked a lot on their Lotus in general, because they have had success on it, but they just brought out some extra guns to throw GE off, maybe knowing that GE was going to let that Lotus slide. I think a little bit of anti-stratting, but majority of this just looked like a scramble. It didn't look like there was that much thought put into those mid rounds. It just felt like they knew what was happening because they had so much information across the map.
Taking a look back at the biggest plays here, Pilsky, go ahead and walk me through what you witnessed.
I mean, you're seeing a lot of MIBR highlights. There might be a reason for that. I don't really need to spell it out for anyone. I think for GE, though, another comp change on this map doesn't really come together. MIBR probably smelling blood in the water. I think if I was a coach going up against an opponent that had changed their comp on a map, that indicates some degree of weakness. I don't think that necessarily is the case for GE. Yes, of course, Lotus has not been going well for them, but it is just kind of how they play as a team, especially with Cross previously at the head of the coaching staff. He does love to just switch things up, map to map to map.
Across our first 6 maps, I feel like we've seen 3 Vice losses. Is this a weak agent or just in bad comps right now? I haven't really had to play as Vice myself personally, so what's going on here, Athena?
I don't think it's a weak agent. I think Vice in general, the wall, it's so much really good passive information that Cypher Cam. But I think right now what I'm seeing is just so many people know how to abuse that wall, how to bait it out almost every single time and kind of make it useless. So for me, I think maybe more creativity has to be played around Vice. I don't think that she's weak at all. I really like Vice as a Senti.
As a former Rays mate, I'm happy to see my favorite duelist in action on both sides of the ball. Yesterday, you told me that Jing was going to be this a diamond.
Oh, okay.
Back when you had 2 grenades, by the way. But Pilsky, talk to me a little bit about your favorite duelist in this matchup. Is Rays Jet still at the com to go with across all maps? Who do you expect to be seeing throughout this best of 3 if we get to a game 3? I assume we won't, based on what we've witnessed so far.
Oh, come on. Like, you try and give them the map.
They got 2 rounds, bro. I'm just looking at stats.
Hey, it was MIBR's map pick.
And one of them, your Rays got you 4 kills, right? With explosions.
Yeah. Look, I think Rays Jet very strong on this map. The burst potential is very good, especially against the Vice. You just go up and over the top of the wall. You're having a pretty good day at the office. So I think that's why you're seeing a lot of that at the moment. But there are plenty of other duelists that are also quite serviceable as well. It really just depends on your style that you want to go for as a team and what personnel you have on your squad.
We want to thank you all for waking up early to watch your favorite game. It is Valorant here, week 0 of EWC. We're going to a break. When we come back, more from game 2. Great film.
तो साइमल्टेनियसली और एक मैच चल रही
Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
And they've sent the rotation back of Koshmaras. They've actually realized that maybe not so far. Okay, even with the wall tripped, he still went sliding in like a madman. That's going to be an advantage now.
Fingersham by Kira.
He's already managed to trade it back into their favor once again. Jokyu needs another big round, and he's got nothing. They are losing every single fight. But Fang is behind them. Sneaking up back around. He needs to get... Well, basically needs to get 2, at least from this scenario. The first one might just be free, but then they turn around, and he's going to come out with 3. Leaves it down to 1v1. Shrimp has picked up the big gun, the Odin, to try and clutch this one out. Benji's just sticking it, though. Halfway, already gathered up. Almost has to try and swing this one. Needs the instant shot, and he will get it. A 4K for Benji. Fangir's heroic wasn't quite enough, and unfortunately, they are now facing map point.
12 on the board. Again, the first 5 rounds, it looked like we were in a completely different game here, but Heretics have activated. And that's the scary prospect. Woot being on fire like this right out the gates.
But look at this round.
He's coming back here to defend his title.
Like Benji pushed mid, went back, cleared a guy in garage, then pushes back around, kills the guy in spawn, and then kills the guy all the way back towards long. Like, he's basically fought every single possible angle that he could have in this round. And well, I'll be honest, this timeout feels a little bit late. Like, I know you're not just going to give up at this stage, but when you're 12-5 down, what would you say in this moment, Mitch? You were an ex-analyst, or assistant coach, was it, of a team? So, like, if you were given the opportunity by the head coach to talk, what would you say in this moment?
Yeah, if given that opportunity, I think the first thing I tell the boys is, listen, we lost this map about 5-6 rounds ago, so we've always got the...
And then I go, as head coach, come on, be quiet now. Anyway, guys, we need to try and motivate. We need to try and, what?
Nothing. I was feeling inspired.
Oh, okay. What would Minnie say? That's what we really need to think about, because he might be the only person that can help them come back from this scenario. 12-5 down. It's a rough one.
Dude.
This is a mini comp, actually, yeah.
Yeah, it is. He's a big fan of everything here.
Everything we're seeing. He would probably swap
or are you
out
just
the
saying
Soma
it's a
for
small
breach,
comp?
but other than that, loves it.
Oh my,
Cosmaris, a little bit too much bitten off there, and my boy can't chew. It's clean for Bai. And now they're going to keep going. The A side looking too tempting, but the rotate's already in from Team Heretics. Woot is here, and they've seen Boo up top. They should decide to go back, and it looks like they've made the call.
Again, though, think about the last round of how much he was able to get with his pressure into middle. There is a trap on the other side, but already being spotted out. Good awareness from Fangir, and they're going to try and pressure him now. No survival. I like this. More of a death ball. Moving together, using that Hunter's Fury to get them in. And while this time that C site will be firmly under their control, the remaining players don't really have the credits to gamble anything for this one. And yeah, I almost wonder if it'd be worth Woot just doing the same. If he gets the orb, it can drop that operator over into the next round. He's not going to take it in time.
This is making me a bit sad that we didn't get this pause earlier, because All Gamers just came in with a very clear game plan.
Yeah.
Stuck to it. Mid-round calls were good, avoided the dangers, dealt with mid as well. That flash coming out was perfect. They covered their bases, and I haven't seen them do that in this half so far. So yeah, I fully agree. Pause probably should have come in a little bit earlier, but hey, it might not be too late. 6 in a row. We've seen stranger things.
I haven't
Stranger Things.
But good opportunity for All Gamers to at least build up some momentum going into that next map. Again, I do think that if they're running a comp like this, or even just an identity like this, Ascent is going to be tough up against Heretics. You don't have nearly as much space to play with. You're not going to find lanes unprotected or with just one player there, and Heretics will almost always have a response to any aggression you're putting out. So I think that for All Gamers, I at least want to see them look confident going into the next map.
Well, yeah, funnily enough, the last time they played Ascent in the qualifiers, they did run this comp. So yeah, it seems like this is their game plan across a few different maps. So I agree. I think especially getting warmed up into that attack side. Of course, the next map was chosen by the Heretics, so they will get their choice of start, whether that be the defense or the attack. We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, there's going to be a few pieces missing in this round. Now, bear in mind, Woot gets a single kill. That's tour de force. He can drop the operator. Maybe gives them a little bit more of a stance in this round, but I think it is going to be relatively difficult. But hey, if Shrim's going to go jumping wide, even a disappearing app from Woot, and as said, if he wants now, he can give his teammate a gun. If he wants.
I don't know if you could hear that noise in the background, but I think that was Woot shifting into 6th gear. The engine's running hot right now. 6 rounds in a row for All Gamers. A man down already, but this is the buy that should be easy to deal with. Woot, the danger can be avoided. And the rifle on Boo, look, they haven't even got the spike in their hands for the first minute because they know that there are dangers to be avoided. Now they come back in with direction, and again, the call looks to be good, at least for now. Exploring B, hearing the trap, seeing no contact. If they get in there for the post plant, it should be most of the danger already avoided.
I'm going to use the run it back just to make sure.
Okay, I'm kind of happy now. Let's see. नजर ना लग जाए तू वाला सीन है इधर.
Fades away and then winning back-to-back fights. Pressure once again seems to be on Woot to try and find something in this round, of course, with not handing over the gun to a teammate. He can have the tour de force for the next round.
What am I talking about?
Hitesh bhai,
welcome to the stream, bhai. Hitesh bhai. कैसे? Sorry, आपका मैसेज अभी देखा मैं. क्या हाल? ये देखो. Official streamer हो भाई. Not gonna lie, भाई. बहुत खुश हूँ मैं. Things are going.
GRQ's definitely been waking up. I know coming into this half, you were saying, look, that first half can be tough.
Dutch food और क्या?
Putting up the numbers,
That's
finding
right.
that impact, and I think he very much has. The flashes out on A long. Think about the late rotate that they went for, avoiding the A stack and hitting into mid. His flashes have been finding them picks or pushing players back every single time. And he's there in the late round to put up those big numbers, keeping this team alive. 5 in a row needed. And keep up this momentum. Certainly no reason to doubt, but the rifles back out for Heretics, a convincing buy, and as you said, Woot with a tour de force online.
Oh,
we're looking for though.
नहीं, हारो मत. Heretics हारो मत.
Further aggression needed to almost just try and turn the tide. Look at the position that's being held by Kira as well. Up top, it's Benji. To win the fight, Woot goes for the swing, and as said, he wasn't expecting anybody to be there. Down to just 3 health. But that doesn't mean he's not going to go back for more, not shying away from the fight.
Nahi.
Three players
time.
have already crossed. The fourth player is going to go out with a knife in hand.
Oh,
and that's
nah,
all too
bro.
easy. But does he have any
close.
idea that they've already crossed past? He does now. Sliding past, and it's a headshot as well. Bye-bye.
I don't think so, bro.
Leaving just 3v3 and a post plant for the attack inside.
Now,
Oman के पास ult है, maybe he can fake it, but I don't think so. He should fake क्योंकि
but it looks like
बाद में issue होगा.
close right corners. The main danger GRQ has shown up the last couple rounds.
Attacking वाले की
Under
बात कर रहा
pressure
हूँ
in
मैं.
these moments. The numbers even for now. Great shots from by GRQ there as well.
गलती
And
करती
Kira
है.
to close puts them up to 8. All gamers not letting this one slip.
Yeah, that climb back starting to look more and more likely. And I wonder when the moment that we see a pause on the other side. Obviously, we know the head coach for Heretics is currently not here, but Weber is a man of many words, so I don't think they'll have to worry too much about having.
Sorry. I have to change my match. Please starting
More run
setting
from
up.
there, because I remember watching Happyway run around like a
I'm
demon.
good, I'm
in this
good.
match, so beating him must be doing something right. Crystal spamming away inside a lobby. And goes the drone towards Garage. She here pushed all the way down C long here though.
So much information. Zekin coming up with that waylay. Gonna put some pressure down, but the actual end plan is towards this A site. Verno getting a really nice dink, but Crystal gets the trade onto Tex. Instantly, so many trades coming in. Verno ending up being the hero in that, getting those 2 picks. And Batman, he's on this A site, on this A link. Autumn flanking really quickly might be the reason why they win out this round. In spawn is Aspas trying to hold a crossfire, gets the pick onto Patman, and all of a sudden Autumn in this 1v3, but I think they know something's up because they have that full spawn side.
Yeah, it's a little bit disjointed, unfortunately, for GE. One way thrown up on
That's
short side, and that is a
sad,
death
that's
sentence here
sad.
for Autumn. No way you can crack back into this site. Now IBR are giving him nothing. Spike ticking a little bit faster and out onto the line. Under the one-way is Mazzino, and LIBR just keep the good times rolling instantly off the back of a 13-2. They immediately win the follow-up pistol to start off Haven.
I really like that GE was active, trying to get some sort of information, pushing all the way down C-Long. But this
way
right
up four?
here, it was so scrappy. You can see how quick everyone was there to react. But it's just the right-click classic from Verno that manages to get 2 kills onto that.
That's a free gun, by the way.
ठीक है first half. Pistol हमेशा हारती है यार जी, हमेशा हारती है.
Full armor classic anti-eco on Jet and then just buy the op straight away, because why not? It was even more busted back then than it is now. And MIBR quite happy with how that went for them. Nice little easy 2k for Verno as they kick off this anti-eco into the C site. Dart dealt with. Autumn sitting on the back lines. Position confirmed by Aspas, but that's not too bad from Udatan. Dumping down that relay bolt, cutting up this push for MIBR, and they cannot get the clean execution they were looking for.
भाई classic के
Comes the dart as well as a grab.
क्या ही push करता है रे?
Serious pause for thought here. They haven't pivoted away just yet. Drone going forward. Looking for Autumn, and they have confirmed that he's sitting in the corner. Down goes the deadlock wall. That's going to slow this down a little bit more. Aspas going forward. Straight from the hip with the Marshall, cleaning out all of this C site, and now MBR are looking a little bit more comfortable.
2v3 here, coming out through Garage, but it's instantly going to get spammed down by Verno. Really decisive at the end there, but that was a little bit scary at the beginning for MIBR. I mean, Zekin getting into that site, not shooting the player that is not looking at him, and instantly refracting back. A little bit scary for them. But I think for MIBR, obviously, they're still going to be happy with the outcome of this round. They're going to be on that bonus for the 3rd round. These fights were so chaotic. I think GE, they're really trying to be active, really trying to make sure that they're pushing and trading as quick as possible. The fast floods are there. But it's going to be interesting how they play out this round. Gun round for the side of GE.
Harvey having a look to see what his Sova Dart can fashion for him. He does get scanned by MRBR, so rotation comes back across from GE, who have spread out that Sentinel utility around the map. It's something that they love to do. You'll see a lot more of that. A bit of a Sentinel duel over on Garage side. Drone goes looking for some information, but it's immediate paranoia dive into the site there from Zekin. Aspas finding one before the refract comes through. Zekin will hit the deck, and MIBR very much slowing this one down. Tex caught, pulling the pin out from Crystal's grab net there. Drone confirming where Udatan is standing. This is so tentative for MIBR,
See?
not knowing when to make their move, but that's where Aspas and Verno just completely demolish everyone on the site, and Crystal, a little late to the party, has a big 1v3 to attempt.
Those are the types of things that I worry about for GE. The 4K for Aspas to close out the round. But every single time, it feels like they're in somewhat of a good position, getting that pick onto Tex on the extremity. They still struggle when it gets back into sight, when they're trying to get those trades, when they're trying to path into the site. They constantly take these ones or put themselves in these positions where they're so isolated and they cannot trade. But of course, when you're playing against Aspas, when you're playing against Zekin, you just have to be so much quicker and so much more understanding with these things because they are playing at a pace that really throws you off.
Just waiting out a lot of that center utility, taking their time to crack on into the sites. You can't rush yourself. There's so many sensors, so many trips to deal with. That's very cheeky, using the dark cover to hide from the recon. Udatan on the walk down middle, but the Sheriffs are not really connecting either ones of these vicinities.
Aspas पूरा dominant कर रहा है chat.
Back towards A, and that's where Harvey had the info.
बोला और वैसे ही मार दिया रे.
By Aspas.
Not looking
भाई
too
आसपास के
good.
पास भी नहीं आ रहे. Fast rotate कर रहे
winning
हैं.
that bonus round just with the sheer force of them going quick and a punish onto Javi. 3 of these players from GE, though, they understand what's going on. They're stacked onto this site. They've gambled, and it is a good gamble, but it's just the fact that they need to be in these
Please
stable
just don't
positions. They need
freaking
to get
pick
their
now.
runs here because the flank is also on
nice
the
one.
way. Udo getting that first pick onto Aspas. The paranoia coming in, but in a weird spot.
See, at least,
Udo
at
get
least.
two. Verno trying to get that trade and does end up getting it. And now all of
It's-
a sudden, 3v3 here. Patman getting dropped by Tex. Crystal with a beautiful shot onto Tex. Now running towards short, trying to pick up that weapon. Does get the Phantom.
Off angle for Crystal, dealt with by Verno. The flank coming in from Autumn. He's actually got a decent timing to be attempting this clutch. Uncovered on the site, but a little bit too late there from Autumn. The model as Verno gets off of that spike plant cannot be calibrated on. Always a little bit annoying with some of the animations. Can't quite get the headshot where it's needed.
What
And that's
are the
completely
even
punished
playing,
there by
bhai?
MIBR, despite some heroics on the Sheriffs from Global.
We talked about star players on MIBR, and it feels like every
ओहो
single
कल
player
रात
has
को
their
तो मेरे
standout
को
moment
गिफ्ट
so far
मिला.
in this series.
ले
Constantly
अभी भी
going
5
for
मारता
trade.
चल.
And it's just crazy how
जा,
easy
अभी भी-
it
अभी भी
seems
मारता रहे,
sometimes
पास.
for winning out these frags. GE, that was a close round.
रुक जा
It
रुक
was
जा.
a little bit expensive
अगर
for
जी
them, but
एक भी
enough
राउंड
on
ये
Aspas.
जीती ना
100% it was a close round.
तो
but
मैं
how
5
many
giveaway
close rounds
करूंगा.
did you have on
Yeah,
Lotus?
true.
Really struggled to win any of them. Quicker C execute. Hunter's Fury to back it off, giving a lot of problems for Udatan. The Sova Dart scanning multiple players.
Wow.
And it's a complete decimation of the C site. MIBR changing up the pace after a lot of slower rounds, really waiting out GE and waiting for mistakes. This time it's pedal to the metal straight
चल भैया.
into C, and it works a
5
treat.
giveaway कर लेना.
One pop
आज का दिन भी
execute
अच्छा अच्छा है.
instead, they just full execute with that way layout. It was really
Square up in the
beautiful. Not a
chat.
single
I'll
spot
take
on
it.
site was left
I'll
uncovered.
choose,
And again, the
I'll just
sheer
choose
force
ours.
of the movement coming in from Zekin and Aspas to get into that site so quick. The util usage, the paranoia, the dart, everything. just lined up
Enjoy.
beautifully. And GE, man, they did not
Enjoy,
stand a
Chad,
chance. Look
enjoy.
at those X's, 4 on that C site, 3 of them towards spawn.
I'll tell you one thing though, there is
Shit,
no
shit.
way double sixes. Surely that doesn't work out for MIBR. Sixes were both to follow up. They really just have
Okay.
not put a toe out of line since this series.
Six
kicked off.
मिला.
You really thought that he could hold that.
Give
That's
me a
crazy.
little bit
कैसे
of
मिला
hope.
इसको मिला.
Can I at least take
Ranjan
advantage of
Shahu,
the
I don't
tower
know.
for the next round? Anything.
काइलर और रैबिट भी वो भी नहीं
Well,
बता
they do
सकता
have
मैं.
ults online. The deadlock ult, they have
Seriously,
the neon
आज
ult. They
Can we
could
चारों
do
लोग
something fast.
Can we at least
एमओ में
confirm?
भाई.
Like 10 and
10
0
and
on
0
so
is
it's
insane.
that's kind of too
That's
much.
my IGL right there.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, अच्छा, wrong.
Back on the Sheriffs. Funnily enough, were one of the rounds where they were a little bit more competitive compared to the Gun.
What's such a
The
good
Alpha
pass?
on Aspas, I'm a little bit worried they might not be able to repeat that. Dash up into the site, out comes the overdrive from Udatan, and hand in hand with Patman, giving MLBR some serious problems, but that is pretty impressive for Mazzino to come up with 2, given that he's hit entirely by the relay bolt. Nahapta's Fury connects on nothing. Global Esports now 2 on 4 in this retake, trying to come in from A-Link, dodging that drone. dodging the paranoia, but all of that is just buying more time for the spike and Aspas to slide onto the perfect line. Decent trade back from Harvey and almost a shot through the wall onto Verno there. But with the one-way coming out and a perfect little triangle crossfire, it's not even needed. Verno's just out in the open to get it done for MIBR. I mean, you can't blame the man for his confidence right now. I still don't think he's even died yet.
I'm really questioning the choices from GE here on this round, using 2 ults to try to turn it around, the Soval and the Neon ult, but it's just not working out. After that, Neon has dropped, getting scanned for so long by the dart. Mazzino full stun, still manages to get the pick on Neon. It's just not looking too hot. Javi, knowing that and still using his ult, it's a little bit scary because now you're kind of losing some sort of trap play potential that you have here. But the double Senti comp on defense, they really need to win some of these rounds because it's so much harder on that attack side with this kind of comp. And now all these players towards that A lobby. The gun is going to get spotted from Tex. That operator finally coming online for GE, and they're falling back into sight.
Drone confirms that there's more players here for MIBR, and a warning shot there onto Aspas. Flips the leg. Yuta finding some early success here with this operator, and that's enough bravado to kind of push MIBR away to other avenues.
Grouped up back towards mid here for MIBR. They're aware of the op. The drone still online for Verno though. Walking towards that C garage, gonna spot the Cypher setup. They're gonna know this is the weaker site. Trying to go for a C split here. Mazzino just being annoying, putting pressure towards that B, finding out where that operator is. And now, just chilling outside of B with that spike.
A shot from Yuta. Little lapse of focus for just a moment. MIBR waiting for a mistake, which they're not going to receive. There goes the paranoia and the dash on in for Aspas, who is traded out by Patman. Once again, the plant being attempted here by Mazzino. Out comes the annihilation. Very much looking for a pick here. I'm not sure if it even connected. Verno just continues to come up with the goods until Patman is able to come in towards that B site. Down into a 2-on-2 now. Flank coming out for Autumn, who was waiting a long time over on C-Long. Finally finds his man, Zekin, last alive inside of that site.
Okay, so I did some what I said.
Finally around here,
मैंने 5 गिवे कर दिए. कल 5 आज 5 10 हो गए. अभी कल अगले महीने आना. I'll bring this some. I'll bring
Back on the
some.
board, and the main reason is it's on the back of that operator for Udo, trying to get one of those picks, trying to go aggressive, get the line, and just punish them for playing that slow style that they've been playing for majority of the game. The walk up, the pop executes, just going off of info. I think this was all really nice from MIBR, trying to punish that operator, and Mazzino TPing out in time, but the retake was just too good. This is one of those times where you see them going in together on the side of GE, and you're like, finally, this makes sense. The trades are there. The frags are finally there. And all of a sudden, back on the board. They're going to spot that Sova, though, with that drone. But the Waylay ult is out. That dart is coming down. Javi actually gets a spam kill onto Aspas through the neon wall. Zekin trade onto Crystal. And all of a sudden, Mazzino, he's TP'd into heaven. They're trying to get this A crunch down, but there's 3 players on site.
Zekin up inside of the dark cover. Harvey's finally been able to deal with the fox among the hen house, but Tex and Verno just wiping that site. Unfortunately, another round that kind of slips through the fingers of GE here.
एकदम वो सिल्वर वाले लोगों को जैसा मारते ना वैसा मार रहे.
Playing over towards that C site time and time again. At least has the new
Yeah, VCD है ना?
but I'm not sure he has anyone to really use it on. Both of the players are inside of A-Long and Heaven respectively, so that's not really going to give him any information necessarily. Upshot missed there by Tex. That's enough to convince Autumn to not try to attempt this retake and just hold on to his Vandal and armor. An immediate reply here for MIBR is going to put significant pressure on GE's economy now.
MIBR just making so much pressure on so many different angles for GE that it's getting hard for them to hold it down. Obviously, the util usage from Verno as well, absolutely phenomenal. Using that dart when they know that they're about to fight that A main, that A long, and just being annoying. And the shock dart to get that pick onto the player close right in that off angle in the corner. Just so many small things that add up here. Tex with the nasty shot through the wall while he's still running. It's just these small, insane micro things that are punishing GE. I actually feel like that round GE had a really good read. Fighting that A-Long, fighting the A-Lobby, punishing anyone that was going way too fast, using the neon wall to back off. They heard the Mazzino up. They held Heaven. It just, everything just didn't, it just fell apart at the end.
That's every round in this series for GE.
Yeah,
unfortunately.
it keeps happening.
There's plenty of 3v3s. There's plenty of, you know, XVXs that are winnable for GE, but there's just nothing's landing in the mid rounds, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think
just
that's
the facts.
That's the firepower, though, for me.
Yeah, to some degree. 100% MRBR looking like the sharper team coming into this series. Don't think anyone can argue with that. We all know that the ceiling of some of these players on GE, but the consistency, unfortunately, is another story.
Mizzino having some really good impact frags too, especially when he's on that B site. Usually being the player with the spike, able to just get on and get off. Paranoia at the right times. I really like to see how deep the playbook is too. Feels like for every little small situation, they have some sort of answer, some sort of protocol. Like when the operator is on that B site, they're dashing up and making sure they're using that verticality to punish it. Trying really hard to get that really fast double dive duelist to put in the work. But now GE going for this mid fight, and MIBR has read right into it. They're holding this mid, knowing that they're on this thrifty. Only 2 weapons across the board. One of them saved, and it's a fast beat.
Yeah, double dash straight into the site, and that's about as easy as it gets there. Mizzino is all over those players, whether he can see them or not. Plant going down in the safe position for MIBR here. And Verno, 15-1, spotting out the barrel of the gun for Autumn. Not the player you'd want to be peeking here. Crystal on the other side of things, a lot less to work with. And looking like MRBR going to walk away with yet another attacking side round. Autumn peeking out to see if he can find anything. And honestly, if Mizzino didn't get it done, Verno was ready to peek. That's kind of unnecessary. Come on, guys. Can't do the guy from back home like that.
Unfortunately. The reaction timing on these guys right now is insane too. It feels like they're so ready for every single fight. The crosshair placement's absolutely there. The mechanics are just so good. Granted, it was a little bit of a weird buy round, a low buy, just trying to get something to support around that rifle that they saved that last round, but it's just not.
basic look
here.
I mean, this will be a bit of cathartic one. I remember sitting in a cafe in Seoul and watching MIBR play NRG at the end of kickoff on this map. This is more the scoreline that they probably would have had in mind back then. So this might be a little bit of trauma redemption, I guess you could say, for MIBR. Quick split into C. Autumn going to get tested. Not something that has been happening too much so far this game. Refract back, and actually the flood in is starting to go the way of GE. Mizzino dealt with trying to dive through the cage as well. Verno from downtown though, and Tex on the back lines is starting to turn this one around. Out comes the neural theft. Yuditan under pressure. Playing inside of his fast lane, trying to buy time for Crystal to get involved here.
2v2. Spike is down on the site. Trying to get that from Platt. Scary
Nice.
because he does end up losing it. Verno making so much noise going towards that garage. They know now where he's positioned, and the spike is still down. This is almost unwinnable. And Udo getting that final pick onto Verno. Now that was a really good round from GE. The super fast flood into the Cypher util. Cypher just staying alive for so long, playing together, making sure that they're in those crossfires when they are coming out of that spawn smoke. Just punishing that fast dashing.
I mean, that's what GE are good at on this map, honestly. That's a little bit more like it. The problem is I'm a little bit worried they've dug themselves quite a big hole on this defense. At a minimum, need 4 rounds out of this half, so
especially with their comp.
Back to back, yeah. It gets a lot harder once you move over onto that attacking side, that's for sure. Okay, we'll see if they can try to fashion themselves a little bit more magic. Autumn once again tucking himself in nicely towards that C site. Has a little bit of help from the rotation of Udo-chan. Crystal pulls out the grab net. Birdo on the other side of things. Let's go at least 1-for-1 on C, and we get fights on both sides of things. MIBR just taking space where it's given, and they've found themselves at least 3 picks here. Really, the world is their oyster from here on out.
It's actually crazy how quick that was, too. 4 players just grouping up here towards that A long. I say that, but Javi gets the pick onto Mizzino. They know that he's sitting here, speeding up towards this B site. Autumn is rotating in, is caught out. Doesn't get a pick, gets so much damage down that Sobal not gonna catch anymore. Autumn getting 1, but not before he gets dropped by Zekin and Javi in this 1v2. But both players are lit.
Yeah, time for a vintage Javi clutch. If ever you needed one, you desperately need rounds on this defensive side. Nice open plant for Verno. Meets up with Zekin. Over towards the bottom side of C Long there. With the shocks coming out, the MIBR lads will be very well aware of where Harvey is coming from over here on spawn side. Hasn't tapped the spike yet. Drone to work with, but not really the kind of clear path for that to be used at this point. Out comes the shock. Clears out the close corner, but neither of MIBR are playing there. Drone in response for Verno to confirm that unfortunately Harvey is not on the spike yet, and time is really starting to tick at this point. Trying to get the half. Trying to bait out the peak from MIBR, but they are being very patient with this one. Recon dart to follow up. Verno dealt with, but unfortunately, I think if the half doesn't come out, it's going to be done, and Zekin is the one to close it for MIBR. A really nicely played 2-on-1 there.
The scoreline is looking awfully familiar here. 9-2. One more round left in this map. This is so scary for GE. I mean, the double senti, it's not working out for them. They're not able to hold on to these sites. They're getting picked off so easily by MIBR. They're finding these really good timings. They're really good aggressive peaks here. And of course, they're taking their ones because of the confidence they have, especially the momentum from that last game. And now looking like a fast C split here. Sorry, C execute here on the side of MIBR.
Again, it's Autumn and Uditan up over the top. Is Aspas well aware that the Neon is sitting inside of the cage. Mizuno's made it into the side. They are very tentative, trying to clear out this Bucky. That's great patience for MIBR. Patman trying to make a heroic play straight through the dark cover. Out comes the Annihilation, immediately sniped out by Aspas. And it's just Harvey inside of Garage. He's got a lot to fix up here. It's a 1-on-5, but I don't even think that this man is going to be good for it, quite honestly. Glass Cannon Guardian is not the tool for the job, and Mazzino with a big 3k TP into the back of the site. It's another 10-2, double digits in the opening half. And look, honestly, it's just continuing to get sadder here for the Pacific fans, myself included.
19-3 for
When
you said 19-3, I thought you were referring to the overall round tally so far in this series. It's close to that. It's close,
It feels like it.
That's what I thought you were saying. It's so painful. It's actually so painful.
Oh man, you guys didn't believe me earlier when I said MIBR could win the whole thing, but with the form that they're in right now, I think, yes, GE, they're struggling a little bit, but it's so many of these close rounds that just show you that the 1v1s are there. The 2v2s are there. Everyone is able to get their own. And the calls, too, have been really good. I'm really, really surprised by their strat book, by the playbook, how deep it is. And the way that MIBR is still avoiding and calling. Clearly, they have a lot more things that they want to call, but they're avoiding using it. Because why would you when just executes are working out right now?
I mean, especially into double senti. The Waylay Jet is really doing wonders here for MIBR. They're able to avoid a lot of the sonic sensors, a lot of the trips in the setup by just good pathing in on the entry, using the refract where it's needed. Saw actually a similar kind of outcome when we saw KRX take on this GE squad. They were able to use Jet really, really well to just avoid all of the double senti util, and I think you see MIBR do the exact same thing here to GE, unfortunately.
This is wild. I knew they were going to win, but I didn't think it was going to be this dominant.
I'm just happy you're in a good mood. That's it. You know, that's the one good thing that we get out of this, okay? And all the Americas fans.
Listen, this is the time for you to convert a little bit, you know? Okay. Like, jump on the MIBR train with me.
Need a green card.
Need a green card, bro. That's right.
Oh, this is rough. I think for GE, like, let's just say there's a little bit of cope here. A tiny bit of cope. They win out pistol.
Yeah.
They don't throw the anti-eco.
Yeah.
Right? Perhaps they win a bonus. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They could do it.
Then we're 6 rounds behind.
Listen, MIBR likes to push a lot, and maybe with a double senti they can prevent that. But they're going for this fast C split here. Aspas is going to be on the side with Zekin. Tax here's all this information. Zekin going for his with that Sheriff, not connecting. Aspas manages to get one. Zekin gets another, but 2 trades coming in. Autumn and Udo. Zekin gets a second kill onto Udo, and 3v2. His team is coming in. They're trying to flood out onto site together. That shock might do enough damage. They're so lit, picking off onto Autumn and Javi in this 1v2. 2v2 is not gonna win it out. Mazzino with that final kill. And Verno, man, these shocks. He's gotten like 3 this game already.
Yeah, he's good. We know. It's been an excellent game for Verno.
So he's like, what, 20 and 3 now?
20 and 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. Pretty good on the Sova. Not gonna lie. Rest of MIBR giving him a lot of help as well. I think both the Jet and the Waylay getting a lot of value fighting from backside with the Sheriffs here. I think GE, you could see right from where they kind of get halted up in Garage for a moment, they are very kind of, I wouldn't say afraid, but just taking a little bit of time to get into that C site, unfortunately. And that's where the Sheriffs are having a lot of fun, picking them as they head on their way in. Speaking of picking GE as they head in, this time less success for Aspas. Forced away for the time being. It very much seems like GE want to pick up the pace, but Mazzino's spamming away on his Spectre. Takes a lot of damage off the hero TP up the top. Should get checked here by Unitard, but he's got just not enough HP, unfortunately. And that is a double once again from the Omen. Mazzino just continues to conjure magic for MIBR, and Autumn, who was kind of waiting in the back of the site, all he could do was trade out the Omen before Bono cleans him up. 12 and 2 for MIBR. I think this might be back-to-back 13-2s.
The fact that Mazzino's just allowed to TP back into site, get those picks, no trade on board.
They tried to trade him, but Unitard had like 10 HP because they took about 300 damage getting into me.
Stream चालू केली आता.
Unfortunately. So that's how it be.
That's how it be. This
Events
is
are
kind
okay,
of
sir.
nasty. We're talking about Mazzino just being so good, especially with his impact frags. But this round, you can tell he's just kind of styling on them. And now 12-2. Like you said, we might see that same scoreline.
Fract active for second, creeping up on the line.
Tough.
The opener onto Udatan, and the going continues to get rougher for GE. Drone will confirm that Crystal is in this neck of the woods, so MIBR not even really feeling pressured enough to rotate. Still just kind of sitting in a 2-1-2 here, because you can definitely trust Second and Verno to probably get the rest of this round done themselves, or very there nearabouts.
Grouped up, A-Long, Crystal alone towards short. The smoke's going to come in. The actual pick is going to come in from Javi as well. That Guardian, beautiful shot. Verno now left alone towards this short. He is going to get slowly crunched. Autumn, Crystal trying to work it up together. They get that pick, and now all of a sudden it's flipped. 3v4. They've gained that numbers advantage. Getting that spike down as well. Holding into this post plant. They just need to be careful here, because these are the kinds of rounds that MIBR have been known to flip over.
Yeah, it's going to be hard though against Double Senti. Like the double pick, great spacing and entries in from GE. I give MIBR a lot of trouble getting back in. The barrier as well as the sonic sensor. You've got the follow-up grab net, even if they are able to make it a little bit deeper into the site. Hits all 3 players for MIBR, and Autumn capitalizing. Crystal to follow up, and Aspas finally pulls the grab net out, but I think he's better off just saving this Vandal at this point.
Really well played here by GE. They saw the opportunity and they took it. Verno being left alone, knowing he couldn't do anything, but the crunch timings are still there. It's good to see that they're keeping a lot of those protocols. They're not going, overextending, playing too needy. Like, they need to get those picks, still taking their time and making sure they're doing it with reason. GE now. It's so hard when you're in this position, because you have to snowball. You have to snowball the economy. You have to snowball these ults. It's going to be so much harder, too, with this double Senti comp. Crystal and Autumn, Cypher and Deadlock. It's almost impossible. The good thing is they can get so much information with those trips, with holding it all the way back. It's going to be a little bit of a rough one, because MIBR is actually going to face them for an A-lobby fight.
Udatan having a little bit of a think about taking that, but the utility quickly pushing GE back away. They'll allow MIBR to have control of lobby, and they're going to start to speed up into C now. This is where Tex, fantastic on the opening map on the Cypher. Quite happy to play retake in from spawn side. There's a juicy little kill trip there, but that's dealt with by Harvey Shock Dart.
These players taking sight with a vengeance. That wall is going to go down. Really annoying to deal with, like you mentioned earlier. And this post plant, they're trying to keep this site. They have the trip on the flank. They don't need to worry about it unless there's an omen. And now MIBR in this 5.
Are we going to see a compare? I don't think so. We are going to see a compare.
When these players have so much site control. But Autumn playing towards that backside. The TP comes in. Padman getting one, but Mazzino, Verno, and Ospas are so good at clearing. Crystal left in a 1v3. And no win for him. Mazzino here for MIBR.
That is just back-to-back stomps here. MIBR coming into EWC 2026 with a vengeance. You can see exactly why they were able to run over the Americas qualifier. Doing very well for themselves, and unfortunately, another flat performance from a team coming out of Pacific here into EWC. I think that last round is kind of the cherry on top. That is
पे ओटी वाले गेम्स 1 घंटे के ऊपर चल जाते हैं। यहाँ 2 मैचेस बेस्ट ऑफ 3 का मुकाबला खत्म हो गया 1 घंटे।
Chat. Bad. 1 घंटे के कम में तो तुम गए पूरा मैच।
Okay, just
ये
a
अच्छा खेल रहा
pre-fire. An aggressive position, but okay.
ये
He's
अच्छा
been
खेल
able
रहा
to
तो
trade,
आज
or get traded, I should say. Still, these
लगता है दिन
aggressive
से
positions are definitely going to be a surprise, but maybe not for GRQ. This guy is just hitting everything put in front of him. Ultimate back online for him once again. Kushmaras was trying to challenge, but now shying away from that fight, still manages to win it out. He'll get sent back towards the spawn. And that time has been ticking for a while. Boo still in a passive position, someone they desperately need to clear. And the chances of victory seem to be all but gone at this stage.
Yeah, it most certainly is, but making it costly is the name of the game, and that is mission success. Although Shrimp's going to go down, that exit through main's never kind. It is what it is. A win is a win, and they have got one under their belt for Heretics, but a costly one. A lot of players lost there. I think the most impressive part about it was Bai went through that whole round without blinking.
Oh. Shrimp continues to be an issue. As you said, a very costly round, but a round nonetheless.
On cold, look at him.
Yeah.
Very shallow breaths. Well, 5-3. Big round for Heretics to get on the board, and chipping away at the attack side is really what we're looking for from this. Okay, hello, Woot. He's back on the server. He's had a bit of success in the opening fight, but look who's fighting right back into things. Woot's going to have to keep stepping it up. That kill brings them back into an advantageous position. Low HP on Koshmaras. The plant still... Oh, that shock dart, it's perfect. He's got to run, and he runs right into the sightlines of Shrimp. Great work. But Fangir up top. Woot will finally fall. And Boo now has to make the clutch work.
Doesn't even know where it's safe to stand. He's going to try and reopen the door, maybe thinking that both players are up there. Instead, he's opened the door for an opponent, and well, it's Fangir from the backline is going to be there to close out the round. In terms of credits, this is the worst possible scenario for the side of Heretics. 0 players surviving, and now everybody going down in the next round. But more importantly, you've got to talk about the performance we're seeing from the likes of Shrimp. I think there was a point he's 7-1, but he has been continuing this reign of terror. And you mentioned it, perfectly placed shock dart, ready for the player to try and swing. But also, it felt like after Heretics got the initial fights, their expectation was that, okay, they're not going to be here so soon. They're not going to be right in our face immediately. They never even got to plant.
Yeah, that was the thing, a 3 versus 2. And the pressure was put on from the get-go. Boo never had a moment to take the spike out. Now Woot will not be getting away with that. It's ambitious to say the least. And the short play is also going to be cut in 2. Great damage from GRQ. He's got a freebie in that corner.
He's got no bullets in any gun.
So he's going down no matter what, but one player lost and plenty of orbs found. A run it back online for the next, and 7-3. This is a fantastic turnaround from all gamers. And Heretics, even if they want to make this close at the halftime, they're now up against the odds.
No, this is like whether they're playing aggressively in the early stages of the round or playing into the retake. Like, just look at it. You got Fangir now building up that confidence. We spoke about him. I think it was 0-2 in the early fights. He's definitely turned that around. Shrimp is having a way better game as well than the last. And even, like, look down the board a bit. Like, Akira's had the hell of an impact throughout this game so far. 7-3. Again, 7-5, and we're talking about this as enough rounds to potentially go into that defensive half, but Heretics haven't looked particularly close to winning a round in a while.
Oh, Paranoia didn't catch. Not onto the deep player of Koshmaras. Run it back online and available for both sides.
There.
For now, at least, though, you take a look at Heretics. I think they're trying to bait out some of those ultimates with that early pressure. Some of those, I say, in particular, the one that they have. They go immediately up mid, force those players back, pumped the brakes, and the key thing is the whole round, the spike is sat outside A.
Rico bhai, kya
They
haal hai?
just
Lo,
had
lo, lo,
Boom
lo.
holding for the push
Who is in this thumbnail?
waiting for aggression. They
Like,
were very much expecting to
thumbnail
see all gamers
mein
come in with some
Lamine Yamal.
flair. But the most they've gone for is a little bit of B main.
Hello, 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 hello. क्या हाल है भाई रेको?
They're just trying to avoid
Thank you for joining this stream.
Fleeing for the hills has worked. A very
कैसा है,
dangerous
कैसा, कैसा,
little
कैसा?
This
right
ruse
off
hasn't
rip,
worked.
and now there's a snake in the grass.
मधु भाई आप
They
ऑफिस से कैसे देख रहे हो?
The unrelenting buy finds two.
मैं ही हूँ भाई वो
And all gamers still
थोड़ा
haven't used that
AI से खुद
mid-goal
को
ulti, and I
अपस्किल
don't
कर
think
दिया
they're
तो तू तो
going
बहुत ही हो
Oh,
गया
they
रे.
don't need to do anything at this stage. This is all
Bye.
too easy. Heretics threw in that run it back as a fake. That was the goal. We're going to drag people in.
Oh,
Look,
yeah.
Maris is running at you. There were 3 players.
अच्छा
on D.
OBS
They
board
didn't
okay
even move.
cool.
They even
फिर
faked
समझ
away
सकता है.
their run back in towards the site so that then they could leave this extra player just ready. You could see Boo had no intention of
भाई आए
ever
थे
checking that
वो
angle. And then the split in from behind, well, they end up getting flanked by their own push.
It's the second time they've had
That's
huge
good.
success from playing those rotational sounds. Like we saw it as well in mid on the defense where they went from A short. You had the Neon of Bai run all the way up to mid into their spawn and back around to A. And of course, Heretics in main and in mid hear that and think, okay, they're reinforcing B where we just faked out. This is great. And in fact, no.
Oh, dear.
They were selling the ruse. The Odin up top will be caught right off
Nice.
grips.
God
Nice shot
damn,
by
भाई.
Woot. Kira
Oh.
substituted by. It looks like Woot might have found his
Right.
rhythm, found his groove again. Out of knives, but oh, that reveal was dangerous. No punish forward on the other side. In fact, no, he wasn't out of knives. He still had a few left to play with.
भाई उड़ी लेके नाच रही है.
Squad's cleaning it up, leaving Shrimp alone. He's got no shortage of Odins, no shortage of ammunition. 2 targets to take down. This spam could come through onto that left side, Jenny. It's always a danger when you bait the plant out like that, but he's going to send drone first.
And while the drone's going up, the plant will come through. Gives them an opportunity.
भाई दोनों साथ में खड़े भाई कुछ स्ट्रीम में.
Will
okay.
be 2 players.
That's-
Heretics at least able to find a semblance of balance towards the end, but it is safe to say that was a very dominant half from the side of all gamers.
Yeah, and we came in highlighting Koshmaris. We came in
और
talking
था
about
उसके
that
पास
Phoenix
अगर
and how much
ऑफ
impact
घुमा
it
देता
can
ना
have.
वो
In actual fact,
चला
GLQ
जाता.
is lighting up the server. Woot was on
अभी
fire
वो
on
लोग
map number
थोड़ा
1,
सा
and the whole
फील
squad of
रहे
Heretics
हैं.
is slowing
से
down,
कोई
but
आएगा.
GRQ continues
No, मेरे से
to
कुछ
carry
आएगा
forward that
शायद से.
momentum.
I'll stand by the fact that I feel like the openers for Woot were the defining factor, and he only ended up with 7 kills. So think about it. It was the Blade Storm round that they just won. He got
Double
the opener.
opener.
Then he had the double opener in one of
Short
the
as
early
well.
rounds, and then the same the one just before that. It was a singular opener.
5 openers.
Yeah, so it's
3
kind of
rounds.
like without him finding a pick, it just looked like they were completely flat. And then the retakes that were coming through as well were fantastic by the defensive side. Like you look at GRQ in this map and you go, Phoenix defensive side must be fairly easy. It's not. It's very difficult to get as much value as he's finding, even when you do have the running back, because sometimes you're going to throw that on a retake, it gets absolutely nothing, and you're sent right back to where you were. But he seemed to have impact on it every single time. That's an impressive performance. GRQ. And now, what you think about it, which side of the map's easier to get the hits on? It's the attack. So he might be able to do even more in the second half.
And meanwhile, that swap over from Heretics doesn't really seem to be paying dividends, but maybe the second half has something special in store for us. Remember, this is where all gamers wanted to start. They wanted to begin on the defense, and here in Ascent, it's not strange to see the defensive side walk out with a victory. With this composition, it's just strange to see, just generally speaking, but when we get into this second half, the pistol for all gamers could set them well and truly on the road to a map 3.
I'm not sure I want to even comment on comebacks anymore because it's already been the case in the last map that a massive streak of rounds. But yeah, I definitely agree. We could see now both teams win both pistols on the opposing side or the opposing. And that might be the defining factor. It doesn't feel like it though. 6 of the last 8 rounds going the defender's way. And they looked fantastic. Can Heretics wake up and make this a close map, or are we set for Lotus already?
Well, to answer that, we leave it in the hands of 10 players down on that stage and a few coaches in the back rooms. Spotted right away in that corner is Woot. Heretics have a plan though. There's a flash ready to be fired in by Koshmaras for Woot to continue forward, but they see nothing. Trap on the floor that's soon to be broken, and otherwise not a sight or a sound to be found as all gamers group up on short. 5-man clumping towards the A site, in fact towards Garden. They wanted a pick before they make it to the site, and it would have been good to take Omen out. The paranoia on Boo could be huge for the retake. A little bit of tickle damage as well, but that position, oh, the position spotted run.
अगर लगता ना कीरा उधर खत्म था
out there without a lick of damage. It's been a weird one. Opportunities
कीरा
for kills.
सुधर मारता होता
The
है
main thing for all gamers is
क्या
they
बात
put
कर रहा
themselves
हूँ
to plant. Kira, a 1-for-1 trade. They've at least managed to clear that position quickly on the Heretic side, but the rest might not be so easy. GRQ up close. Riens does well, but again, this man turns up. Another double, another push towards his ultimate and make that 3. Only one man in Koshmara standing, and he cannot hold the line. It is all gamers with the second pistol and now 9-4 in the lead.
GRQ has completely taken over this map. A genuinely sensational performance starting out on that defensive side and being able to put up that strong of a play. It meant that we knew there was a chance he was going to carry it forward here, that it could even get better from there on out. But that many kills on a pistol, that's one thing for you as a player, for your confidence, but as an agent, Phoenix now 3 out of 6 orbs going into an eco as well with all those orbs. The attacking side typically finding it easier to secure them. Heretics' first full buy might not be very easy.
Similarly, you are hoping for this to be a 2-0. You almost kind of feel like Heretics might need to do a bit of damage in this round.
Take flight.
But if this map has been anything to go on, all gamers are not going to give them the time of day, and it almost feels like one of the real goals in this round might just be not to die to GRQ. Because the guy's been insane, but also he's 3 off having his ultimate available to him. Koshmaras up against the disappearing. I like the totem pole, though. It is 4 different variable heights. GRQ seems like he might be the one to try and face into this one. Paranoia, flash. Well, it seems like they might have been aware of the potential of something this dangerous, and already it's starting to look a bit worrying. Nice damage, though. Couple of players dropped, and well, eventually, yeah, it is GRQ. He's now 1 away from having that run it back online.
Yeah, that won't be too hard to find at the start of a round. If you decide to play pretty direct coming into this one, Heretics again could have to batten down the hatches right off rip. You're expecting all gamers to fight for control, take an orb, and send GRQ through. And honestly, I don't think they need to do anything else. At this rate, he's going to win the round himself, especially with that second lease of life. Heretics from map 1. We saw it, though. We saw them fall off. We saw them give all gamers the way back in, and it looks like that one round to close out Haven didn't solve any problems. We're still in this same simulation where all gamers have complete control. Right away, Buys ran it down onto Woot. A statement success. Run it back online off the back of the orb. They take space on short for the backstab. The trade out of the ultimate for another man advantage leaves them into a 5 versus 3. All gamers looking like they've got this one locked out. They didn't see the Omen. They didn't spot the Omen on sight. That drone didn't see. Boo! He's able to get 2. A chance still for Heretics. One small mistake. A glance to the right. And this could be secured. A massive lead for all gamers, but instead Heretics are dangling on to a cliff's edge with the very tips of their fingernails.
Oh, through the smoke they go, and both players winning their fights at once. Heretics cling to life, and as you mentioned, it was just Boob going unnoticed on the site that made all the difference. The openers that came through for all gamers were fantastic, the individual excellence, but it is a bit worrying for me that even though, yes, it's an important round for Heretics to win, it's a good break back round, that was up against a weak buy. It was Fangi using a headhunter, not having a rifle to play with throughout the entirety of the round. Now
ओए,
they come in
ये
with
SND भी है फोड़ने लायक वाला
I guess
चीज.
at least that running back was used last round.
That's the main thing. I don't think any amount of weaknesses is going to make up for what you were up against there. Heretics are at least going to be happy to have that round, to have that big ultimate out of the way. But now we come back to conventional play. It's not going to be as direct from all gamers. And we saw a lot of success from them with that wrap up on short late by Chamber. Some gaps for Team Heretics as they were distracted. This time, a full default spread by the defense. And Woot, well, he's a man that can hit headshots with anything. And with this weapon, he won't need to. There's no way he bypassed the drone, right? They must have seen him.
Instead, they're going to go the other way. Flash dodged, but it doesn't matter. GRQ just cleaner with it. He was down to 7 HP, but get a little bit of health back. Ooh, is playing on the edge of this smoke. Maybe a little bit risky. Dart through. It's only going to be the one. Again, GRQ is just flying. This guy has been on fire all the way through the map, and it doesn't look like he's going anywhere. Spike at least dropped to the ground, and Rian's
Nice one, nice one.
of the player on site already. Again, they've managed to turn this back into a winnable scenario from what looked like another nail in the coffin.
The hard work is still to be done.
Cha-cha. Enable cha-cha.
All gamers will secure a plant. Outlaw will be one shot onto either of these players, and a headshot from Kira secures a kill, secures the advantage as Rien's now up against the odds. A spam is about as good as it could get, but Kira there to secure a big lead for all gamers. 11 to 5 on the board right now, and considering this is Team Heretics map pick, it's certainly not off to a good start.
No, for sure. I think that they knew coming in that this would be the sort of more favored of the two maps. I think both teams will be relatively happy with Lotus, but I think that for Heretics, that might have even been the map that they picked if they didn't think that they could get this as a bit of an advantage in terms of a weakness for an opponent. It's safe to say it's not looking like a weakness for the opponent. GRQ is 22-9. Well, I think Shrimp would be 15-6. He's just not been dying very much throughout this game. Heretics are...
Hello guys, बब्बू को हाय बोल दो chat. जो कोई भी chat करेगा chat को हाय बोल दो.
Was it the same? The 7 rounds in a row? It would be identical.
12-5.
क्या?
12-5 before.
Watch party.
Unless they can find an upset here. The only thing they have to pad the gap is a
EWC, Esports World Cup.
Fury can work nicely. A running back if you can put it into the right position.
Official post streamer.
Without
हाँ.
which is far more of a risk.
हाँ?
And also
इसके सूट में डाला हाँ भाई. वो हर्ष खेल रहा है का thumbnail देखा मैं सोचा कि अच्छा दिख रहा है मैं भी पिला देता.
A lot of space.
ऐसा फोटो खींचा और बोला हे जीपीटी मेक हिम मेरा कोड तो उसने करवा दिया.
Found for Team Heretics to put us even. It's certainly not even in terms of the weaponry.
Thank you भाई. बाकी का तो सारा edit विडिट आपने किया है तुमने किया.
Spikes on its way. 3 players ready to break through.
आ रहा है ना बब्बू कल सीधे मत.
Koshmaris has been spotted. TP taken by Boo. Okay, now there's at least 3 here. And Boo's
देख मैंने एक खरीदा हुआ टिकट है अगर एक्स्ट्रा टिकट रहेगा तो आ जा उस पे.
But yeah, all gamers know what's just happened. And they're leaving. They're bailing. With Boo on the other side only.
भाई मेरे पास है ना ये क्या? एक दो भाई.
At least suspected.
मैं टिकट लेके अंदर घुस जाएगा देखो चाहिए तो बाद में टिकट ले लियो.
Okay, that's a little bit too much of a risk, but he needs to get a kill here. If he could somehow deny that bomb, it's the only way they were winning the round, and now it almost feels like an impossibility once again. Boo's rifle is the furthest back. And sure, Woot has a little bit of ground, but it's not like all gamers are just sitting back and waiting. No, they're re-aggressing. This team is not shying away from a fight. Boo will trade things back. They need to get a move on. Run it back, thrown into this round. They need to now make this a conversion. He's going to have to basically do everything for the squad. And that time has been ticking all the way through. In fact, it might already be a point of no return. The spam's not quite
UWC concept
is trying to stick it over the line all the way through, and instead is 12 to 5. Sure, both attackers go down, but they're not going to care.
No, I think the economy is in a pretty decent position. And also, you know, they're 12-5 in the lead. So they can lose. They can lose a few rounds. They can Odin to just run at their opponents at the start of the round and see what happens. Why not? Heretics did it. But GRQ has really been impressive. I am surprised to see that Heretics commit that much to this round, though. Like, as soon as the run it back was popped, it felt like it was a mistake, because it is an all-in play. It either works now, or you're not equipped for a very important round coming up. We need to see the solution from Heretics right here and now, because it looks like we're going to map 3.
Oh, what a brilliant time to take a tactical pause.
Yes, you've always said it as well. 12-5, exactly when you want to see them take a breather.
That's why I said in the last map, I was like, if there was any time to take a tactical pause, it would be now.
Hey, last match में team Heretics
Right now, probably so
12 पे थी और इन लोग 15 5 लोग पे थे 5-7 पे थे
equally as
ये उल्टा हुआ
as all gamers were in the last map. I think all gamers had a very impressive comeback. I don't believe that Heretics will be able to do that.
The thing was,
हाँ
in the last one,
क्या बोले रुक जा डिस्कॉर्ड पे ना डीसी पे
and also here,
क्या बात करो तो क्या बात होगा
He hasn't killed his half.
3 out of 5 of their rounds.
Sid
I
bye.
don't think it's that. Oh, what happens if GRQ stops? Well, Shrimp is 17-6.
इग्नोर मार देते भाई कब से बोला है डीसी पे आ
किधर नहीं मेरे चैट पे बिल्कुल भी नहीं लिखा
चैट
डीसी
पे बोला था मैंने कब से
ये देख मेरा चैट दिखा था
स्ट्रीम कर हाँ चलेगा
क्या कॉल है
अरे मेरे को भी कॉल आया हाँ अब भी कॉल
क्या
आया
बोले
बोला आप कंफर्म आने वाले ना आपका नाम गेस्ट लिस्ट में डाल दिया है ये वो तो बोला आप पक्का आ जाओगे ना बोला हाँ मैं कंफर्म आने वाला हूँ तो उसने बोला मैं बोला फिर दोस्त ने बोला 12 बजे तक आज 12 बजे एंट्री होगी तो 12 बजे आ जाना तो मैं बोला क्या 12 बजे लाइक बॉक्स ऑफिस से वो बैंड कुछ कलेक्ट करना है क्या तो बोला अभी बैंड्स का तो पता नहीं वो हमको कुछ बोला नहीं आपको शायद टिकट मेल पे आ जाएगा आपको थोड़ी देर में आपका कंफर्मेशन लेके तो आपको टिकट मेल पे आ जाएगा और जो भी बॉक्स ऑफिस का रहेगा वो कंफर्म होगा तो शायद कल आपको पता चल जाएगा ऐसा बोला
अच्छा
उसने खाली लास्ट में थे आप आने वाले हो ना कंफर्म बोला हाँ मैं कंफर्म तो बोलते थैंक यू
There's no pressure until you get close. Because you're like, okay, we've already lost. I think most people would sit here in this position and go,
बोला है मेल पे आएगा टिकट ऐसा कुछ बोला है अभी मेल पे आएगा आया तो नहीं अब तक कुछ बोला आपको आ जाएगा
मेरे को अगर मेल पे नहीं आया तो फिर भाई सीड मैं नहीं आ रहा होगा कैंसिल
different pressure because although
तेरे पे तो है ना
always
ऑलरेडी
talked about them as a second place cursed team that was broken
यूपीआई पे
multiple times once
500
EWC,
रुपए प्राप्त
when they
हो
managed to hoist the trophy get their name
तेरे को आया रहेगा कॉल में भी तूने क्या पता देखा नहीं रहेगा
नहीं मैं वही चेक किया कोई कॉल भी नहीं आया
वो नंबर भी बता देता हूँ चाहिए तो
लगता है मक्की बोला रहेगा ये मक्की ने लगता है 5 लोगों को भेजा इग्नोर कर देता है
एको क्यों हो रहा है तेरा आवाज
They haven't.
Well, that's exactly it. It's a different kind of pressure when you are.
दो बार
रेको आया था स्ट्रीम पे एको का नहीं पता
रेको देखा भाई
did it. So
आवाज एको हो रहा है तेरा ऐसा बोल रहा
Yeah, you go into a fight and you feel like the curse is there.
पिक्सी अभी आई पिक्सी भी आई मेरे को क्यों नहीं दिख रहा मेरे चैट में फिर ये सब
देख लिखा भी है मैंने ऊपर डिस्कॉर्ड कम रिको आने
मेरे को
के
कॉल आया
पहले
ये देख बिग फ्रेंड बोल रेको के पहले कुछ नहीं दिखा भाई डिस्कॉर्ड का
उसके पहले देख ऊपर
किधर
अच्छा नहीं दिखा रहा तेरे को
दूसरा ऑल चैट पे चेक करते
I do think on this map
देख ऑल चैट में भी नहीं है
it's going to be so much harder.
नहीं दिखा रहा तेरे को मैंने लिखा था डिस्कॉर्ड कम
Especially with the
CUM लिखा था क्या
हाँ 20 मिनट पहले ही मैंने लिखा था
पर
डिस्कॉर्ड
CUM
कम
लिखा
कॉल
था कि CUM लिखा था
long to come back online.
हाँ
CUM लिखा था कि CUM लिखा था
बराबर भाई लगता है वापिस को स्ट्रीमर का टैग नहीं चाहिए
नहीं क्योंकि तेरे अपने
नहीं CUM ही लिखा था प्रॉपर लिखा था रे क्रॉसवर्ड नहीं लिखा कुछ
नहीं क्योंकि ये सब लिखता है तो आता है ऐसा देख तो बता देता
मैं डिस्कॉर्ड CUM ही लिखा था पता नहीं मैं यार क्या
like have a round or two that actually come up relatively clean because even the ones they were winning in the last half it felt like they could have gone back
हमने अच्छा किया सीड
पहले उसका कॉल आया तो उसने बोला मैं ये हूँ यहाँ से मैं बोला कहाँ से बोल रहे हो तो उसने वापिस कुछ बोला उसका आवाज बहुत ब्रेक हो रहा था तो बोला सॉरी आपका आवाज ऑडिबल नहीं है तो बोला मैं वन पीस से बोल रहा हूँ बोला अच्छा वन पीस हाँ क्या हुआ बोला आपने वो फॉर्म भरा था मैं बोला हाँ भरा था मैंने बोला हाँ आपका नाम है आप पक्का आने वाले हो क्या बोला हाँ आने वाला हूँ तो बोला
just
हाँ
yet.
तो आपका नाम हम
Not
लोग
on this
गेस्ट
side of the
लिस्ट में
caster,
कंफर्म
guys. We're
कर
going
रहे
to
हैं
have to
बट
see them
फर्स्ट कम फर्स्ट सर्व बेसिस है
continue
तो 12
on this
बजे आ
form,
जाना
but good
12
signs.
बजे एंट्री होगी चालू
Early picks
यंग
for going their
यंग एंड
way.
माइथी
Doing the
कम्युनिटी
Fang
ऐसा कुछ
here.
नाम है ना तुम लोग का
A little ahead of the pack in the
क्या
main
पता भाई
swing.
वो
I'll
सब कुछ
believe when I
पूछा
hear
नहीं
of
खाली
Valorant,
यही
that's all I'm
पूछा
gonna
बोला
say.
बाकी जो है मेल पे आ जाएगा आपको
I like the sending out a main aggression, and this time it's
सेम
going to
वैसे ही
change
पूछा
up.
रहे जो
Instead
वो
of
क्या बोलते हैं
having Woot there with the
टेक्नो
operator,
पार्टी वाले ने
he's going
पूछा
to
था
go
वही
for them
बातें
on
हुई है और
short,
कुछ नहीं
and yeah, that smoke immediately
कंफर्मेशन ले रहा
blooming.
था
और उस वक्त जैसे सिड को कॉल नहीं आया था वैसे मेरे को कॉल नहीं आया क्या?
A whole lot he can do.
मेरे को
He
पिछले बार
wants
भी
to
आया
show
था मैंने
presence.
उठाया नहीं था
He
वो
wants
कॉल
to
टेक्नो
किसको
show
नहीं
वाले
आया
को
था?
whether it be
निमेश को
by
नहीं आया था
performance,
शायद
not
से।
निमेश
selfish
को
way,
भी
it's
आया
over
था
main
वो
or by a player. He wants
मेरे को
someone
भी
to
आया था
notice
बट
him so
मैंने
he can
अननोन
get
नंबर
out
देके कॉल उठाया
and
नहीं
then
था
pull
फिर बाद
them
में मैंने
into a
वापस
fight.
कॉल किया
With
तो उसने बोला
Clutchmatters,
हाँ
who's just been waiting in the
Lovely.
corner. A gorgeous setup.
मेरे को तो एक चीज
Very
मिलने
well
वाला है उधर,
executed.
एक प्यारा सा कीचेन,
GRQ finds himself in
मेरे
that
को भी
same boat.
दिलाना भाई
Nice bait and switch.
वो भी किससे मिलने वाला है पता है क्या?
Operator in play, it
कोई
just adds
क्रिएटर
another
या
dynamic.
डेवलपर
वैलोरेंट कम्युनिटी मैनेजर।
Two
भाई
players
मेरे
about
को
to
भी
come
दिला
up.
देना एक
Another pick coming through for Woot. Him waking up definitely makes this a little
बड़े
bit
भाई
more
मक्की ऐसा
interesting.
करोगे मुझे भी दिलाओ ना
And it seems like
मेरे
all
साथ
gamers have
घूमना
sort
बस,
of
बाकी का
ground
देख
to
तो
a halt.
क्या
मैं तो
होता है
तेरे
वो।
साथ
Almost
ही
like these guys
आऊंगा
had a pact that the second a pause is taken at 12, just you're gonna slow everything down. You're gonna really go for
एक
more
झोला
और ये
लेके
strategic plays. Whereas what we were
नीली
seeing
का
in some of the
नंबर
earlier
मिलेगा
rounds with
क्या
them just blasting through
स्ट्रीम
angles.
पे दे।
Instead, looks like we're getting a 30-second save.
VWC पे ये सारी बातें नहीं
It
कर
does
सकते
make
भाई,
sense seeing this team play
प्लीज मत
direct,
करो
play
यार।
aggressive. So I'm surprised we haven't gotten more of it. Even
क्या
here, like the smoke
ये
goes up on
दूसरा
short,
मैच
and
भी
it's
हार
like
गए ना
the two
ग्लोबल
players that
स्पोर्ट
go to push it, quite staggered.
विली
going through
विली
those
विली
battles.
गेमिंग की बात कर रहे हैं ना? अच्छा
And gives the opportunity
अरे
for
मैं
Woot
बोला
to find
दूसरा
one.
मैच
He
भी हारी
even
ना
manages
ग्लोबल
to
स्पोर्ट
cloudburst his way
भाई
out, run back
13-2
to short,
13-3
and then cause
ये
chaos
स्कोर
on
था।
the
अरे
other
बहुत
side.
अग्रेसिव टीम
Shouldn't
है
have been that
प्ले स्टाइल
comfortable
है
in
ही
a
नहीं
fight,
वो
even with
जी
the
का
setup.
उतना
फ्रॉस्ट
अडेप्ट ही नहीं
जाने
कर
के बाद
पाएंगे
भाई
He
सब
dashed to
बदल
the
गया भाई,
left
फ्रॉस्ट
instead of
जाने
the
के बाद
right.
सब
Luckily
बदल
they
गया।
get to keep the
छोड़
guns.
दिया फ्रॉस्ट
It's going
हाँ
to be important for them
क्या
to
बात कर रहा है
have something going into the next round. And
ईडब्ल्यूसी के लिए नहीं कर
I
रहा है या
don't
फिर
know.
अभी पूरे साल के
ओवरऑल
लिए
I don't
खत्म
कॉन्ट्रैक्ट
know.
खत्म।
अच्छा
Well, maybe we'll be
तो
able to
कौन
tell by
आया
what
फिर
weapons they have going into the next
कोई
one.
नहीं,
But
उनका जो सब ये
I'm
था
going to
ना,
say they
लाइक
did
वो
have their guns.
असिस्टेंट कोच
Okay.
असिस्टेंट
Based
कोच।
on
हाँ
absolutely nothing at
हाँ
all.
हाँ
Which is
yes।
always a good way to
Intuition.
come in with information. But, you know,
तो टूट गई भाई
I'll
टीम
believe you.
समझ जाए और
So
कुछ नहीं
strong
है
economy.
that's... I don't even think it would be strong even with the same guns. I think they had maybe 1 or 2 players that could rebuy, so there might still be a piece missing anyway.
Mm.
But at least gives them something to play with.
I see something in the middle of their screen, and I believe it was a red bar ticking down. Another timeout called here. All gamers have still one. I'll see it in a moment when the graphic comes up. But
पता है ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट
still
जैसे
one
हारी
left
ना
after this.
फर्स्ट मैच, तो वो कमेंटेटर बोलते हैं कि
4
मे बी
round
देयर
gap.
फिंगर वेयर फ्रॉस्ट।
Definitely the time to pull this into play. Let another 2 go by and see where you
Hey.
stand. But I do think that
हो सकता
it's
है फर्क
only a
पड़ता है
matter of
कोच
time
के
before
लाने
we
से
see
बहुत
them
ज्यादा
take
ही
this super direct approach again.
लोगों का कहना है
And
कि
Heritage are going to be
उन
put
लोग
to
को
the
नहीं
test.
चाहिए था,
If the setup is wrong,
जो मेन लोग है ना
the shots don't land.
उन लोग को नहीं चाहिए था
Reactions aren't there.
फर्स्ट।
Like we've seen before, this composition from all gamers can just
कुछ
run
नहीं बोल
it
सकते भाई
down
अंदर ही अंदर
so
क्या
fast.
चलता है
Does look like they were able to hold on to
मतलब किसको नहीं चाहिए था पता है? ऑटम और
And they're
उडोटॉन
gonna
या
kinda,
सॉरी
like,
सॉरी
Players
half
को
clear out
बैटमैन और
those couple of
ऑटम
guns.
या
It's
फिर
like, okay, you
ऑटम
still
और
have the
उडोटॉन
two
ऐसा
force
कुछ
to
तो है।
play with. You can
बैटमैन तो
make
है
this one
शायद।
at least a little bit more competitive. I also think the tour de force here could hold huge value. It's going to be
हाँ
playing on
अभी
a
इतना
lurk on the other
फ्रस्ट्रेटिंग
side of the
गेम में
map, and then
हो
the rest
जाता
of the
रहेगा
players are
झगड़ा
going to
क्या
try and
पता
challenge versus Boo. A lot of pressure put onto him, but without that initial contact going their way, they're now going to run back to the other side of the map, trying to get the ultimate online
ये देख कैसे इनको ले रहा है
for GRQ, who is now 1 away.
ये लोग बहुत
अटैकिंग में
उंगली
उन लोग
कर
देखना
रहे
किधर
थे
बैठे हैं, अटैकिंग में उन लोग ऐसे बैठे देखना।
ऑल गेमर्स वाले बहुत उंगली
but he
कर रहे
hasn't
थे
got any of
उसको
his utility. Only the camera to play
समथिंग
with.
को
So some backup will certainly be
समथिंग दे
needed.
दिया भाई उठ
All gamers were to go quite direct. They're taking this immensely slow. They're clearly expecting some aggression out of Heretics. They're taking a long time
भाई
to
उन लोगों ने
re-clear
क्या
mid,
हो परेशान हो
assuming
गए थे
someone's
कि
gonna
भाई है
radical
किधर।
corner, and you can't blame them after what they saw in short a few rounds ago.
Will it be Woot? They're expecting Woot to go swing. swinging. Okay. Buy with another.
भाई नियॉन तो नर्फ हो गया था ना, शॉटगन भी नर्फ हो गया
क्या
था ना।
गंदा दे
Somehow
दिया
he's
भाई।
managed to take
हाँ
2 kills, but this is all the ruse.
ये
This is the
ऐसे कैसे
bait.
खेल रहे हैं इन
They're
लोग।
trying to go
मेरे
back
को
in the
नहीं
other
देखा
direction.
क्या
In fact,
आदेश मारा
he's
तो
now kind
नर्फ
of
हुआ
facing
तो
even
भी
into one.
खेलने वाला
Brilliance
खेल
has
लेता
been
है भाई।
revealed. 25 seconds left, and there's still 2
अच्छा
players in the back of this B side. They have done
खेलने वाला
well
खेल भी
in the
लेता है,
early
एस भी
stages
मार
of this
लेता है भाई।
round, but that
नर्फ और
doesn't
कुछ नहीं
mean
होता।
they're going to get it over the line. 15 seconds now. They need to get a move on in towards this site. Benji sitting, the wraparound coming in, but he gets dealt with quickly, and Shrimp again might just be there to close. The jump up
खत्म भाई।
might be able to
जी
deny, and that's at least 1 for Woot. But there's still 2
भाई
more
ये
players that he
हेरेटिक्स ने
needs
भी
to deal
जो
with.
ये किया था ना बीच में अभी जो
Watching to see
गलत
if
भाई,
Shrimp makes a
लेफ्ट
mistake.
में शुरू हुआ
A
है, लेफ्ट में
slight
शुरू हुआ है।
step
बट
forward.
एजी अच्छी टीम है।
That could be the loss, but instead Shrimp is very patient with it.
Easy?
He looks for
फाइनलिस्ट
the
है
contact,
ये
and it's the
जब जो अभी
contact of
जीती
Fangir that will be
ऑल
there to
गेमर
close out the map. A
एजी
little bit
एलियन है
quicker.
ये वाली
मैं
टीम
पहली बार देखा इन लोग को।
Yeah, not
अबे ये
quite
लोग
letting
थे
them
ना
close the
लास्ट टाइम
distance
जो
all the way
नोंगशिम
to
जीती थी
1.
पता है वो वाला मास्टर्स, उसमें
हम्म।
सेमीफाइनलिस्ट है,
Say,
टॉप
coming
4
into
में थे
this
एजी,
map, I was counting them out.
टॉप 3 थे।
For
अच्छा हाँ,
Heretics,
बराबर बराबर।
they've had a
समथिंग
decent
को पोक
start.
कर रहा था ना
The
ये देख ना,
composition, I
एजी
didn't
में
think it was
जाड़ा
gonna
सा है,
work.
देख
I didn't
बंदा
think they were
चश्मा
हाँ,
gonna
पहना है,
find
वो पोक
ये
कर रहा था
ये
समथिंग को। हाँ
success without
समथिंग को
Heretics
पोक
showing
कर
Shrimp.
रहा
up. I
था
thought,
स्ट्रीम,
Woot, how can you dethrone
समथिंग
देख
उठ
फिंगर
के।
just how in the
फिंगर
previous
क्या नाम
map
है
that he had
फिंगर्स।
GRQ.
तब खाली
That was
एजी था, अभी इन लोग ने
absolutely
एजी ए
incredible on
रखा
this
है,
map,
ऑल
and a
गेमर्स है ये लोग।
well-earned final map.
अच्छा
A third to decide. I believe it's Lotus.
मस्त है
that
जर्सी
will
का
go the
लोगो।
distance to. And for all gamers now, they can enter
थोड़ा
that.
एनीमे
At
वाइब दे
least
रहा है
going
ना।
to force those players
ये
out
देख
into the open.
स्कोर देख क्या था,
Moving together, using that.
स्कोर देख क्या हुआ। ये नहीं हुआ
35
अरे
minutes.
करते
Very
रहे
guys,
भाई,
and you
राउंड
Be a
चेंज
complete
होता है
crowd
तो।
almost every time. Or you
ऐसा
wait for
देखेगा
them
तो
to
Will be
फेनेटिक वालों
someone
ने क्या
like
किया,
Bond, who's
एनआरजी
looking for
वालों
the
के
अभी
साथ।
fight window right
14
now.
14 कुछ तो हो गया था।
I don't know if he was
1-12
spotted.
1-12 था, 1-12 से कमबैक किया था।
I feel like they could have seen him, but
Yeah.
it just depends how
एक बार
close
तो
he
आजा
was to
भाई।
the wall when
There's
he
famine
jumped.
below.
Yeah.
वो वैसा
Yeah, he
कमबैक
definitely now
आज तक
knows
कोई
the
कर भी नहीं
estimate.
पाया भाई, जो
The
फेनेटिक
second
ने
those
निकाल के
bullets are
दिखा
spent,
भाई
दिया था
फनाटिक
1-12।
कमबैक ऑलवेज लव रेट भाई।
Pressure being.
And how about the young kid just started playing professionally recently out of Ascension from VCT China? GRQ is lighting it up here against the reigning title defenders.
कितने
I
अच्छे
mean, I'm
कास्ट
loving
कर
his
रहे हैं ना
Phoenix.
इन लोग
It's
के पास।
looking really solid so far. I was so
मतलब बीच
impressed
वाला
by all
एकदम
gamers
मस्त है
all the way
भाई।
across this map.
ये ना
I feel like they understood
हाँ,
it very
देख
well,
क्या
even
ड्राइविंग
with a
है,
slightly different view of composition. around that
आउटफिट
shape
देख रहा है,
they
इसका
have.
देख क्या
We've seen
देख।
a little bit,
ये
but
क्या
not
बाल
always.
है, क्या
I just
फेस
thought it was
कट है,
really rock solid. If you would have told me
क्या
that's their
स्माइल है
map
देख।
pick, I wouldn't be
वही तो क्या
surprised with
स्माइल
how
है,
it
क्या
looked across the
रिएक्शन दे
board.
देख देख कैसा।
Heretics,
अरे
on the other hand,
एक
it was
शब्द
a
नहीं
little bit
बोल
of a
रहे,
different story. I was quite a bit more
आंखों से ही बातें
disappointed with
चल
them
रही
here.
है।
I
अरे
didn't feel like they got the ball rolling anywhere near enough. You see them get some rounds,
हे
start
भगवान
that
एक बार
comeback
दिला
that
दे
AG did in map 1, but
ऐसा
it's not
जैकेट
enough.
भाई
I
बिल्कुल
feel
भी
like
भाई।
individually, they
ऐसा
couldn't hang
अपॉर्चुनिटी
in this
दिला
map
दे।
2.
In my opinion, everything that we ask for all gamers is to carry that momentum that they had at the end of map 1 into the second one. And to me, that momentum was also translated
यही
in the
चाहिए वो
decision making
है।
that they had.
याद है वो पेपर एक्स वर्सेस किसका था मैच, वो झींग ने गलती ये कर दिया था, फेक किया था अल्ट, जैसे मैंने उसका कल
ये एनआरजी तेरे सामने।
नहीं 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 नहीं, ये लड़की
हाँ
की बात कर
जिंग,
रहा हूँ मैं।
अच्छा
वो फेक करता तो चाहिए था ना, Jing, he is the player, he is the one who always like comes out with like different mindset and different gameplay.
वो जिंग ने
तो ये
गलती
वो
किया था पता है, हक दिया था वो, फिर भी राउंड बच गया। वो मैप के बाहर ही अल्ट में दबा दिया था, फिर बोला रे। और वो
ये
तो
तो गलत
नसीब
जगह आ गया।
ऑफ गार्ड पकड़ भी लिया एनआरजी के वो बंदे को।
Look great here.
I think the question still is around Kashmaras, right?
Kashmara?
They have decided,
Kashmara?
right, for now
वो
at
तो
least,
ब्राजील
to
में आज
go
मैच है
apart
ना भाई रात
ways
को।
in this map. Put in
अर्जेंटीना का,
that
ब्राजील का
it
नहीं है।
didn't work, and
ब्राजील
when
का सुबह है
you
ना,
instantly
क्या
have
है
a team in
स्पेन
front of you
इसके
that has
सामने है
been
ना,
so absolutely
ये नॉर्वे, नॉर्वे है ना सामने, ब्राजील और नॉर्वे का। लगता है मेरे को भी म्यूट मार दिया। हालन 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 भाई,
क्या?
अरे हालैंड पे गाना बना है ना, अर्लिंग हालैंड,
And I'm
नॉर्वे
sure
और
more than
क्या
that,
ना
you know,
ब्राजील का।
scrims and things like that. But I worry for the mental of the
क्या लग रहा है,
feeling of
बहुत
just
ज्यादा
I've
टफ होगा?
had to play Phoenix this
मेरे को
month
तो
too,
लग रहा है
and we
भाई।
got blown out.
something tells you that if Krishmaros was playing for the other team and with the
लग रहा है
composition that they were
ब्राजील का
running,
जीजी
he
है
will
भाई.
be much more happier.
Yeah.
You know, he will feel in his element and whatnot.
नहीं
But
रे,
we have
ब्राजील
to
नहीं.
celebrate that this is the all gamers that we're getting. After map
क्योंकि
1,
भाई पता
anything
नहीं
could
मेरे
have
को भाई
happened. So the
एल्गोरिदम
fact
जो
that we're
खराब हुआ है
going
ना
now
भाई,
to the map number
यूट्यूब
3,
खोलता हूँ
as
ना,
we're
हर
saying, in their open and matching
5 में
against
से 4
the
रील हालैंड
title
की होती है भाई.
defenders
कुछ
here in EWC says a lot about the
गाने आने
Chinese
लगे
region.
भाई.
And of course,
हालैंड
of all gamers,
हालैंड.
and the fact that what happened at the beginning of the year was not a fluke.
Yeah, coming into it,
बट हालैंड का गेम प्ले देख के ऐसा लगता है ना कि भाई किसी को मारने के लिए उतरा है ये. लीगली मार रहा है. फुटबॉल मारता है किसी के मुंह पे उसकी शक्ल का दिखा देते, बहुत करके हंसता रहता है, खुश होता है. और भागता भी एकदम वैसा नारुतो जैसा भागता है साला.
अच्छा है ना.
है भाई, मस्त. शॉपिंग शॉपिंग भी करा रही हो क्या?
टैग प्रोडक्ट को कोई टैग कर दूंगा तो फिर वो लोग किसी को जमा होगा तो कर सकते हैं.
अरे बाप रे, ये सब खरीदना है.
हाँ, टैग स्क्रीन कार्ड है ना.
बराबर.
ठीक है, देख टैग स्क्रीन कार्ड.
मेंबरशिप मिल जाती तो
मैंने देख 5 गिव अवे किया.
एक में भी नहीं आया.
प्रांजल साहब को मिला, इन लोग को मिला.
तो तू 10-15 करता था ना हर 2 तारीख
कल
को.
कल 5 किया तो कल मंदार को मिल गया.
अरे कौन मंदार?
अरे इक्विनॉक्स,
अरे हाँ, अरे पता है.
पग्गू का दोस्त. मतलब अपना भी है बट के होगा.
कोशमारास.
कोण येते का इकडे?
Play is
What?
DNA.
भरलं जरा पाणी. तू अशी उभी राहिला तर पाणी थोडी भरलं जाणार.
Our superpower. Kadir City, powered by
I
play.
just wanna be one.
We were there for every click, every clutch, every respawn.
HyperX Omen 16 Valorant Limited Edition. Fast frame, sharper aim, zero excuses. Enjoy flat 1,50,000 cashback plus additional 20,000 on laptop exchange bonus.
क्या मक्की भाई, स्पॉन्सर मिल गया क्या कोई?
बट अगर 15,000 का 1,50,000 का कैशबैक है तो लैपटॉप कितने का है?
देखिए बात.
जापानीज गाने लग जाते हैं, डर हो जाता है सब गानों के साथ.
आज बीच पे जाना था, ये लोग कॉल ही नहीं करे.
No chance to start, so just sending out Huddersfield, but only the single shot so far. Might only need the one, because Prox has got a happy way down. A single member Levraga has to do it all. One.
कल से इसके आने को रहेगा, ओटीएस का आने का सोच रहा हूँ. सालन
para tu no vaya.
I checked. Yeah.
Yeah. been slow since the next to me. I'm finally too quick and now feel like I'm ecstasy. Hello.
Fine.
Wiped global esports. Like, wiped.
TH वो
Esports got what, 5 rounds in total? So MIBR is coming.
अच्छा AG
So you know you've got a tough test here, even if you win. If you lose, you know how good.
अब समझा ये पढ़ के मेरे को ये आया याद आ रहा
Things over there, big time.
Maybe we just the group of death too early. Who knows at this point? It's looking scary. So I mean, this is absolutely right, though. You don't want to fall down to that lower bracket because you lose that chance, and then your back is really against the wall. And especially if you're the reigning champions here of Valorant at EWC, the winners of Valorant, it's looking a little bit ropey if you might not even make it out of that group.
I'm all here for the hope. I know that I am a Team Heretics defender, and do not get me wrong, EMEA on top. But if all gamers are going to give us this throughout the entire tournament, I am so for it. I do think that the pace that they are playing is that aggression. It is something that we do not see in EMEA, and it's something that taxes a lot of the teams. Gentlemates was on the receiving end back in Santiago. Now it looks like it's Team Heretics' turn. But there is still the possibility of bouncing back and advancing. For the side of the compositions, I think that Heretics is in one.
Who's going to win that round? Gentlemate's doing a good job. Bippo getting that 2K is a really good reason why he switched back onto that.
SSG का भी मैच चल रहा है
It feels like he's in really good positioning. And he's able to take on 1v1s. But man, that round was close for both of these teams.
Gentlemates versus XSG.
Phenomenal clutch there for It was a 2v2, but it didn't matter. He didn't need any help.
We talked about storylines coming into this one with, particularly for me at least, the last EWC for XLG. Raga didn't really do too much. It was Happyway that had the majority. Happyway is just content with not having to do so much in this early half so far as it's Raga leading the way for XLG onto site for B. Finally, we're not going to go A anymore. First kill from Mini onto Happyway, but the plant's going to come on through.
Getting the spike down again. Another retake here for Gentlemates, but this time coming in. It's such a bad timing. Nomad getting the pick onto Starzo, another onto Martin, and now Mini trying to get one. Leo actually shutting him down. That's the operator down on the ground. All of a sudden, it's a 3v2.
No man is what I used to describe the number of players still alive for General.
Would be huge for them, on top of the fact that this young squad, this young guy in GRQ has been great and will only go up from here for our decisive map for the final time. Let's send it back on over to Mitch and Tom.
And thank you very much, Degon. One last time, let's kick off this map. It's Lotus. Between these two teams, I don't know who comes in as the favorite anymore. I feel like we've thrown the rule book out the window. Some crazy plays from Heretics in the first map. Woot was on fire, but GRQ stole the show on the last. Now, the final of the night. And who walks in here with momentum? I don't know. We had Heretics start to mount a comeback, but they didn't quite reach the heights that all gamers did.
But that's sort of been the interesting thing of this match so far is you've had Kira playing the smokes and GRQ playing the duelist. In a lot of cases, they were the other way around. Clearly, it's more based on
agent. So like GRQ playing the Phoenix works a little bit better, and Kira playing the Raze maybe. But also then you have Bai switching from Neon to Vice, which by the way, you cannot pick pretty much two more opposite roles for the team. One of them is hyper aggressive, sliding into angles, getting in the face of opponents. The other
मेरी यादागिरी
time buyer, especially when it comes to that C side of the map. So massive changes in terms of what they've run so far today, but that's something they do regularly.
Yeah, we were mentioning it you were mentioning it at the start of the series. For all gamers, a start towards the A side, but you can see Heretics now looking to fight. It's so normal to see a team scrap for that control early on, especially when you have a fade and a raise. You throw in that C, you throw in the nade, and you get towards Rubble. But instead, all gamers the space completely open. Get closer and see that wall from Vice.
हाँ
You start to think the setup could be there.
शिवपुरी अंशिन नहीं था ना वहाँ
Instead, they'll bait the wall, and I think they're going to look to go back to B after a
ना नहीं राव दे छोड़ चल बा राव दे
can avoid that Vice utility. Or are they committing? Is this an A play with buy down? It has to be.
Yeah, I thought for a second maybe he was going to be able to lurk his way through this one, but it's checked by Riens. A side completely under the control of all gamers though. For the defenders, pretty long to take all the way back now.
तेरे फोन से वीडियो अच्छा निकलता है ना
Behind. That's why you're seeing the Prowler put through. There's normally that there'll be somebody around this position. Instead, Benji's waiting for the aggression, the jump across from GRQ, but he's the one to land the kill anyway. Now they have positioning over the spawn, a good position as well.
आ जा रहा सीट खाओ इसकी
To their favor. In fact, ever since they lost their luck, every kill has gone their way. Kira on the duelist is going to close it out with 3. And a pistol round from a 4v5 that Mitch looked very easy in the end.
Yeah, no, it absolutely did. That cleanup after the first fell was impressive. And for all gamers, coming in with a little bit of momentum, evidently the swap-ups and rolls not harming them whatsoever. I think we looked at a pretty comfortable Kira in a lot of fights on the previous map. There's a couple rounds where there was 2 or 3 found in crucial moments. And now 3 to kick off Lotus. It leaves Heretics onto an eco, obviously. And the majority of these ecos, you're going to try to put all your eggs or most of your eggs into one basket. See if you can make it all the way home. For all gamers, they got to avoid the stack, or else it's going to be a very uncomfortable round. For now, that seems to be mission success.
Yeah, luckily on this map you have slightly better odds than dodging the stack, because there's more sites, you know? But the stack can move, so I guess that probably changes how odds work. Luckily I'm not a mathematician, but Mitch is here, who tried to be a mathematician.
Yeah, I gave up. For good reason. That was a bit too. This is a lot easier, let me tell you. For Team Heretics, Boo leaving the seaside. He'll regroup with the team. Again, with Classics, the most that you can really hope for here is a little bit of damage, taking down a couple of weapons. And when you look at what all gamers have to work with, they're playing with a Bandit, they're playing with a Marshal, so they already have quite a lot of room for error. They can lose a couple of players, and it's still not really going to mean that much. And depending on who they lose, it could even be worthwhile just to have those orbs farmed up. Like, I expect to see someone like Kira a little bit more eager to take fights. And indeed, Bai in that same position. A lot of weight. He'll find one before going down, and the cleanup I expect to come through right after. And well, all gamers tying this one up in a nice, neat bow. A few extra orbs for Kira as well.
Yeah, Kira's been getting closer and closer to having that showstopper already in the first few rounds. Still 3 needed, but it does mean even the potential bonus might be enough to get it online, even if they don't manage to take that one over the line. And for Heretics, I think it is important to sort of stem the bleeding a little bit earlier than normal, because that last map especially felt a little bit brutal. Okay, they had a little bit of a comeback towards the end, a few rounds in a row to maybe get the fire started, but also almost letting map 1 slip. Like, we were genuinely in a scenario where they were 12-5 up, and this could have ended a 2-0.
Well, it looks like all gamers are going to fight for A main, expecting Heretics to do the same. The nade goes out immediately. Doors already open. This is quite a pacey start from this attack side, and it's not slowing down. The Thorns will finally force the hand, and Kira's found another. Koshmaris, perhaps the savior of this round, but his back is turned, and GRQ's easily able to convert And the spam and the smokes for Boo as players get closer. He's got to give up that control. Look how far away Woot is. Rian's just making it alongside him. And, oh, wow.
All right.
Look how far away Woot is. He's going to save.
I think even if he was close, he should probably save in this scenario. 1 versus 4. And I'll be honest with you. This feels like maybe, you know, when you put players into
चालू ठेवतो ना तो वाला चालू ठेवला.
they're going to join the team. It's like each player is trying to argue why they should be primary duelist over on this. Well, not even primary, secondary duelist, because Fanga has been duelist in it, or sort of quasi-duelist, while playing the chamber. It's madness how good Kira looks now switching over to Raze after playing Omen for the entirety of the series so far. And you sort of sit there off the last map and go, oh, you're really going to take GRQ, the guy like basically brought you through the last map, you can take him off duelist? I kind of see why you did now. You got so much depth of talent over on this All Gamers roster, and it's something we talk about with Heretics at times as well. Like, they've got players that have the individual skill. Like, if at some point someone said to me, I'm going to put Rienz on duelist, I'd be like, yeah, some of the best first bullet accuracy in the world. I wouldn't even be that mad at it. It's just because he's so good at other things that you don't do that. It's a bit like if you watch GC, you had Vanya, who was a great smokes player, and you go, okay, well, I'm going to put her on duelist for a bit because she's just better than everyone. It didn't actually benefit them too much. But in this case, all gamers seem to have found the perfect balance where it's like, you're a really sick Phoenix, you're going to play Phoenix. You're a really good Raze, you're going to play Raze. And we're just not going to have the ego about having to play duelist every single map.
That was a nice shot from Rianz.
Maybe I've jinxed Kira.
Kira came into this round with a showstopper, which is a great safety net, and got picked off right away. Nothing done in return, bar a tickle onto Rianz. Well, this is about as good as a start.
पहले round में चलता था.
We're 3-0 down. It's pretty much a guaranteed fourth for all gamers, or at least it should be. They're under so much pressure. The Thorns stop anybody from trading. A rifle now recovered. And Team Heretics 4 versus 2. It has to be Bai and Shrimp with a big clutch.
Chance to spring.
Possibly, but mostly they will try to save as the
Guns have now been retrieved. The advantages of the round have somewhat faded away. And it's looking like an easy clean-up. Shrimp has managed to survive for a moment, but it's out the round. Well, maybe keep him on the initiator for now. He seems to do all right with it.
Nightfall online as well, thanks to a big 3K, but that is a ridiculous round to win. They come in with Sheriffs after being squashed when it came to the other buy rounds. And this works out perfectly for them, especially the fight on the site. The fact that there is some Thorns there to stop any trading, any re-aggression from the rest of the team. So everybody on All Gamers was just stuck outside C main. Now again, we're going to see this fight. Oh, the C's is hit. It's hit a few of them. The nade's going to take down Koshmaris, and damage is being done. They're stuck in the open. It's a massacre in A main. All Gamers, they pretty much won the round right as it started.
Yeah, you have to look at the remaining 2 players on Heretics and go, do they even bother? Do you even attempt to try and go for something here? They do have the credits. Bear in mind, because they managed to win a low buy, they didn't have to purchase the majority of the guns. So there is an argument to go, okay, let's throw caution to the wind and try and get something done here. But it does feel more like, do our opponents give us anything? And look at the way the attackers are currently setting up. There are 3 players towards tree. There's 1 player sat alone in the corner. Fanga almost just being used as contact, but also could create a crossfire. And even he's looking to try and just join up with the remainder of his teammates. And in the end, they're going to clean it up with no problems at all. All Gamers take a for this series.
That was huge. We've seen Heretics pretty much give up on that A main fight in every other round. This time they send 3 players to fight early on. And look at that C's. It catches them all dead to rights. And from there, it was just a formality. They had far too much on the table to fold out on that round.
This is an interesting thing, because coming into today, I was already a big fan of Shrimp, but now I am for a different reason altogether, because he's been unreal throughout this series so far.
Yeah, it genuinely has been. You think back to the last map, what was it, 17-6 or something at one point? Or 15-6 maybe? It's been delivering. But again, I think that all gamers in general, they've really impressed me here today. up against Heretics again on map 1. We see Woot on fire, and I'm thinking, oh, this is going to be a pretty tough game. Because if Heretics come in on medium form, yeah, I could see anybody doing some damage. But at their peak, they're one of the best. And I thought that was the Heretics we were getting here today, but they still need to show us that face.
Well, yeah, for like the first 17 rounds of map 1.
अच्छा खासा था खासा.
Yeah.
12-5.
Yeah, 12-5, okay.
And then the comeback.
Nice shot from Raga. Gonna get the pick onto Bit for Mini though, trading onto Raga and a beautiful
because it's not just the round wins. Like when it was 7-2, that could have been a more even half. But then when we pushed up to 12, it was like, no, the Heretics have now got the win in their sails. They're now looking dominant.
Yeah. Woot was like by far the best player in the server
like
at that point.
3 kills every round or something.
Yeah, and now it's been anything.
काफी एक पे दो लोग हैं रेस एग्रेस कर रहा है. वो एग्रेस कर रहा है उसके साथ दो पे हैं उसके.
In the last map.
पीछे
We need to see some of the players on the other side delivering in a similar way. So much.
Oh, nice, man. Nice shot.
The reveal from Rians was sublime.
Still, ओमन ने अलग नहीं किया था. तो पता है क्या?
A chance to use it or a reason to.
मेरे को ना वो थोड़ा एशियन वाले काम करे थे.
This one, I should say. This was an important one for Heretics to take, and they're looking like they're in a good spot.
ये वॉइस पे ना क्यों से?
GRQ, Shrimp, and
Pens को आगे का खेल रहा है कि Pens इन क्वेश्चन आता था.
Heretics have full control of Rubble, but it's towards the B site where they look to put pressure on this attack side. Woot holding from the sideline, waiting for the walkthrough. He's gone for the jump.
भाई साहब, आराम से. What? भाई नहीं, ये राउंड थ्रो नहीं होना चाहिए. गन दिखा बंदे को बताया.
So they have to become the missile themselves, shredding the first few fights and by that double has sealed.
को नेट मारा क्या? नहीं, स्प्रे ट्रांसफर.
An instant double, and yet this 3-man squad is able to clutch it back. Heretics have got to be devastated. We almost need a pause soon.
Well, I'm not sure if my eyes deceive me. I think they wallbang Shrimp to 1 HP with an operator in the middle of all of that. So, like, his final kill is him on his last legs because there was a great wallbang, and then it was completely irrelevant in the end because Bai is able to step in. It's exactly what I'm talking about. There just seems to be so much depth of talent that even in a 3v5 scenario, everything can still go wrong for the side of Heretics. Nice.
Nice one, bhai.
The kill they would have loved to have in the last round. By the way, that showstopper still online.
Yeah, Kira's had it for a while. Hadn't had the chance to use it. Man advantage with buy down. Pistols stacked up on this C site. But all gamers seem to have sensed the danger. Problem is, that's not the only danger. You saw Koshmaris trying to go for a pick through that door, but it's not to be. All gamers slow it down. Chance to freeze. And moving back in the other direction. Risky, as we've said, like they have no control at the moment. Players could have pushed up with Bai dead. They could have pushed up B, for all they know, until they've cleared the space just now. A rubble has been taken from them before. It has been again. But what worked last time was just contacting up to B and bursting through that wall. And I think we're going to see the same again. The difference is this time, it's not going to be Woot. It's Koshmaris instead, but he hasn't really got the gun for this.
No.
Oh,
okay.
You're dead.
Yeah, that's going to be one for free. Showstopper gone once again. In towards the site. An opportunity again with the lower buy to potentially make this one work. Instead, though, they've got a few seconds before their weaponry dissipates. I think that may have even missed the remaining couple. That means they can still fight with the guns, but the time is ticking away. The boom ball coming in.
Boom ball.
Once again, adding another to the pile of bodies. It's the low buy rounds that are working out for Heretics. Give them guns and they'll do nothing. Give them pistols, they'll take the round.
I don't really know what to say about that. For Heretics, they probably shouldn't be doing that. But if it were
यार हो गया, वर्क कर लिया.
I mean, this was really nice from Koshmaris. Like, the first tag was huge. They didn't make it through the wall together as well. And then he has the ult in his back pocket, knowing that he's already tagged that player up heavy. It's good to get the advantage, but on the side itself, they shouldn't have lost those fights.
Yeah, he took out Bai at the beginning of the round, so it really was
crucial.
just a huge round for Koshmaris. It's whether they can build off of this, though. Having the wins with the low buys, and we just go straight back. There we go. Showstopper immediately used. Now they have a trap of their own. Denies, and it's just straight back to for all gamers. Blink and you miss it. You thought for a second because they lost a low buy that was going to change anything about their game. Well, you'd be wrong.
Well, there's always a 1v5 ninja defuse.
No, that would never happen.
If Benji wants to go for it.
Unfortunately, he's not trapped between the remaining attackers.
He's not
right on the
completely
C
surrounded.
side. Yeah, no, unfortunately, he is actually on the other side. Which in this case is a negative.
It's so strange to see the fact that Heretics every time, because when they sit back with the rifles and all gamers are able to execute into them, it's understandable, right? All gamers are flooding in and taking a lot of favorable duels, but when it comes to this round,
he's dead.
I like the idea. Heretics swinging open the door to put pressure on the back of that C hit. But they get punished for it. Again, it seems like the second duels come into their hands, the disadvantages come along with it. And I don't know at what stage we will see a pause out of that side, but it definitely feels like all gamers have full control.
Oh yeah, no, there's no doubt about it. Like,
काय धुतले घे लवकर
कोणाला बोलला मला ओके
10 पीस घेते मम्मा sorry
for this round once more, they'll be okay because again they picked up a load of rifles. But if you don't build anything off this, it really doesn't matter anymore.
Oh, that's exactly it. Especially when your opponents are running away with it like this, when we're seeing different heroes step up, your GRQ from the map before. Kira looking to heat up on this one. The All Gamers camp, after the previous map as well, being as strong of a statement as it was, it looks like a mismatch on the server, which coming into today, I thought maybe we would see, just not in this direction. And not with this severity either. Barriers up again. Timeout over, and for Team Heretics, it is time to start connecting rounds. They have a showstopper to work with and a full buy. These are the rounds that they've been losing convincingly. Nice start from Koshmaris.
He's done well once again. In fact, he's been one of the players really stepping up. Riens is the other. Showstopper. Not going to be fired, but they've already got the advantages once more. Put themselves in a good position. Mara's back on the Neon definitely seems to be much more comfortable. It was the spams that didn't work. Now this double up. The duo is going to be disjointed. Nice work. Clearing the second will be difficult, and while Riens really has been on a another triple kill to add to his collection. I think that's either 11 or 12 kills, and considering the current scoreline, that's a lot.
Yeah, considering they're trailing by that much, it's been a big step up from him. When you take a look at Koshmaris, though, the impact found to start out this round to catch off those deep B players as well as the spam straight through main. He's had a couple of very impactful openings. He's only 6-6 at the moment, but
he's won them 2 rounds.
He has literally put,
and they have 3.
Yeah, 66% of the rounds up for these boys.
There's that maths.
0.6 recurring.
Nice.
They'll need more. And the showstopper used up in the previous. You look over at All Gamers, they're still able to buy. They've still got a couple credits back pocketed, and with Fangir having the ult, there's not exactly a lack of flexibility in how they approach this round. 1:15 on the clock. Heretics seem to be waiting for A main to be pushed. Boo has a paranoia in hand, and you can see on the other side, Woot's waiting to crunch, but all gamers going the other way.
It's funny because I'm surprised they even risked going back towards B last round because it has been a failure for them. The C site, however, has been a very different story. They've been able to either force the player out or just get openings almost immediately. This time, the response from Heretics is to put Koshmaris there to support Benji. They're expecting that move to come in, but rather than being all in on this side of the map, they've also left GRQ to hold on to some of that rubble control. Make sure that they can default back in this direction if they need to, which is what they're doing.
There's the paranoia, and it's caught perfectly onto Kira. Nightfall to cover the right side as well. Benji Fishy picking up one on the other side of the map. Caught walking through the wall. Woot's here just in time. And there's a response immediately. You can see that they're closing in the walls on him, surrounding on all sides and leaving Shrimp with no choice but to run away with that spike. GRQ is going to do the same, tuck in on Rubble and save these weapons. Team Heretics are back on the board, and 6-4. Not as big of a gap as it felt like after those first few rounds.
No, a decent resurgence over the last couple. I think firstly it's important that just having that extra stack up, having the read on the C site, not allowing them to just sort of plow their way through as they did in the last take of C.
Chat,
I'm a little bit surprised though that we haven't
ये
seen
लास्ट रहेगा उसके बाद मेरे को खाना बनाना है
that's what was working for them, and now getting sort of isolated,
काश संघर्ष जादू तो मम्मी और हाथ हाँ
giving opportunities for 1v1, which
कुछ
I
अच्छा
think that's
बता
going
दे
to
आज
help out Heretics a little bit more. I think also just Kira having a massively hot start, falling a little bit further down that board. But again, they're going to stick it out with a default. I think it's also a bit different in this round where they come in with a couple of ultimates. So you have that Nightfall available. You also have the Operator. And this is just being utilized to try and kill Koshmaris.
Well, he's had success spamming through the smokes. No doubt. They felt like they got unlucky at times, and he might be in that same boat in just a moment. He's not peeking until that wall goes up, it seems. Before, he's been keen to spam, keen to fight. Now he's seen the op. The shoulder peek, the bait out of that shot means no one's going to be falling hook, line, and sinker for it. And towards the A site, they take presence outside B as a reason to push up and take control of Rubble.
I'm liking the re-aggression. The only problem is not a lot of support. It seems like Boo has called for it, though. Seems like he has the right read as he's asked Woot to come in to support. Of course, no nade available anymore, but they're looking to try and pressure onto him. Instead, though, both players have been destroyed. Boo obliterated, trying to help out his teammate, and now that A site is firmly under the control of all gamers again, although Koshmaris looking to try and catch someone crossing. Instead, they're already there, and Riens has found a kill back.
Nightfall's going to catch two, both down below in the pit.
नहीं
Nade left on Kira, and he's got to be so careful.
नहीं
Out here, that
oh nice one
awful as Riens checks up top, finds Shrimp looking the other way. Kira's fallen. Second thorns are destroyed. Op is trained in on the angle.
nice one Dre.
And Riens rounds the corner for his 4th kill of the round. Dragging Heretics, kicking and screaming up to 5.
Nah, he's genuinely been unbelievable in the last few rounds. Like you were talking about a double opener in towards the site where it seemed like they would never have an opportunity of any control. He catches the aggressive Operator player, and then on the way back into the site, hits his Nightfall and kills a player at almost exactly the same time. Like, these are rounds that Heretics shouldn't be winning. This is a 3v5 where basically Riens has, well, he's brought it back more than level just on his own. And if you look at the scoreboard, it's very clear why they're still in this map.
1 round between them, despite Riens being 15-6.
Yeah.
He's died 6 times. They've lost 6 rounds.
It adds up.
That doesn't tell you all you need to know. And you see the Thorns positioned inside the door. This time Benji puts them a little further back so the door won't break them on the way around. And this is somewhere that all gamers won't have any info on until they start moving. Prowler's going to be cancelled out essentially, but the showstopper. A bold play by Kira. The spam is awful for Koshmaris. And instead of fighting for neck and neck at the half, it looks like Team Heretics will be conceding 7-5. A big pickup needed. And some damage done to Shrimp and Kira.
Yeah.
It's still possible in the 3v5.
That was Kush Maris. He thought he finished the first. Woo, he's not even going to check the angle, and I think it was just a second later the reveal came through, just a little bit disjointed, a little bit early. And unless Rien's, well, yeah, there you go. Now I have no belief. No offense to Boo, but it would have to be another Rien's round if they were ever going to have a chance. And the second he's eliminated, that's a problem. Even still, though, I think that's a very good resurgence. You lose pistol, the half end 7-5, you call it even. But if you watch those first 7 or 8 rounds, it didn't feel like it was going to be anywhere near even.
It's been the story of this series so far as well. I think both teams are adapting to each other. You think about the start for all gamers playing super aggressive. They got a lot of control stolen out of the hands of their opponents, and it worked well for them in that early aggro. But I think Heretics start to adapt. They start to get control over Rubble relatively free in the early rounds. They start to play these rotations in where the setup from Benji is on C, then it's on A, it's holding in towards the tree. And Kosh Maris as well, delivering a couple of shots. But really, the difference maker was Rienz. This man decided that he had to get them at least a couple of rounds for them to have a chance. After all, this squad came in to EWC to defend a title that they were searching for any title for so long, and they finally have one under their belt, but they are being challenged in the opening of the groups.
That's the thing. They will always be remembered as the first team to win EWC in Valorant.
किधर है लाइक सॉरी कितने बजे अच्छा वैसे निकलेगा ना तो ठीक है वैसे
right now at least that it is very far away.
6 बजे
a chance win away from making
अच्छा फिर कार्यक्रम खत्म कब होगा
well I would say maybe if Heretics had seen the result against GE, they might be feeling a little bit more confident that they'd be able to win that lower bracket match.
भाई वो बस का थोड़ा टेंशन आ रहा है मेरे को बस का नहीं बस का टेंशन है बस नहीं जानता वो उल्ले होता है मेरे
I don't think you want to play that team right now. Verno especially seemed like he was incredibly confident.
अच्छा ट्रेन में ताली क्या
have got a wealth of talent.
अच्छा शशांक मेरे को बोला जाते हैं मैंने दोपहर को कॉल किया उठाया नहीं तो उसकी भी क्या उसको फॉलो करना पड़ेगा
for Team Heretics, a 2-round gap as we come in to half number 2. A recovery needed, perhaps now that they can put the pressure on.
तो समीक्षा के शादी में क्यों नहीं है
But only time will tell. Benji Fishy, nice start on Tequila. Nice shot on the Shrimp. Looks like he wants a little.
भाई थर्सडे है भाई आजा चुपचाप चल
as well finding a kill. Chance with the pistol and follow up to level up this after being desperately far behind.
किसके लोगों के साथ अच्छा समझा
the steps have definitely been heard by Rienz. He is low on HP, but that hasn't made a difference.
काम है दो
Banging now in a 1v5. And the fact is, at this point, he knows he's being flanked, but there's not a whole lot about it. Rienz isn't even going to give him anything. And just smart play from the initiator, sitting back, and even if he does eventually get this kill, you're going to be looking at
कोई नहीं भाई उसको बोल भूल जा
less than 20 seconds to try and win the entire
उसको बोलना उसको बोलना मेरा क्यों चेहरा क्यों देख रहा है
damage to close it out. An orb for Woot as well, but for Heretics, a much needed win.
नहीं मैं बोलता था अभी पति का चेहरा देख मेरा क्यों देखना है
7-5 can turn into a much more convincing scoreline, especially with how things have been going. You imagine a couple of quiet rounds from Rienz, but that's imagine it because we're not seeing it just yet.
एक का हो गया दूसरे का शादी अभी तीसरे का भी शादी है साफ सी बात है तेरा अपने लड़कों में कौन पहला कर रहा है भाई तू कर रहा है क्या
That's a lot of players have been spotted, but they continue to try and aggress versus it. A little bit risky. They now could just leave. They fall back to push through the smoke. Looking to try and follow them, but if they run even for a second, the steps will be heard. And the rifle on Kira, unfortunately, isn't going to catch anybody before they make their way to the A site.
Yeah, so one rifle recovered. But what can be done with it? 3 players to take down, no shields in play, damage done. So we're looking at some pretty deadly opponents you're up against, but you're not going to be saving. At this stage of the game, you've got money for the next. Fight for Benji, 1 shot, all he needs. Head or body will do. And Benji takes 2. 7-7. Now we are neck and neck on the decider map. For Heretics, like we said, coming to this event to defend the title, it's not off to a great start.
No. But if you get through the match, nobody's going to care. Like, that's ultimately what it is. Sure, you might look at it and go, okay, do I believe that they were going to have a chance to win the EWC trophy for a second time?
Retrieving thorn trap.
Probably wouldn't have done coming into the event, but getting yourself closer to the playoff stage is the main thing, and for all gamers, they have had a fantastic display in this matchup so far. A slow start, a potential for this to even be a 2-0 with their climb back. They don't want to let this slip versus Heretics because, as we said, it seems like their group is a competitive one. GE might be making an argument otherwise with their first game, but I think we all know the caliber of the players they have, and will look to come into that lower bracket match competitive.
All gamers are starting to posture for this retake. The door already open. It'll swing again, but before that, Boo's going to be swung on by Kira. Now they'll up the pace towards this site. Vice wall in play. We're going to see the Thorns put out to block that north side approach. Big spray by Shrimp. He's found himself 2 as a showstopper comes online for Woot. A 3rd in this round, and the nade buys that little bit more time. Shrimp under pressure, that time ticking. He has to find them, and they can play Ring a Rosie or just take him down. 8-7 now. Team Heretics in the lead.
Yeah, a huge bonus round victory, and more importantly, Woot getting those additional kills, allowing him to get the showstopper. Puts him in a position where they were able to convert a bonus round and continue to build momentum. That's the biggest thing. Because it looked like they were screwed. I'll be honest, you had 4 players at the back of that site get hit by a paranoia, and then 3 of them get seized in the corner. I thought they were dead to rights. There shouldn't have been any way out of that round, but as you can see, the confidence building, the pressure starting to mount. For all gamers, what was a previous map of all laughs and smiles, their opponent's map choice slipping from Heretics' fingers. They now sit there with their lead diminished to a point where they're behind. They need to step up on this defensive side because, well, basically what I'm trying to say is that could have been a very winnable round for them. I think their utility was well placed. It was just the shots that didn't land.
It's always going to be a bump in the road here and there. Heretics only 1 round in the lead. The timeout just coming to a close. Let's take a look at where they're at economically for all gamers. It's certainly not going to be a pretty purchase. And the opportunities here for Koshmaris to run wild with that outlaw. Right off rip, he's going to be looking for a battle. Towards A. But I do think in this round, like, for all gamers, I expect to see aggression out of them. So I like what this is on C. They're just pumping the brakes, made a lot of presence on A, and then decide to burst out of the smoke with the flash. The problem is Heretics are being so cautious. They're sitting back in their spawn, waiting for an aggressive stance. And the only thing that could play against them is that position from Boo, but the paranoia has caused issues for the man that's in that corner. Made this look like a pretty easy round. Okay, with Kira down, that was the main danger. The Guardian gone. Only Fangir left to deal with.
Yeah, a little bit of additional damage, and especially considering Heretics pushed into the stack-up of players, they managed to clean that relatively easy. I also want to point out, I feel like Woot was like 3-9 or something like that. Like, he was down the bottom of the scoreboard. I think it was only Boo that was below him. He's now 11-10. So already in this second half, we are seeing that superstar duelist start to rise back up to the spot we know he can. Oh, Koshmaris able to close out the round. Lead extended. I'll be honest, after the start they had, it's not something I necessarily expected to see from Heretics, but it does seem like those few individual brilliant rounds, especially from Rien's. I don't know what it is, but I feel like whenever Rien's pulls off a round, it's always so impressive that it just gets everybody mega hyped, no matter how they're performing on that side. He's also a player I don't feel like I've ever seen mentally boomed.
I like that. I like the replay angle there. I just realizing that GRQ is so distracted by Boo that he didn't even turn to get the kill onto Woot. Didn't hear it because of the paranoias. I was waiting for his shot to land in the back of his head, but it never came. There's a showstopper online for Kira.
Glass cannon up as well.
This is probably the round that you do want to send it in. And again, that means Team Heretics want to be cautious early on. You make noise, you group up, they get a whiff of it, there's going to be a rocket coming your way.
This is something Heretics do quite regularly. They go wall hunting. They like to just remove that piece of utility, and it forces rotations. I just look already, like GRQ has had to go all the way back to the C site just to try and help out. They don't have any intentions of going in that direction. Now, it does force them in towards the operator, but we're also seeing attack side pings on the exact position that Fangir is holding. It's just whether or not he can get one and get out. Now, bear in mind, as said, he doesn't have any shields to play with. And he's already been smoked off the angle. This leaves the A site completely open. Now, of course, if you're Heretics, you can't know it's completely open, but you probably think you've pulled a rotation or two.
I certainly hope they don't think it's completely open, because it's not anymore.
They do.
The op's going to be forced back. As you said, the patience here paying off. The plant will be found, but look at this position from Rienz. I don't want to see him go any further than that, but he gets up close to the showstopper, gets popped. Now he can't see a damn thing, and Woot rips Kira out of the round. Great response from Heretics.
Yeah, good counter utility. I think there was a haunt in there as well.
Damn, Shane.
Flying through the air, so while being blinded, just gets decimated. It's a good start, but more is needed, and wow, it's a whiff or two, and Bai does a lot of damage, gives them an advantage, and Fangir extends it. It's left all onto Boo. They put their nightfall.
Oh!
Expect him to still be in this corner, hiding in those ratty positions. A man who's had a rough game so far, but he spots that he's on that defusal. Now just needing a singular shot. And it might that he's on that defusal. Now just a man who's had a fall the other way. They don't expect him to still be in this corner, hiding in those ratty positions. A man who's had a rough game so far, but he spots that he's on that defusal. Now just needing a singular shot. And it might have been a quiet game from Boo, but if he's winning you rounds, who gives a damn?
A masterful play. The second that you saw the Nightfall go out, he realizes, well, they're going to put the pieces together in a couple seconds. I need to take this kill. And pounces right in the nick of time. Great use as well of his TP to jump out and check. Oh, he is defusing it. And then he baits him with a shot. Just a single shot, hides back behind the wall, and knows there's no way he'll have the gall to stick it. 10-7 now for Boo. He was on 3 kills. That pushed him up to 5. But most importantly, it pushed Heretics up to double digits.
Yeah, it's about keeping that momentum going. The second there's a break, that's the moment where
ये पे पूरे पुश कर चुका हूँ सी पे ओके बी पे कोई नहीं है बी पे क्या बहुत क्लोज है नाइस आराम से वुड ओ ओए गो नाइस 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 सी पे रुक करने टाइम लगेगा पूछा मतलब फटाफट फटाफट
The worst part is for Woot being the person that gets all of those kills in this round. All gamers go into the next round with a full buy. And Woot goes into the next with a showstopper because he's built up all of those orbs. Now we've got a problem. And more than one problem, that's for sure. Heretics are activated again. We saw it at the start of the series. And a few flashes in the pan here and there, but they have been missing for a while. It seemed as an assured, a guarantee that we were going to go 2-1 in favor of all gamers, that this map was going to continue to spiral out of control, and yet they have turned it around. Swapping halves has seen them win 6 rounds in a row. Just 2 more to close this out.
They've been able to shut down everything that's been thrown at them as well. The operator wasn't a surprise.
इनको Majesty भाई तू येतोस ना उद्या Majesty
Aggression hasn't worked.
Majesty उद्या येतोस ना
And Woot has been hitting all the way through this.
Timestamp बंद होगा ना?
You can see it. No wall spotted. So now they go looking elsewhere. They just want to put doubt into the minds of all gamers. This time they'd have to pressure in towards the B side. Although you can see that.
Yeah.
Maybe even that's going to be the next check. It might not matter though, because the wall becomes irrelevant quite quickly once you lose your vice.
त्या दिवशी माहितीये मला रॅन्डमली प्रोग्रामरशी ओळख झाली. म्हणजे माझा एक मित्र डिस्ट्रॅक्टेड, अरे तुला माहितीये डिस्ट्रॅक्टेड, तर त्याच्या स्ट्रीम मध्ये हा भेटला मला प्रोग्रामर.
Koshmaris is a big scalp to take here, and he'll run away after burning up the paranoia from the other side, flanked around by GRQ.
ओके चालेल. हा सिग्नल.
On the shot, Showstopper can't even land in time, and Shrimp is gone. This was the full ball.
Yeah.
Downhill. 7 in a row now for Heretics, unless Kira is about to pull out. A very impressive play.
Kira's had moments, but
पकड़ा गया, उनको पता है सब मैच करेंगे इस पे. वो मना गया, उसको आवाज क्या रहेगा उनको.
This stage, and you can already see that the hunt is on. Arians is actually going to box Kira into position. There really is nowhere left to go. Can he hold a nice shot? But doesn't know where the other players are currently coming from. In fact, Benji's going all the way around just to try and catch him if he tries to go back towards the spawn. The safest place is B.
Oh, nice.
Disparity between his first half and second half is going to be an absolute landslide. The fact that he's currently not just positive, but I think either one being the top of the board makes absolutely no sense.
त्याचा कुठला तरी जुना फोटो होता रे. गिट कुठला तरी गिटा असं काहीतरी त्याचा टी शर्ट घातलेला खूप यंग. मला वाटलं की त्या छोटाच आहे, लाईक छोटा म्हणजे आपल्या वयाचा वगैरे. गॅलूच्या यायचं असेल. अरे एजीने काय हे घेतलेला, कमबॅक केलेला लास्ट मॅच. हा तर हिरोकांचा झाला ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्सचा. लास्ट मॅच खूप हे झाला तुमचा, चुकीचे गेले.
I want to know what inspiring words are coming through from the coaching staff, because whatever it was on map 1, it did work. It brought them back 12-5 to, unfortunately, 12-11 and then tasting
अच्छा
to just sort of pick up the pace. And this has felt somewhat similar. Like it's felt like in the second half there has been no chance of them winning a round. Like obviously the Boo 1v2 is their best, but the fact that we are seeing 7 rounds in a row, 0 opportunities or mistakes left for the defense. But hey, 12-5, they managed to win 6 in a row. Well, they only need 5 to get to OT.
अच्छा हा तू गेलेलास बरोबर. तू हैदराबाद तिकडे गेला तेव्हा तो तिकडेच होता ना.
Don't worry about the details.
It was quite pacey attacks.
Details
here, they're doing the same thing. They pick up B on the red.
भाई काय मोमेंट है यार.
Pushing down on C main. 4 players there at the start of the round. This is an all-in strat. You're coming into this round knowing we lose this, it's over. We make one mistake, it's over. 4 players push C main. It's crazy. Heretics could already have the B site. They could have walked through that utility. They could have taken A with ease, and instead they waited. Riens again, dealing, dishing it out at plenty. All gamers.
Oh,
While Woot was making a comeback to try and take the top.
Damn.
There's absolutely no chance unless they throw a 1v5 just to try and take that away from him. Riens dragged them through the first half with crazy moments, and he might be able to end the craziest of the lot. Just in the corner, waiting for enemies. The Nightfall has given them the clearance of the site, and now Bite is all that has finally died.
इसकी तो चाचा मामा हो गया.
Steal at least a couple of weapons. But you've already heard the Neon ult has gone through. The overdrive is going to make sure there's at least some weaponry, and he does not look long for this world. A couple of kills.
Dash होने भी नहीं दिया, slide होने भी नहीं दिया. सब पकड़ के.
Try and find 3 more with only 21 health.
Yeah, they put a second set of thorns through. He didn't shoot them. He was waiting for that swing from Neon, so left on 21 HP. Spamming the smoke would be
वो
enough.
देख रहा है पीछे से आएगा, पीछे से आएगा.
Step through the thorns would have been the end, and there it is. Boo with the wall bang to close us, 13-7, and our
जर्सी तगड़ी है, रेंस लिखा है, उसका नाम जो है उसको ऐसा आगे पीछे जंपल गिर गया. जी जी स्टार्ट जी जी. मैं भी आज के वॉच पार्टी के लिए इतना नहीं रुक जाओ, और एक कोई तो मैच चालू रहेगी इन लोग की.
And then they kind of win dominantly because of that 8-0 second half. It has been a peculiar day.
एक्सेल जी, ये मेरा चेहरा दिख गया हमें. यू डब्ल्यू सी मैच वैलोरेंट में अभी बस कोई हो ना, नॉक्शिन का एक मैच है. तो कब तक हम ये देखे रुक सकते हैं क्या? थ्री नेगेटिव हिस्सा भी था. फिर कैन या कर भाई क्या कर. नेक्स्ट हमने फिर ऐसा कुछ बोल दिया क्या बोल. दो मिनट शॉट थोड़ा पानी का क्या भी रहा है ब्रांड पानी का. चैट ये ऐसा भी लिखा. ये चैट ये ऐसा भी लिखा. इसका साइज चेंज कराओ. और चैट बॉक्स क्या है, क्या बीच बीच में इसको झटके पड़ जाती है क्या?
Really having to do the heavy lifting, but instead having to get that trade in is really nice to see. Now, Gentlemates again going towards this A main, fighting.
चैट हम डायरेक्ट नॉन स्ट्रीम वाला देखेंगे मैच, तो अभी थोड़ा सा मेरे को जाना पड़ेगा पीरियड बैक में, और फिर करेंगे हम बचा हुआ स्ट्रीम। तेरा कैम ओवरले अलाई कर सकते। अच्छा फिनिश हो गया क्या? वेट वेट वेट, अब बराबर। चैट तो अभी अपन डायरेक्ट नॉन स्ट्रीम वाला मैच वॉच पार्टी करेंगे। अभी जरा मेरे को काम है, तो स्ट्रीम बंद नहीं होगी, स्ट्रीम चालू रहेगी, बट मी राइट बैक आया हूँ। या बीच में भी आ जाऊंगा मैं, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। आया आया। आ जाओ ओवर मैच। तेरा सोचा आपने समझो तो आई गेस अभी मेरे को थोड़ा टाइम है सब और खाना बनाने के लिए पूरा टाइम है बस देखो बात कराते हैं बराबर बराबर तो अपन अभी मैच देखेंगे मैच देखेंगे अच्छा
back to that turbulence.
That is
It's
the
been
question.
inconsistent since then. So that is the question is we know they have championship form. We know that they've managed to lift so many trophies now over that time. You know, 2 different ascensions and the masters.
नमसिम अभी भी वैसे ही तोड़ू टीम तोड़ू जैसे खेलेगी चैट
What happened?
डैम्बी ऑन
You
Phoenix
know that I
is
don't.
not what to see, to be
remove
honest.
Dambi from the Neon. So we're doing this thing that has given us a trophy, and we're so strong, and that is so incredibly good. A 3-0 final in Chile. They go back and they decide to change.
I
Jordan,
wish
what did you do?
I wish
Did
I
you
had
scream
nice things
against
to
us?
say about this change because I hated it. They took Dambi, the best Neon in the world. They took him off the Neon. They gave it to Francis, and that's when they started
To what
lose.
purpose?
It's all about enabling Dambi. Apparently, apparently, it's all about enabling Dambi to be free to be able to shoot and not to be that first man in. But that's where he's at his best. They managed to qualify. It's almost like the answer for the
अर्बन मेटा कब आएगा VCD में भाई ये G वर्सेस MIBR में
so it's not a surprise that they
Zekken ने रेना लॉक कर दिया था भाई मुझे लगा वो लोग खेलने वाले हैं बट उन लोग ने वो रीडू कर दिया
Maybe he should play it, guys.
Listen, we understand the dilemma a little bit because you want Dambi to be alive for as long as possible, but no one else can do it as good as him when it comes to entry. We also need to talk about G2, the champions for the split of America.
Change
That
कर
is
दिया
a
मैंने
title
title.
that they've had many times. The problem, it comes with internationals, and especially and specifically speaking about the last one, speaking about London, they just bomb out of the tournament. A loss against Shilai Gaming and another more devastating loss against Foot. We know that they always come back stronger. You took it. You look. Looking at Babyface's face, that of course you were seeing last year sitting with us.
शुरू
But
करो
we
यार,
know
शुरू
all the
करो.
experience that this roster has. Everybody knows that they're destined for
इससे
greatness.
क्या रहा
The question is, when will it start? You know, like when does the legend? When is the legend born?
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let
क्या क्या EWC का चलता है चैट फोटो को मैंने चेंज करना था हाँ क्या करते हैं chat बनाते chat
We were there for the years of grind.
Return G2 in global top अच्छा
Again, you know, cast your mind back to Shanghai. You know, sorry, back.
did
The thing, they will always be remembered.
For a second, mate.
First Masters 2025,
Yes,
they're
I
in the
remember now, yes.
finals against T1, and they should have won it. They should have won it, but they don't. And
But
that's
Pacific on top, man.
I mean, yeah, that's what I'm hinting at, really. But to me, that's the idea, is that it feels like they're so good. They're a team that's good enough to win the trophy, but are they composed enough to win the trophy? That's the big question we ask of them, bringing themselves here to EWC.
When we talk about star power across both these rosters, who jumps out at you, Kukuka?
I mean, I'm here
Guys, those who are watching my stream, think about it. Balls with kids and all.
should be incredibly excited.
तो यहाँ क्या मेरे चैनल आई दम स्ट्रीम करने का
Players are making it work. There is no way that Dambi doesn't, right? And for the other side, I want to see that head-to-head against Jogamo. I feel like Jogamo has been a little bit of inconsistent, and I have to say the same about Baby Bay. He didn't have the best of the performances there at London, but it's all about bouncing back, you know. And EWC is the perfect ground to do so.
Yeah, I mean, I think for G2, I gotta talk about Leaf, man. Leaf, one singular Leaf is all it takes. So this guy is he's rated as one of the top players in the world. Consistently, he's in that discussion. He's in everybody's top 10, but he doesn't have that trophy yet. He's been known to put this team on his back when they really need him the most. So I think I want to see big and consistent performances from him.
चालू हो रहा है वो
Going to be able to go the distance.
And what about Nongshim?
Now, I'm taking away Danby. You can't say Danby.
Yeah.
Other than Danby, who else you got?
It's X-Ross. X-Ross, when they lifted that trophy, he was on that initiator role. He supported
का दिन का शुरुआत नहीं कर
moved down beyond to that Neon. X-Ross playing that secondary.
Enemy remaining.
On that Phoenix. Now, his he was a duelist player. He adapted for them before. If he's able to fill that second man in role beautifully behind Dambi, it's incredibly scary.
All right, the vetoes are ready as we get ourselves underway here.
One enemy remaining.
He's going to be in there. Ascent out. We've seen so much ascent so far.
भाई वो मेरे को ही देखते बैठा था पता है अरे रैंडल तो वाले
Even up a couple more splits to
I mean, you know about the previous history of Nongshim on Sunset?
भाई मांग लो
I mean, they were good at it. They were good at it. I mean, they were playing on it pretty consistently. Breeze for Nongshim for me.
वाड़ू भाई ने अल्ट मारा कि आखिरी राउंड में
Because,
Ooh, no, this is super interesting.
And a split. Okay.
That's completely getting. Yeah. No, Haven, thank you so much for every team that doesn't choose Haven.
सोवा तो मरा अल्ट से मरा सोवा
Thank you. I was gonna say
सोवा नाइफ लेके भाग रहा था उतना मैंने देखा उसके बाद किससे मरा वो नहीं देखा
Viper, Astra, I believe that is like on the mix there. It's going to be complicated.
Flank
But
दो आ
that
रहे
makes it even more interesting.
Nongshim on this map in the past.
वाड़ू भाई दो फ्लैंक आ रहे हैं
Phoenix so consistently with
बैक साइड का प्लान दो फ्लैंक आ रहे हैं
winning
तो
on
बैक साइड ले
it,
लो
but I don't know how. I watched a game against Team Secret where they went 12 rounds in a row on attack, and I lost my mind. I couldn't believe it. They won. That's the thing that baffles me. So
if the other team has a massive hollow name, pues you will have to go in.
It always makes me curious. They love to go back to the time and read. I think G2 one of the strongest harbor teams for sure that we've seen coming out of
60%
America.
packet
It's the
loss आ
region
रहा
that's
है
really managed to prevent it. I think if we do get this harbor versus harbor, it's all about the retakes on the defense. It's who's best set up for all that. So we do have the Aiden select coming in now, and it's a swap for the side of G2. Doesn't look like there's going to be a harbor there, but it is an Astra.
It is an Astra. Let's see what Chogimo is going to be doing here, as we have to wait for things to settle down. Exos, how much do you rate it? Especially considering the ones that we can see, and like the Phoenixes we can see.
I like Exos on this Phoenix. I think he's good on this role. I think he's a great fit for it. This is the way I wish they would have gone in the past. Does look like Dambi's going to be sticking with that Neon, which is what we love to see. Thank you for everyone who cares about Pacific.
Baby Bay on Neon.
From the side of G2,
Chat.
going to be staying in that Sova.
Chat. Let me see.
And if you don't know anything. Valin, he was the one playing on the harbor. He's now going to be playing on the Astra. Jogamo is not on the Neon.
No.
It's Baby Bay, and now they play without the Sentinel because Baby Bay was playing Vice. I think that he's doing it for us, guys. He knows that we're watching.
It's Baby Bay going head-to-head with Dambi on the Neon.
That's crazy. Again, the oldest player in the tournament on the Neon, trying to make plays for G2 to get over the hump and get themselves their opening win in the final opening match of EWC 2020. It is G2 and Nongshim Red Force on Breeze for the first time here at EWC. On the call, it's Achilleos and Paper Thin. Gentlemen, take it away.
Okay, thank you very much. There's a lot to unpack here, as it turns out. The desk is just highlighting it. We're going to have
a head-to-head with the Neons, and Baby Bay is the one piloting it for G2. I did not have this on my bingo card at all.
No, I have a lot of this on my bingo card. To
Oh
be
fuck, I
completely
can't, I
honest when it
can't,
comes
I
to
can't
what
do that.
G2 is showing us. I mean, I always really enjoyed watching Valorant on the harbor
That
on
was
this
just-
map, but switching over to the Astra, you know, with the KO, it feels a little more post-plant heavy here for the side of G2. So coming into this attack side, it feels like they're going to maybe try to match Nongshim's speed and aggression that they're so well known for. You know, these really well-rehearsed executes into really oppressive post plants in particular, because you've got that Astra, because you got that KO, because you got that Sova, you've got a lot of ability here, and the Viper, you've got almost every molly that you could ask for to try to just deny Nongshim from getting those retakes to really solidify and get those sticks on those defuses. But we will be seeing if that is the case. It's Nongshim spreading out in a 3-2 formation early. Want to send their strong side over towards A. I think seeing this Neon in that comp, you know, they're well known to be A-side abusers on this map, so probably assuming that that very well could be. Dombi is going to get identified by the knife early from G2. Francis, only seeing Valen, that's not a ton of info necessarily, but it makes you suspect A.
This is a sprint forward, quick little glance over. Baby Bay able to spot out some of the players here on Nongshim. A little fan out around the site though, and still this forward tuck from RB. And we'll be able to get the jump on one. Shogamo's going to be taken down. Relay bolt into the corner. Has him stunned up. Meanwhile, the slide in. And Baby Bay's going to be able to find one. But Ivy comes away with a third. As Baby Bay's just not going to be fast enough to strike him down. This already has him dispatched. And that's going to be the opening pistol going the way of Nongshim Red Force.
Yeah, and this is exactly what you want to see from Nongshim. If the success that they had in the qualifiers here for EWC 2026 are going to be replicated in a long-term stint here, it's that, yes, you're always going to be looking at Dombi, what he can do on the Neon, things like that. Very impressive, the way he creates space. But it's Ivy who has been leading the charge for them. He has been the one in those back lines, along with Francis, doing a really nice job of cleaning up those kills, being really sturdy. You know, and Ivy has always been mostly really good. Had a little bit of stumbles in stage 1 in Pacific, but right there, you can see why he was often top fragging for Nongshim.
I mean, I'm not trying to be, I don't think I'm being revisionist here. I think that going back to Santiago,
Francis पकड़ा जाएगा नहीं
to be the MVP of that tournament after they, with their win, with their lift of the trophy. Meanwhile, though, it's going to be a full-out fight here in mid. And G2 very much the ones limping away from
low इसको low
down Francis. A quick turn to the side, able to put a shot there into the chest of Leaf. Looking for a bit of a timing as Valen through shop. As Leaf
आराम से
holds his own for one.
नहीं चल क्या पीछे से आया इधर
More damage through. If he can click some heads, but it will be
spotted भाई spotted
down to its conclusion. 3 players surviving, key weaponry going to be carried over, and a 2-0 start for Nongshim.
Yeah, I mean, a couple little nice moments from G2 in this one. A little setup there to trap the player around the corner, use the snake bite, force them out, and getting that early kill onto Xros, keeping him kind of pinned in. Yeah, Francis, another player looking to do damage, obviously. You know, there's a lot of really good players on Nongshim. They absolutely destroyed at a Masters, so this is one of the only team that took a map off them, though.
That is true. G2.
ए खेकड़ा
Lead for the first time at that tournament.
मैं chat check कर रहा था बस
Force them into an overtime as well to try to close out that series, but it was, of course, Nongshim coming away with a win in that upper semi-final. Meanwhile, drone just going to be sent forward. Francis.
chat quality वो है ना गेम का इनका लो है भाई मेरा full max में
An idea that maybe this is a mid crunch because of that push.
Glitch पे क्या scene है?
Sometimes if you're taking elbow control like that, you're trying to clear up mid too, but this is all quite an elaborate ruse.
He's playing the fake pretty well here for the team, and will find themselves a fairly open A site. So Plant can come in, but Nongshim going to be very quickly rewrapping around the back of this through the Ivy. Continues to explore a little further towards the attacker spawn.
All right.
But now fully planted out. 4 players to try to hold the line. Spot of the one down beat. Setting up that relay bolt, trying to zone them back. Leaf, however, eyes just going to be turned over towards double doors. Wall's going to be set up. Watching the rear, but now starting to pull off the angle, and that could be a critical missed time.
Seconds.
Look back at the moment. Still reading that this presence is going to be coming in, but Nongshim continue to scale forward, taking some space here on the site. Trent has to turn away for a brief little moment. The wall going to be falling, and immediately G2 able to find a plethora of kills. It's just going to be Ivy now.
Ivy निकाल लेगा 2 लोग को हाँ
Trents are moving still very healthy.
Wait a minute, sir.
Be a bonus conversion denied.
Kala?
Really clean in this post plant.
क्या हो गया? क्या हो गया? ये अचानक में मेरे नेट को क्या हो गया? मैंने पॉज कर दिया.
To go into B. This back onto initiators for this team, so a decision that kind of I think makes sense overall. France is very flexible, very good, no matter what you throw him on. But Exros, you want to get that firepower into play.
Yeah, and he's been very solid for him. One of the key reasons why they're able to make it to this tournament is Phoenix. Very powerful here within the qualifier, but Edmay's going to be able to strike a little bit faster.
इसका बस से
Is going to be coming up shy of the mark, you would suspect. Tagging to the one, the spam going to be coming through, and Leaf, it's just going to be a matter of time as the Cove will fall, and so too shall RB. G2 tie it up.
Yeah, I mean, again, just really solid macro ideas from G2 on this map. They've got some really neat, kind of setups that they're running. We're seeing the late lurk from Leaf, as you would expect from this team. Well rehearsed, well drilled. Domby's been playing a lot of operator during his free time. I've been seeing him posting a lot of clips on his social media, but right there, can't connect with the shot, and that's pretty crucial. Could have made that retake a lot safer. Could have maybe avoided that danger of Leaf at the very end, but that extra layer for G2 because he couldn't claim some of those early kills.
Oh, they're looking to try to up the pace here, but obviously weaponry not going to be great for it. So just some spam shots out, no connections found.
But G2's been playing the beginning of the round the same way. Being patient, looking for those aggressive push-outs from Nongshim.
Speaking of which, players down on this shop side, footsteps being made. Valent still able to get the weapon out, and Trent is there for some covering fire. Second layer now going to be spotted out as RB does manage to get a decent amount of damage across a collat on a Valent and Trent. Downby with one, now with a second, and two Seps finishes off Leaf. Sprints back into the A site, but it's Ivy here. Early damage suffered. Just chuck the Guardian over to the side, collects a Phantom.
2v2.5.
As the look forward into mid, this allows for Damby to continue to keep his eyes trained forward on a main.
Not going to be able to scoop up a gun for Domby, but get a one tap here, make it the 2v2. Definitely a real shot.
Going for it. Jogger was down to 5. A hell of a hit to be coming through, but Ivy now going to be taken down, and Domby has to do it all. The slow creep around the back for the moment, not going red. Swings in, finds the first, but Baby Bay very quick on the adjust. As the shutdown does not allow him to get anything more, and G2 will take the lead.
Yeah, I mean, I think in general, it's really just good game planning so far from G2. They've clearly kind of identified and read some of what Nongshim is going to be wanting to do on this map, and it shouldn't surprise anyone. They're going to want to be aggressive. They're going to take control of those orbs if possible to try to...
पर G2 अभी थोड़ा शांत हो गई है. लास्ट टाइम वो शाइलाए XLG के साथ जो फाइट थी, तब उसको नल्ला समझ के उन लोग ने ये कर दिया था.
G2's been able to deny from Nongshim so far once we've gotten to these rifle rounds, and they're on the move again.
ये थोड़ा सा नॉर्मल है. तो आई होप लोग वैसे ही खेले.
RB from throwing any more util into their face, but 3 big ultimates available for Nongshim. RB one away.
Deep scale forward. It's going to be Leaf not able to hold his own. Damage not even actually going to be registering there. X-Ross gets away scot-free, but RB still going to be flushed out of this A sites, and now a full take here by G2 and Valent. Playing forward in front of the wall. Downby going to still go sliding across, but trying to just use that wall against them, but ends up getting isolated, pushed back out by the relay bolt. The player advantage going to be reestablished for Nongshim as the run it back gets popped. Curveball around the corner, no one there to receive that. Time starting to bleed down, but Baby Bay going to be intercepted a backstab there from Ivy. The late lurk back through Nest, catches him on the bridge. Going around the back, likely getting the spot out. Trent is going to be suffering some damage. The face forward now all down to Jogamo. He has him out. 3 players alive. Big bolster to the economy.
जो मैं बोला वही हुआ इन लोग ने जितने लग गए तो इन लोग थोड़े से इस पे आ गए
A response to what we've been seeing from G2, and this time it's just a big push out through B. They're saying, okay, if you guys are going to fight A main that hard, then we're going to set up early to try to counter it and get into those post plants quicker to find your flanks a little bit more, get that early advantage in the player department.
मैं भी मिड टू भी मिड टू ए अभी हाँ मिड टू भी नहीं मिड टू ए करेंगे नहीं तो फिर भी करेंगे
Utilized here, maybe not anticipating that Nongshim would just keep swinging in towards Valen, leaving him all on his lonesome. G2 tries to fan individual positions to succeed, and this time around Nongshim able to win some of those battles. They're able to hang on to most of their ults. Just had Xros as used in that previous one. So you got everything in the kitchen sink as Nongshim try to set G2's economy into the gutter. Jogamo just on a stinger in this one, and he's only got 100 credits behind that.
Rough go of it after that previous round loss. Leaf with a very clean shot. Baby Bay is able to find one, and Xros going to be taken down as well. Stinger be damned.
मिड टू ए देखा मिड टू ए ही कर रही थी
Looking clean as all hell.
ये प्रेडिक्शन तो है चैट क्या बोलते हो
Your other player is a world away. RB is calling for this save, so we'll just be backpedaling silently out of this site. G2 once again going to be establishing a lead for themselves, and they don't have to commit much of anything to this.
No, not at all. And probably just talking a little bit here is Nongshim about how they want to take that mid fight. I mean, just kind of going into the first one from Dombi. Okay, you're going to let him try to make those moves where he's willing to just take a 1v1 on the slide. And he's usually pretty good for it, or at least able to do some damage. But then the fact that G2 has layers behind it to cover the attempted re-aggression towards what Dombi started. And then it was just shut right down because G2, again, playing very cautious, very safe most of the time in the beginning of these rounds. And again, an immediate change.
क्योंकि उन लोग ने जो मास्टर्स में फंबल किया था आई डोंट थिंक सो G2 वापस वो गलती करेगा
quickly.
Still enough to get the buy going.
Yeah.
4 ultimates to try to utilize to tie this up once again. Obviously, G2 able to get into a post plan. That pit from Leaf could be giving them absolute fits. For now, just some mid-presence, but Dombi, okay. I think just spam through the wall. Maybe a pixel out of place there from Jogamo. Either way, he does get punished. Early takedown in the favor of Nongshim as Ivy still looks to try to hold the line here on this B site. Quick little jump peek out. 2 players going to be spotted.
And now you should feel like this is potentially going to be a B hit, so you have to call over a little bit of extra help. So RB was there, but
Cross has pulled off this angle, though. Be able to try to get the early jump on these players in transition back over to A.
Yeah, they don't know what's going on in elbow, so they have to re-clear that space. Otherwise, going to be leaving Francis on a bit of an island on his own on A, but he's already tucked way back. Doesn't want to try to fight at the point of attack. Coming as the Sova, he could be, ripe to the picking from Baby Bay's overdrive if he were to pop it.
Spot out anything that he can, but they still managed to scale forward. There's a spot out. Hunter's Fury available to try to just slow things down, and they will send this one out. A little bit off in that first pulse. Retap, just baiting out the charges. In the end, ultimate going to be expended. Trench is going to be hit the one time. Next Ross trying to work his way forward, has to check this corner, swings in, does so gorgeously as Leaf will fall. Full flash connecting there on a Valen, going deep enough. Now the overdrive is going to be popped as Baby Bay frantically backpedaling away, just trying to avoid all this util, but he will get overwhelmed. Valen just able to find the one before getting taken down. Now it is all on the shoulders of Trent. A 1v4. And as that wall falls, so too shall he. Francis will find it, and Nongshim will tie it up again.
And now you're seeing Nongshim be a little bit more disciplined, playing a little bit more cautious into the beginning of these rounds, giving up some of that.
Nice one, man.
Looking to make some counter moves early. And the spam catches a player out. That kind of sets G2 scrambling to try to find the open space on the map. They do eventually, but you have that Hunter's Fury there to delay, to set up for this retake. Xros, great job checking that corner. And then when Nongshim is kind of running and gunning together like that, hard to slow down their roll for sure. We're going to go contestant towards B, Ivy.
It might just be a fast hit, but the pit will go through, and this ends up looking like a very good read from Nongshim, but also a big overcommitment. Ivy, he could have just backpedaled out of that one, held down the main, but instead pushes forward and just offers himself up on a silver platter. So now the pit gone. Plant will come through. RB very quickly slots his way forward here into the site. Balls raised, overdrives exchanged on either side. Jump up over the top, and Baby is going to be taken down as RB is able to find two. Valen as well, joining him in the grave. Wallbang shots in, Jogamo able to find him behind the box. Is Dambi tagged down to 21, even with the overdrive. Does give him some balls as he tries to maybe go for these plays. Curveball ends up going in a little bit too deep, but Dambi has a wraparound from the side. Jogamo struck down, and Trent now looking to try to play this one patiently. The Hunter's Fury available. Sends it out. Here's the push coming through. Dambi stopping him from getting any additional charges in, and somehow survives. Just taking 14 additional damage. Keeps himself in the fight and gets Nongshim back into the lead.
And this is one of these rounds that just makes you so impressed with Dambi as a player, because it's not just the mechanical skill, it's not just the aim, it's the brain here too, where he recognizes very quickly, you know, things are going bad over on the B site, so he throws up the wall, gets RB up on top there, he gets 2 kills, then he's going to scale around, cover the site itself, then he's going to rip his ult and make sure that when Trent has that Hunter's Fury, he can't do anything with it. He's very aware immediately of where that Sova is and what he's trying to accomplish, and is right there to shut it down. That is a really, really good round from your Neon.
I'll wait for confirmation, but this feels like a timeout. At least a pause of some kind.
Dun, dun.
About what I was about to get into is this does feel like, yes, a moment for G2 to call a timeout. Yes, the score is incredibly close. You're only down by 1, but you don't want Nongshim to start running away with this, and you want to be having as strong of an attacker side as you possibly can. This is your side selection. You still have this critical ult in the pit available. You're 2 charges away from having both that Cosmic Divide as well as the Null Command online. So pivotal moments here for G2 that will really help determine whether or not they can rally back, close this half out with a lead of their own, or whether Nongshim will just run away with the rest.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense that you need to be calling these timeouts even when it's close on this side of the map, because attacker side very, very important, because you know that Nongshim probably going to be doing a lot of damage to you once they flip.
Dambi gives over a ping off that recon. Playing forward, the slide in, and that curveball hits everyone! Xros able to find the 2, and suddenly it is just Leaf left alive. Taps the door, does get stunned up. Looks back around the corner fast enough, but now the Molly's going to be there at his feet. Push back into the open, the curveball again connecting, and what a call from Nongshim. Completely shut
I am your chat. I am your.
That's one of those ones where Josh RT thought he had a good read on an idea, and the Nongshim coaching staff knew what he maybe was going to think about going for. And this is spectacular.
And now I'm curious about the ping reveal that Dambi gave over. He was playing on the side of Pyramid, gets revealed there, and then slowly, but still very quickly scales forward. So it
might have been intentional.
When you see Dambi that far back, you're not necessarily going to be ready for that just full barrel forward against you. So
That's
I felt like that was an elaborate bait.
I think you're right. Does feel like that. You get a couple spots there with that knife, though, so G2 should be reading this pretty quickly that they're going to have an open A site. Going to use that Cosmic Divide just in case, but Nongshim, again, going to go for that long spawn flank to try to get this retake to go. Worked the treat a few rounds ago. See if they can get this one available, but with that pit in play.
This is everything.
Yeah.
Just chucking everything that they've got. Now set up to try to delay. Null Command obviously very much hindering the opportunities here for Nongshim. Xros would love to commit this, run it back into this position, but cannot.
Joke's over.
Now was able to do so as the ult does expire. Still going to be delayed on the push. The sprint through. Dambi going to be caught in the end as Valen is able to find himself a second. Swaps over to the Classic. Gets a headshot on RB, but cannot finish the job. Pushes forward up into the pit, and he will quickly fall. And now it's just Xros having to backpedal away, try to hold onto his weapon. Baby Bay trying to play this one in, will lose his life. Pass the kill to Jogamo. Critical round for G2 to find after getting absolutely swatted in the previous.
This is just a great mental battle between RB and Valen right now. Valen this time able to dial up some responses to kind of the they had already seen previously from Nongshim, and it got the run it back. They're going 4-man through spawn, and they know kind of what they're going to do. So it's a stall. Yes, you have the no command there as well, the Viper's Pit, to make it a lot easier, but a lot of this comes down to the fact that you have so many layers with those mollies, with the grab well, to make sure that Nongshim has to press to try to get that retake.
Looking for this crunch again. I'll be sticking around for a little bit longer as the drone will be committed forward as well, interrupted by that 0 point in the end. Relay bolts is going to be exchanged and everybody going their separate ways, and in the end, it's just really Francis eating a bit of damage. No one scathed on the side of G2.
Just
until that.
Yeah. But yeah, it didn't really have much happen. Ivy versus Leaf, Viper v Viper, but nothing going to be coming out of that other than revealing each other's position. Now Nongshim re-clearing mid. Trying to make an aggressive push. It's going to be Leaf again called upon, potentially to try to square up against Dombi. They're just going to ooh, they're going to slow.
I mean, Leaf has just destroyed them from this position, it feels like. Yes, he absolutely has. The second kill found. Dombi the only one surviving. Only one nearby this A site. Desperately needs some reinforcements as we'll get the spot on the Jogamo, swings in, takes the fight against Baby Bay, ends up winning that, wins the follow-up. 3 kills now for Dombi. Tagged down to 6, but he's somehow gotten them into an advantageous position. The overdrive immediately going to be popped. There's that reckoning sent towards backside, but Trent plays out in front of that one, dodging it, not going to be caught. Gets a shutdown onto the Neon. Double wrap around to this plant side, RB. Try to get the sun in case there's this second little flank coming through, but Valen and Trent just playing this one together. As RB is able to find the first, Ivy finds this second, and somehow, some way, Nongshim, they managed to close out the round and lock up a 2-round lead at the half.
Yeah, the individual skill this time for Nongshim, gonna be getting him over the line. Talked about kind of the brain of Dombi. He's been doing it with the aim. He's the complete package at times, but at the end of this too, RB and Ivy play this really disciplined, really nicely to not give anything up over to G2. A lot of players in that 2v2, when you've got 2 players on your left-hand side of those pyramids, are gonna swing and just try to go, because you got that 1v1 initially. If you get that one quick, then you can just transfer over, get the other guy, right? No, RB backs up and waits for Ivy to reposition to isolate those fights a little bit better. Really, really well played.
That's still damn close between these teams. A lot of these rounds just kind of teetering on the edge, but Nongshim still the very solid read, and this has been one of the big maps for them in their run to make it here to EWC. You know, will they stick with it given the changes moving into this patch? The answer is yes, and it's still looking quite good for them. Now we get to see this double duelist shift over onto the attacker's side, where this should just be an even bigger thorn in the side of G2. We'll see what Valen's defensive calling is going to be looking like and how much value he's going to be able to get from this Astra to slow down these approaches. It's always a big gamble when you try to go for a comp swap like this.
And there were some definitely decent moments from the Astra, but I think personally, I was so, I guess maybe just enamored with Valen's Harbor that I'd rather see that. I think he's so excellent on that agent that, to me, it's like almost his signature agent now, because he's so creative, he's so smart with it, the way that he makes your life so miserable at the choke points on your way into B or A. He's really, really good with the timings and the decisions, and so, you know, maybe the Astra's still a little bit of, you know, kind of working out some of the ideas and the kinks a little bit. Still some really nice rounds, some really good adaptations from him and the team, but a tough map to go up against this Nongshim squad, who has, especially when Dombi's playing like that.
Yeah. Should be able to see maybe a bit more value as well from the KO, which we haven't really touched on too much here for Jogamo. It's still struggling to register that one in my mind, that he's not the person playing Neon on the team at the moment. But the defensive setups for KO likely going to be a bit stronger. 0-point denial on those drones in particular, something that is great for a defender on Breeze. But if you can get the catch when Domby's getting ready to go in for the sprint, stop him from setting up that relay bolt, you can buy yourselves a lot of time.
And there were a couple rounds where the early knife got good info that they were able to use against Nongshim. You know, you identify, oh, there's both duelists up at, you know, up at elbow. Oh, that means we've got a free A site, easy money. And the ult did come in really, really valuable during that one round where they had the pit up as well. So some value being found. Defender side is really where you should.
Not here from Baby Bay. Unable to get those shots to connect. Recon as well was previously sent into A main after the 0-point scan. No one. Jogamo just continuing to peek off this corner. But he can spot. Swing. Suspect getting ready to come through, maybe led by the drone, but now it's just going to be Domby swooping out and claiming his head. Ivy at the same time. That late insert onto the B side comes away with that elimination, and Valorant is just going to be completely overwhelmed. This is his life for the plant on the site. A trade that Nongshim will take every single day of the week, and now Baby Bay 2 shall fall. Nongshim, another pistol collected, now up 8-5.
Yeah, you just buy a bunch of sheriffs and put them in the hands of these guys, and they just go in there fearlessly, click people's heads. That's just beautiful stuff in terms of, again, individual skill on display from Nongshim. This first one, I was so nervous here for Jog on those wide swings. I was like, oh man, if the timing here is wrong, and it was. Then Valen just, Domby's like, yeah, later, bro. I know they've got you dead to rights behind me. Yep. See ya.
Just playing the rest of them. 17-7-5 at the moment on that Neon. Ivy once again left on an island. It's just a bit of a repeat here from Nongshim, giving me deja vu. Obviously, have plenty of weaponry this time around, but they're really expecting this forward push into mid from G2. Instead, it's actually coming through A main. Jogamo again gonna get tagged down as well. Both of them down at 45. The Marshal now arriving. France is gonna be stunned up, but they're right into the sightlines of X-Ross, who will dispatch them with ease. Turn to the side, trying to play anti-flash. Meanwhile, Ivy back over to the B. He cleans up Trenton Leaf, and Nongshim end up having an incredibly clean anti-eco round.
Yeah, that's really successful. They were just patient enough. And just as they're starting to get an idea, you know, Francis there makes contact, does some damage, doesn't take too much himself. It was only like 3 damage total to his health, a couple armor damage. So he's able to kind of confidently continue to batter them back while he waits for the reinforcements. And then when he gets hit with the relay bolt, you've got your 2 duelists right behind you to give you the backup with the Marshal. Really nice. Pretty effective bonus that Nongshim's going to be bringing to bear.
Yeah, it's a ton of firepower here. Just that Marshal, but hell, we saw yesterday how much damage that can deal here on this very map.
In Francis's hands as well. He is an excellent sniper, as we all know, from Santiago. Almost said Madrid. I was like, nope. Don't do that one. Orb just going to be grabbed here, X-Ross. One past the halfway mark. That first run it back from this attacker's side. Well, G2 is very unsure about what's going on the map right now.
I don't think they saw anything. Wall able to get raised fast enough, and Ivy quickly is filling in this space behind them. Meanwhile, Damby just drawing all the attention over to the far side of the site, and Ivy then strikes. 2 kills found. And what are you meant to do other than save? But they're still working their way forward towards the site. And the 2v4 is just now a 1v4. Even for a player of Leaf's caliber, feels impossible with the way that Nongshim are playing right now. Yes, in the end, we'll have to try to make this call, but he is being matched. Ivy on the side already. Push forward past this wall. Finds him at Nest. Gets himself a 4K as Nongshim get up to double digits. Bonus is converted, and it's this map is over.
It's a gorgeous round from Nongshim. You almost feel like a broken record talking about this team, but he finds a little bit of a kill. He gets that opening kill. Look how he's trying to scoot through there. Sure, he gets hit, but that is exactly what Ivy needs to get in there and get those 2 kills, because Domby's going to identify where both of them are. And Ivy cleaning up with the aim. 2 kills now behind Domby. 16 in that department. Things starting to look really dire for G2. 1 stinger for Leaf. Otherwise, it's just Sheriffs available. No ults really in the realm of possibility unless Baby Bay goes absolutely crazy. Exros will be getting very close to his ult. Ivy one away as well from a pit. So this is concerning for G2 in a couple different ways. Even if you do some damage here, you're going to be running into a couple big ultimates in this next round, most likely, unless you can get this Thrifty to go.
And now you've got to run it back off that orb grab, so X-Ross can just pop that storm forward onto the side if they want, but it looks like they're starting to read that this might be a heavy A-side stack. Meanwhile, Ivy going to be spotted out, ducks back over towards cannons. X-Ross the door. The wall gets re-raised, but he's not going to be able to see a damn thing. Baby, however, is just going to be seeing bullets connecting into his face as Ivy quickly cleans him up. Again, these eco attempts here from G2. Still not holding any water.
Yeah, it's rough, to say the least. Trent has some magic.
Well, it's got to be one of the scariest sounds in the world.
Yes.
When you know who's on the other side. Okay, we'll be able to sit him down. It's a nice shot from Trent. Maybe a little too overzealous and aloof from Gambi.
Replay वाले
Francis wanted to try to get his ult online. RB says, I'm a world away, so you get that plant, you take that fight, I'll take the kill. And Longshim will take...
nice.
Well, nice little early ideas. Ivy, even though he gets revealed by the ping, gonna use that snake bite, give himself a little bit of time. Again, Nongshim's been really good on this map about when they do find themselves in tricky situations, about buying that extra time for the rest of the team to get there to bail them out. And again, that's that coordination, that speed that this team can play with. That is so good. It's good enough to win you a Masters.
Meanwhile, built up in the previous round, but never committed that. Run it back, still there. So we'll just take a pause in the action. We're grabbed here by Francis. Valen scaling forward. Will get slotted up into A lobby.
And Jogamo, even though he takes a bunch of damage, his knife there might have saved G2 a little bit, potentially, as it did hit X-Ross, so he couldn't just get up there and rip the ult. And just kind of, you know, if you give up that A site in this round and they're able to get that pit into play, it feels like on map point as G2. So, a little bit to the cause there and forcing plan B out of Nongshim, I think, kind of a win here. Nongshim, though, waiting out that Sova util, not going to give up anything. Ivy doesn't get spotted. Leaf ready with the snake bite.
It sends it onto the corner instead of on the main, then that still means the floodgates are opened up here for Nongshim. That going to eat quite a bit of damage on that entryway, but X-Ross into the back of side, still going to be able to find one before he gets snapped back by Trent. Managed to find Dambi as well. And bolts remaining, but Ivy around the back does not check towards Pillar. Trent comes away with another one. Has been revealed. Meanwhile, RB finding Baby Bay. Jogamo going to be cleaning up the enemy harbor. Takes it into a 2v2, the health advantage. Still going to be there, however, for Nongshim as X-Ross comes away with a 3K. And that is them now.
Oh, Trent, so close to being able to do something really special here for G2. He's one more kill away. He's able to slip the net.
I'm now sure when he
repositions.
If you guys don't know.
So Ivy comes through the back thinking that he's still backside or something like that. Instead, he's actually moved up towards the pillar. But phenomenal. Such a stellar young player. Think that he is a royal roader, comes in and immediately in his first year in tier 1. Right there, folks, is why. Sharp as all hell.
Timeout call. Have to suspect that a lot of this is just going to be trying to get prepared for that next map. Shake this one off, boys. Breeze is theirs. Coming back from here, I mean, seen it from they are capable of, but at the moment, it's not really shining through.
No, I had a lot of hope after that first half that they were going to hang a little bit more here in the second half. I saw some good ideas, some good thoughts, some good counters, a little bit of anti-stratting in there.
Yeah, G2's kind of just playing the second half like AG played theirs.
Yeah.
Haven't been able to find a damn thing.
On that Lotus, yeah. Now it is all the money invested, of course, is G2 is some Guardians, a Bulldog. Not what you'd want to see.
Well, Dombey able to get that fast lane out fast enough as well as the relay. Bolt slides around. How is he still getting kills?
भाई धामधूम तो दो बोल सकता हाँ स्टन होने के बाद भी धामधूम धामधूम तीन ही देखेंगे
BGMI, okay, some spray and pray. The heavens listening. They reward him with a kill. Plan will come in. Hunter's Fury now to be sent.
खींचा
Find sound down.
फ्रांसिस भावा समझ गया
This gets him now disconnected off the site with a Hunter's Fury of his own, but he's just going to be sending this one from the outset. Overdrive invested from Baby Bay, trying to find a target. Tucks over to the side, slides in, and Ivy will sit him down. 7 health remaining. Sends out the pit to try to keep himself alive. The shock dart will be able to find that kill. Nullified immediately as RB. Swing at the corner. Takes the fight. Takes Trent's life. It all comes down to a 1v1. Ooh. Damage going to be found. Leaf able to dodge it. The challenge in. And timing. 13 to 5.
फ्रांसिस भाई फ्रांसिस
This was a one-sided affair.
This is incredible stuff from Nongshim, and you know, you're seeing the dividends from them going back to Dombey on the Neon. Obviously getting here through the qualifiers.
चैट जब तक इनका हाफ टाइम है वैसे अपना भी हाफ टाइम आ जाए हम विल बी बैक इन सेकंड हाफ विल बी बैक फॉर back. चैट अगर कोई आएगा तो 2 मिनट दो चल रहा है इन लोग का भी हाफ टाइम चल रहा है और मेरा भी हाफ
ideas, some good thoughts, some good counters, a little bit of anti-stratting in there.
minutes पहले तो first
Playing
half
the second half like AG played theirs.
Yeah.
Haven't been able to find a damn thing.
On that Lotus, yeah. Now it is all the money invested, of course, is G2 is some Guardians, a Bulldog. Not what you want to see.
Well, Dombey able to get that fast lane out fast enough as well as the relay ball. How is he still getting killed?
The A side, it does seem like M8 are biting. B has gone away for free as the rest of the team is there, and now as the Neon starts to slide away, in fact the other Neon is getting something done. It's just a 1-for-1 so far. Running back being popped by Martin. He wants a little bit of this action. Loses ultimate straight away. Plancel hasn't come down, by the way. Possibility for a mid to see, but does seem like they will commit to it finally. 4 versus 4 with a long flank coming through from Bippo as well. Prox also from the left side of the map on C. But everyone from XLG is peeled off.
Bippo, really nice positioning here. He's not going to get clear just yet, but Happyway has a feeling the timing is going to be really important here. Bippo getting the pick onto Happyway, and now this start of this retake. Martin pushing all the way through, and again, another beautiful crunch. Bippo with this positioning over and over again has been so good when he gets into these spots.
Just completely unspotted and just without the wherewithal as well from XLG to potentially check for the possibility of a flank. And Bippo gets away with murder there from behind, crunching with Martin coming through from the actual site itself. And Raga's looking 2 ways, can't get a kill there. Wouldn't have been enough anyway with just the one. And suddenly what was looking like a decent attacking start, selling a full fake on the A, getting a somewhat free-ish easy plant on B with a little bit of delay. It's all completely unraveled by this crunch play coming through from Bippo and Martin.
Did I just see Leo was on his drone at the front of B? Is that what I just saw? That's not good, XLG. We can't be doing stuff like that. Now look at your buy. You have those 3 rifles, but 2 of your players, one of them on a Bulldog, one of them on a Sheriff. It's still a little bit rough, but it doesn't matter because they're walking up towards C. Looks like they're going to go for this execute. They still have that 100 Fury online.
They're about to walk into all of the Cypher utility. They're going to walk into the mini damage here as well. And there's like some guns actually online for the side of XLG. Those guns are all on the floor now. 4K for mini on the overdrive. And it's going to be Gentlemates in commanding fashion, taking control of this game again. Both hands on the wheel.
The contact play is just not it against this team because you need to get that information first. You know that they're always going to be having some sort of setup here. Gentlemates so far on their defensive side have been very creative, switching it up almost every single round and making sure that they're getting the rounds of understanding how to play against XLG again. The walk up, the contact play. I really applaud XLG for trying to try something new here for Shilai. But 3 ults online, and they're broke again. A Thrifty. And you're about to give them the match point of the game. Martin, beautiful pick onto Rarga. Leo trying to get that Soval to do anything, but not connecting with anyone.
I've seen Raga make use of that before for good effect, and now, okay, how about Happyway? No, man. Suddenly things are starting to turn around in favor of XLG here. Leo and Domini as well. Bippo's got the only responsive kill here. After all is said and done, they'll reveal the rest of the positioning, which says we're going over towards a 2 versus 3. Couple of upgrades found here by Lysor and Happyway, and suddenly things are looking on the bright side for XLG. Gentlemates trying to get their way back into sight, and my goodness, Prox falling at the opportunity there off the back of the paranoia, but Happyway just too sharp. 3-1, and Bippo might just have a little bit too much to do here. XLG, an unlikely round for them to actually win. Look at the Thrifty.
I can't believe this. XLG has been so good at winning Thrifties because of the way that they're playing it. It's like they have nothing to lose, and every single time they get rewarded for it.
And they lost Raga instantly.
Exactly. They're so good at these rounds. They're so good at getting their ones, getting their picks when they're just taking those fights and forcing it. It's like they're... It was insane. Those 2 picks, man. I think here Mini kind of throwing a little bit, playing so close when they know that they're on an eco. Again, they're pulling some of the same mistakes that XLG was doing. But gun round for both these teams. Judge on the side of Mini, and he's trying to play that towards Short A.
Might have just given a breath of life here for XLG. A second win has been spotted, and speaking of spotted, Martin has been spotted. That's a bit of a risk because if somebody actually swung him while he's shooting the turret, he would have gone down. It's going to be Prox on the line here against all 5 from XLG. A very important round, and they find the timing. Raga just runs on in. And now what can we get out of Starso here? Again, all 5 around the corner. Rock is so fast. Also don't even see the timing of that. 5v3. It looks like XLG will find another round.
They've learned from their mistakes, XLG, using that drone up long C instead of just contacting up. And Rarga, beautiful, beautiful pacing to just follow up. Get those picks, just hold W. He knows he's been playing insane, and so he's finally putting it down, putting it to the test in the server, forcing M8 to play at their pace. And now, Gentlemates, they're gonna go for that save, maybe a couple of exits, but still safe because they want to save those rifles. Their economy is not good. XLG have snowballed their economy. They also have the lockdown, one away from that Viper's Pit as well. They have so many really good winning conditions for them to win these post plants. They just need to keep enabling themselves to get onto that site.
And nothing easier to fuse against the Viper's Pit either in a following round, but more importantly,
to use it. And I think Sunset is a brilliant map.
XLG were going to get choked out of Haven, but suddenly
Sage.
they just find that extra gear. I mean, how fast was Ra going to get that shot as well? Barely a pixel available.
Nah.
Gentlemates now 2 rounds to play to finish this map and get the series 2-1. We'll take a tech pause here to talk about how they're going to get that one done, because despite there still being 2 rounds to play through and that not being a lot, seems like XLG has done
Ross and Domby do have their ults. But right now, it's a spread of the map for both teams. Nobody really committing too aggressively anywhere. Trying to bait that paranoia out, and they will.
Domby quickly reclears it. Will now back away. So all of this is going to be heard. Meanwhile, Baby Bang slotting just alongside that trip. Will clear it. Drop shot going to be registered.
Really quick rotates.
Trying to get
Goes down here as well, 2 versus 3, and it might all in here. Gentlemen, just need a couple of more. Vipers pit though, still a risky opportunity for XLG.
Kind of realizing
Spike on the floor here. Starshot using drone to explore, looking for the tag onto this Viper, but not going to quite find it just yet. Opportunity, XLG have found themselves in a spot where they can still win the round just off the pit alone.
That will end up getting surrounded and
Oh,
overwhelmed.
the he's got it! My God! And that's going to be gentlemen defusing around. It got a little bit spicy on Haven with a small comeback for XLG, but Gentlemates and EMEA in general will not be denied in the opening round here. 3 maps, they did lose that Breeze and questions to be asked, but all questions.
Very far fanned out. Allen could just be their undoing again, but no, X-Ross a little bit faster on the draws, able to find that kill with Baby catching RB in transit mid-TP. Back into this 2v2, and Baby still looking for a little bit more. Turns to the side, but the shot is just a hair off. Cannot connect with it, the defuse to come in. Nongshim Red Force try to get their way back into this map.
This one just gets a little bit scrappy. Kind of some of these weird situations where I feel like one team has the macro advantage and then can't convert the round. You know, a couple rounds ago, it was, I think, you know, Nongshim making the good read, getting all 5 of their players to try to counter the execute, and they can't. In this round, G2 actually works the map really nicely. They're in a position where they get a decently early plant, and they're making it tough for Nongshim, but they're able to find some big kills on the way through. G2 tries to push out, tries to gain a little extra footing to hold their ground and can't do so.
RB, quick shot. He's able to find one, but Jogamo immediately has that trade, and he's not checking the corner. Brez is there. Does keep this back into 4 players. Just wall them into Alley. G2 immediately having to pivot now. Back across into mid, re-clear this space, and potentially strike onto the B site.
Yeah, there's the camera here, though. So that early warning network already installed for Nongshim. But G2 kind of aware of it, of the likely position. A lot of cameras are going to be either where it is or just in the corner right around next to them by the orb. They're just taking their sweet time. Yeah, you're going to see Trent, though. That immediately brings out the slow. A little bit of damage done to Leap. Again, you're buying a lot of time here as Nongshim.
Nothing that he can't shrug off, though, but now, at this point, you're going to be very committed into this site. 3 players here. The backstab ready to be enacted as Francis is on that flank. And the door is just being held, and at this point, I think the round is just going to be over because they're just peeking in the down B 1 by 1. Trent eventually able to find the 1 kill, but now has to try to just retain it. This operator, he's going to be ping revealed. It's Francis frantically trying to flush him out in the shorty. He's not going to be doing a damn thing. Nongshim will be able to find themselves 2 consecutive round wins as they're now 1 away from tying it up.
Yeah, I mean, again, Nongshim is starting to find answers where they're able to send some trickery early, set up some different formations at this A choke to make it a lot more difficult. You know, RB just swings out with the Guardian, and then they're going to tuck a player in to the corner, and again, not checked. Causes huge problems. Losing that Neon with the way G2's been playing so far here on Sunset, really, really painful for them to try to get into a site, because then Nongshim can really plant their feet. They don't have to worry about that player running past them. That operator could be so much more effective. Look at this. 2 players up mid.
Again, going for this TP, but it's the same position overall as Francis. It's a solo with an operator. Of course, Francis to the other side. Gonna be good for the kill. Jogamo sliding forward, able to find the one with the Stinger. Valen with that backstab off the TP. Still gonna come away with value as Francis gets blinded up here at Alley, but Trent still not gonna feel comfortable enough to try to flush him out. Just has that bandit in hand. So he needs some assistance. As, oh my God, he almost has the collat, but no, Jogamo just a bit faster. Finds that kill. Valen survives. X-Ross Trying to wall them out, but Zold to try to play in Ivy. Heels going through, finds the first, can't quite find the second. Trent again with the operator, able to find a bit of value. And now it is all down to X-Ross to try to come away with these 2 kills to try to get this clutch. Jump up over top of the box, and Jogamo is ready for it. Has the 3K, and G2 have a thrifty to get up to 6.
Oh, man. I mean, just sending that TP through where there was just no good response from Nongshim because they're busy worrying about the 2 players that have pushed right up mid. So there's no real ability to clear these backlines. You just got to try to hold on to the ground that you have. And that's exactly what G2 wants. Beautiful stuff from Jogamo there in this round. Getting those early kills, creating that space, finding the 3K in the end. Huge stuff. Nice idea from Valen with that TP. It really threw Nongshim for a loop. This time around, Dog goes past that trip, so that's kind of curious. Where exactly, how high is that trip?
There.
It did get cleared, or pulled back, one of the 2.
Swing in, and Leaf is going to get caught. Big mid exploration there from Nongshim. Really finding some value, getting out scot-free.
Yeah.
There.
Now you can slow down. Now that you've got RB so far forward as Nongshim, and none the wiser, I don't think, are G2. They're not really paying this consideration, but he pops out a little too early.
And Baby Bay can't quite collect that kill. RB, very fortunate to still be in this fight. Zombie spotting out the enemy Neon, slides his way back over to Market. Just going to be shutting that door for now. RB continuing to stay sat here, but looks like G2 are incredibly suspicious of this.
That smoke's weird.
And it has fallen. So too shall RB. Just not going to be dialed in for that headshot to instantly get the kill on Jogamo. Now the Seeker's going to be let loose. 25 seconds remaining, so they have to push forward onto the site. Downbeat here to try to slow them up as the relay pull goes in. Trent going to be stunned. Flash out into Downbeat's face. Pedals away. Ends up making a little bit of noise, and Baby Bay will be able to find him. The shot connecting. Francis only going to be good for the 1. 10 seconds now left in this round. The swing out. X-Ross eating some damage. Cannot find those kills, and with just barely a second to spare, the plant can come in, and Ivy manages to hit all 3! He is walking on water this series as Ivy bails them out and gets Nongshim a 5th round win.
This would be a 9-2 scoreboard right now if it wasn't for Ivy. That is absolutely disgusting. Goodness. I mean, I think, this round swung kind of both teams' directions at one point or another with that time left on the clock. Good night.
Good God.
Oh, my God.
Just insane. It's one of those rounds that, if you're G2, I mean, you want to be able to just shrug it off and say, okay, he's just him.
Want to play? Let's play.
Ivy's just incredible at times. But it's also going to be so damn frustrating. Meanwhile, Jogamo ushered back away, pushed into the open for Downbeat to collect it. Brings out another warning shot. Trying to scare them back over into the arms of Ivy. He's alone on the B site.
They're going to have this drone here. This is going to give you the info as Nongshim that they pretty much evacuated A, at least deep enough that you don't need to keep that extra player on that side of the map. So let Donby maybe control that mid, that top mid space. X-Ross. Ooh, that would have been a good wall. There you go.
Sends it now. Still that gap in the back by the look of it. And yep, we'll just be the double push forward. That might even be able to play in front of this one. Ivy's going to be taken down. The Sword of Force with Baby Bay is able to find that kill. Downby now isolated, zoned away, just trying to find anything that he can with that shorty over the wall. Ends up coming away empty-handed as pop flash. The turn not going to be good. X-Raw still is able to find 1 kill as Valen will get taken down. G2 looking pretty firmly in control now as Francis will also fall. Downby and RB in a 2v3 to try to clutch this one out. Rendezvous situated. The shot goes wide. RB taken down on the approach, and Downby just can't quite make these op shots connect. Clears the dog, wants to try to slide in with that shotgun. Will be able to find the 1, but Leaf is there for the counter swing, and G2 will get themselves out into a lead, 7-5 here at the half.
Yeah, it's a great mid-round decision by G2 to swing up into the back of B and put a lot of pressure onto Xross. That seemed to be a big point of this map for them on this attacker side. If they could find that Sage early, that was often where they were able to find a lot of success, where they were able to just make Xross really uncomfortable, really difficult for a Sage. You know, if the wall's already out to stop a Neon, even with the slow orbs, not going to make too big of a difference, or at least in this case, you know, just the overwhelming numbers of G2. It's not really able to hold the line, and then BabyBay finds that pick onto sight towards Ivy. I mean, as fantastic of a half as Ivy just had, not having him be able to hold the line. BabyBay with that tour de force. So good with the sniper rifles. Just a exciting first half again.
Oh, yeah. Well, let's just hope that this second half can deliver. I mean, if Nongshim are going to be able to find another pistol, very much we'll have a half for ourselves. And G2 not looking to see that. They want to go ahead and take this one down, get it nice and clean, nice and quick, send this over to a third and final map.
Oh,
this gets better every time you watch it.
It will never get old. That is some filth. Ivy, again, he has been just tremendous in the qualifiers for EWC 2026, and he hasn't been missing a beat since flying over to Paris.
Yeah, but he was during stage one. This, you know, we saw the performances from him again. Heavy MVP candidate at Master Santiago, into a bit of a withering performance in stage one.
Yeah.
Wasn't able to find those same highs. Wasn't really getting any even regular impact in their matches, which was so shocking to see. But here, look, he's whatever slump he was in, he's got himself out of it. 13-7-1 as the Nongshim. Oh, will they pilot this Sage on the attacker side?
Yeah, I mean, I'm concerned about this attacker side. You almost feel like you have to rely too much on Dombi, which is hard to imagine.
BabyBay out in the mid will be able to get some damage. Francis going to be tagged to 45.
But it's healed. So not the end of the world there.
CD out early. Trademark situated on B main. BabyBay can quick pivot around. He's playing the 10 spot at the moment.
Yeah, they've created a lot of attention towards mid, so Ivy's in a world of trouble if he swings too wide here.
Oh, he's going to be completely overwhelmed. Unable to find even really any significant damage. Shield's still going to be burned, but Dombi sliding forward will be able to at least trade it back as BabyBay does get taken out of the equation. But again, that heal burned early means that Dombi's going to be stuck at 45. And Leaf is able to find Francis to boot, so now player advantage in the hands of G2. Flash not going to be connecting here. Dombi able to find one. The heals quickly come in from Trent. Side forward space getting taken. Dombi now pushed back to 100. RB just on the other side of this smoke, but it's going to be Jogamo finding Dombi through it, cleaning him up. The push coming in. RB looking for a little bit more, but Trent's got the classic drawn out. The right click is there, and G2 will take both pistols on Sunset to move up 8-5.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're seeing that Nongshim's still a little uncomfortable on this map, and in particular, I'm thinking about two fights that happened. It's Ivy in mid, who's kind of swinging to get info, and by the time he swung so wide, it's too late because there's 3 G2 players that have been hitting their presence up at top mid. And then the other problem is when they get onto the site, Francis kind of doesn't really process that there were 3 players up there earlier, goes for the swing himself around the backside of B, and then just gets cut down by the firing squad of G2. So just some kind of individual mistakes that cost you a lot in a pistol round.
Well, there's a Bucky in hand for Dombi, but there is a judge in hand for Jogamo. BabyBay again is able to find Francis here in main, as Xross will be able to come away with 2 quick kills. The Bucky in hand for now. Trent slowly slipping back towards B. They try to join in alongside BabyBay, but Nongshim Red Force going to look to explore elsewhere as the judge will just get dumped off the side of the map. So back to the pistols here are Xross and Ivy. Already decent damage. You see the investment here just in the cash from G2. And if they can find any more, this is going to be still a very good Thrifty attempt, if not the Thrifty itself. But Leaf playing forward, potentially unexpected in this position, as the wall going to have to be waited out. Will now break, swing in the corner, and Leaf's got them both outdone. So 2 casualties. They end up saving it quite a bit, so 3 players keep their weapons over into the bonus.
Yeah, that's totally fine for G2. You come out of that relatively okay. Yeah, you lose a couple guns, but whatever. I don't think anybody else even took armor damage. So that's a pretty healthy bonus that you're going to be situated with. Leaf even going to go for the judge. Carry those 2 Spectres in the Outlaw over, and 2 players on Nongshim aren't even going to be able to afford the full armor. That's one of them's Dombi. So a Baby Bacon hit a banger on an entry maybe, but right now not going to be given the opportunity and just shuts down RB.
Oh, well, Francis does hit the shot before he can rendezvous at the safety. Dogamo just going to be looking to try to hold this market door down. Meanwhile, Francis has found another Valorant dead atop of mid, and Dombi just quickly slides in, takes Trent's life as well. Revenge for their fallen IGL. As Leaf will be able to hit a very nice shot, but quickly has to backpedal away. It's just that judge in hand. Will grab the orb. Guarantees that he'll have the res going into the next round. This would take some serious work, though. Try to get a clutch materialized from this position.
Well, given a chance, they're just trying to figure out where the hell he went, and I think Ivy's finally kind of pieced it together. Must be holding somewhere in the vicinity of spawn or something.
Giving him some weapon opportunities available. They'll be able to hear this for the most part. Trent had died just around this corner. Regardless, looks like Leaf is just going to try to play this one for exits. Question is, does Ivy give it to him? The answer is no, but Francis will. Swings in. It's a very nice headshot from him, but got not to be carried over. It's just a judge, so nothing to really get stressed about here for G2. Nongshim Red Force still eating quite a bit of damage to try to get this anti-bonus over the line.
Yeah, exactly. Again, having those half armor is something that hurt them even in the previous half. Being that Outlaw, being able to be carried over in round 3, finds that kill, finds that extra little bit of damage that maybe you normally wouldn't have suffered. Because Nongshim does like to invest just a little bit into those ecos. You know, they're going to grab a shotgun, they're going to grab a bandit, they're going to grab a sheriff.
And this is why you see that Outlaw again in the hands of Baby Bake. Half armors across the board aside from Ivy.
This adds just more value that you're getting out of the chamber on this map. And Trent, well, not too bad. A little bit of armor damage, a little bit of health. Nothing to be too concerned about. Nongshim, again, really prioritizing mid control. I mean, you see the differences in these comps and how they have to be piloted. G2 can bully the extremities, and they know it because they have that Sky. Whereas Nongshim has to be a little bit more diligent with trying to create extra angles, extra opportunities to take those contact fights.
Cover going out.
Really slowed down the round, though.
RB's in a weird position.
He knows he can't scale. He's heard that trademark around the corner.
Exactly.
Not to mention the 2 players watching this angle. Well, it'll have to just be a 3-2-1 go, push into market. Try to shut this down and slide in. Somehow Valen doesn't manage to find that shot. Dummy sliding right at him. You would have thought he'd be able to connect with that, but the Neon comes out on top. Backpedal away as a sight. Gets taken. Flash over to the corner. RB not quite getting blinded up, but he's still able to find Jogamo. Continues with that player advantage. The res is going to be committed in and Leaf immediately drawing down, is able to find X-Raw's Hunter Sphere going to be set from Francis, but everyone scatters to the wind. Avoids those bursts of damage. Now have 4 players to try to go for the retake. Some shots exchanged. The flash not quite connecting. Ivy is tucked into the corner. The wall will fall, and Jogamo gets the better of him. Tap to the defuse. Jogamo now finding Francis. It's all down to Dombi. And Baby Bay will be able to pick him to pieces. Double digits found for G2. As Nongshim struggling on this attack.
Yeah, this is really tough stuff. You know, you get this early kill. And then even you're able to get Jogamo taken down off the slide, but the res, and Leaf plays ahead of it, expecting a peek from a player of Nongshim, and he's able to get the res and protect it. That's so hard to do sometimes as a Sage. He knocks it out of the park, sets them up for that extra advantage, and finally a timeout.
Yeah, first one. They'll look to try to right this ship, but 4 rounds down. It feels like Nongshim not having a great grasp of how to try to pilot things. Just generally on this map. I mean, a lot of the rounds that you're able to find from the defender side just boil down to Ivy going nuclear.
Right. No, I mean, again, it honestly, outside of those rounds, this has been G2 all the way. They have been just a step ahead all throughout Sunset. You can see why they're very comfortable to pick this. I mean, you know, coming into this event, a couple of the maps that you're probably really keying in on are Sunset and Fracture, the ones that a lot of teams tend to avoid. I mean, throughout most of the day today, you're seeing Lotus, Ascent, Haven, Split. We will see Split later. I'm happy about that. Don't get me wrong. The last time these two teams played on Split, it went to overtime, and it was map 3. We can only hope, but that being said, you know, having a pocket pick like a Sunset, like a Fracture, gives you such a huge advantage that maybe if you do have a weaker map like a Breeze or something that your opponents can lean into, you're able to at least force out that decider.
Wall sent at main here on a timing. 2 weapons into this one for Nongshim.
Nongshim's so keen to get a player tucked up in mid into that top left corner. Again, this time it's Ivy. And sure, it gives you a little bit of info. I mean, you're able to probably identify that that trademark is around the corner in market, but being able to capitalize off of it, they really haven't been able to. I think it's something that G2 is probably going to be pretty aware of, I would suspect, but we'll see. Tag on the drone, but the wall there, so Leaf doesn't stick around, but nobody really accelerating.
But with that Trailblazer leading out through B main, this is allowed for Jogamo to start scaling forward, so he's going to have a faster rotation around the back. Granted, yes, Tripwire for the moment still going to be there, but Ivy potentially going to be caught on the timing. No, it's going to be Leaf at the same time, though. Back over towards the site, just gunning down 2. Ivy tucked into this position. Leaf finds a third. He's going to try to play this patiently, but if Trent just looks over to the side, which he now will, he will quickly shut down the enemy Cypher, and that leaves now Dambi alone in a 1v4. Plant onto the corner, the wall now falling, the flash connecting, and Leaf is there to collect it. A 4K form, an 11th round for G2. Split is looking all but guaranteed.
Another phenomenal round from Leaf. Saw it on the res where he's able to cover it and really set that retake up for success. But here, it's just shutting down the huge push. That's the 4-player push that he's facing there. Yes, he's got some help from Valen, but he gets the 2 kills. And that means that Ivy can't go for plan A, which was to wrap into back alley. He didn't want to go into Link because he expected that that should be able to be cleared by his teammates, or maybe somebody gets flushed into him when they're not ready. But there's discipline here from Leaf and Valen. They don't move a muscle. They don't give Ivy that opportunity until it's too late, until the rest of G2 is already rotated in through top mid. Heroic efforts from tremendous player in Leaf. Really just thwarts Nongshim's plans all across the board. And at Nongshim, they're so nervous about some kind of trap play, some kind of reactive flash or neon stun could be waiting for them, or maybe just a tight angle being held by Baby Bay with that outlaw.
Oh, Jogamo not going to be able to find that timing, but here's that jump from Francis, and he is not going to be ready for this forward position. Even though the tripwire's comparatively shallow. None the wiser, but same could be said about Leaf as Ivy this time. Being able to get that backstab through. Neural depth, the ping reveal, Valen's position now going to be known. Relay bolt going his way, and this is all to keep his eyes trained towards sight so Ivy can slot in from behind. Comes away with that elimination. The repace forward, tries to take the fight, expecting that Jogamo's going to go past him, but Jogamo plants his feet right up in front. Ivy's unable to clean up Trent fast enough, so now a 3v3. And a very much win round for Nongshim. Pass lane over to the side with Paranoia. Going to be out in response from RB to try to slow them up. He finds the first with Trent quickly. Trades that back. 2v2 now.
I'm out of here.
An round where Nongshim need to win it and likely even need to commit the res off the back of this just to try to steady the economy. Swing in. Baby Bay has the shutdown onto the first. The defuse not held to half. X-Ross aware of this. Baby Bay will rip everything out of their grasp, but cannot take the round, cannot take G2 up to 12. He narrowly escapes. And Nongshim hold on by a thread, denying that map point.
But it's Ivy again. He just, this time, a little bit pacier with this lurk up through mid, catches Leaf off guard. That allows the Neural Theft to be invested. And he's trying to use the Seekers against G2 there. Knows that after he clears the first, the second two aren't locked into him. But
94.5.
regardless.
Call us and share your story for a chance to win.
Chance to win what?
Not sure.
Yeah, they didn't.
What did you want? What do you
specify.
want to win?
A car would be good, I suppose.
Yeah? You already have a car. What are you're greedy.
Yeah,
wow.
What about second car?
Go, go, go. Shot.
I don't have a car. Can I have your car?
Sure.
Sweet.
Well, for now, similar scenes here from Nongshim, just keeping everybody stacked over onto the A side of the map. Ivy this time, however, exploration up into B main.
High-low could be really annoying.
Oh, they're going to go for the push now. The drone going to be coming out, and Jogamo wanted to try to get this punish here, but Downby just slides across. Smooth Criminal with a stinger is able to find that kill. Baby Bay now making his exit right before he would have had contact on Ivy. Spots him out, and the second shot will be able to take down the enemy Cypher. Coming with the overdrive, trying to push forward, but Trent is instantaneous with the punish. Shuts down 3. And G2 now, one more round to go to push us the distance and take this series over to Split.
Yeah, I mean, again, you have so many tools in your back pocket here as G2. Even if you lose Jogamo on that initial attempt, the ability to fall back and just hold the line again, double up for G2, and they're able to find a huge multi-kill. That time it was Trent. Nongshim gonna try one more time out. This one better be a damn good one, because you need 5 in a row just to tie it.
And you're scraping the bottom of the barrel at the moment. You look at the cash here. There's not really much to speak of for Nongshim. Bankrupted by G2. They've only been able to find the 2 rounds in this half.
Well,
Why are they just going to be looking at, Stinger Sheriffs? That's about it.
Yeah, it is less than ideal, to say the least. Silkanon have to come up with something incredible. I don't know. There's some individual things they can do. I think maybe some more mid-explorations are good, but I think G2's been pretty able to well identify that Nongshim doesn't feel comfortable to hold B. None of their post plants over there have worked, so it kind of has to be A. And so, if that's the case, then you just throw that strong side player over. So, if that's the case, then you just throw that strong side player over there, try to hold the line, and round's pretty much yours.
And Baby's going to be so favored here.
Whoa.
Okay, shot not going to register, but Stinger at that range also not going to be able to find too much damage. He's got 2 sources of healing to put it back up to full. And Jogamo, okay, that's out of timing. Going to be able to find RB. He wants to end this one as Leaf. Johnny on the spot is ready for the punish. Jogamo on the repeat takes down X-Ross. And the wheels have well and truly come off as Jogamo looking for an ace of his own, but Valen will say, let's speed it up. Let's get into map 3. 13-7 Sunset. It's a dominant display at the hands of G2 Esports. And once again, they will square off against Nongshim. A final map, a 3rd map in a series on Split.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to be so thrilled here to see this from G2. Going back to some of their comfort agents. Really like the theory. You don't see a lot of Sky on Sunset. I felt like that had a ton of impact here. Suits the Neon really well on this map. Able to tee up Jogamo, who was really, really impactful. Everybody had their moments, it felt like, for G2. Kind of what you want from this team. Those well-coordinated, well-thought-out, well-executed efforts.
Maybe I'm crazy, but I think that Jogamo might just slightly be a better Neon compared to me. There's a lot to work on when it comes down to that breeze. And Jogamo looking good alive and well. But let's go ahead and send it back over to the analyst desk to break down Sunset.
Sound.
I am a little bit surprised, though, that we haven't.
That's why.
3 kills now for Domby.
Ain't shooting though. Leaf is.
No, he
have yet.
You're going to.
Against the Noodle Boys here and tie up 1-1. Nongshim Red Force and G2, two of the great squads across the world going head-to-head here on a final map number 3 as we welcome back Kakuka and Big Time.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think it just shows the power of having a strong Sunset here in this tournament so far. It hasn't been and you go, oh, well, maybe Nongshim were good. Then you go, Ivy single-handedly won 3 of those rounds. You go, okay, maybe G2 are actually better than the score looks here.
Being realistic about Sunset, the first rounds are always going to